entered the house, it split off to two floors. One half flight of stairs going upstairs, and one downstairs. The downstairs level had the den, the garage, my bedroom, and the bathroom. The other three bedrooms in the house were all upstairs. Since I grew up the oldest and the only boy in the house with two sisters, I got the room downstairs because it was the biggest and technically the coolest room. After I turned 10, my parents gave my twin bed to my little sister, and I got a full-size bed. It was a bit of an upgrade because the room was big and it certainly fit a bigger bed. When I was 12, my little sisters were around 5 and 8, so at this age I would be allowed home alone. But my 5-year-old sister wouldn't be left alone with me, and my 8-year-old sister would only be left alone with me if my parents weren't going to be gone for too long. If they'd be gone for longer periods of the day, one of my parents would take both of my sisters. For this short period of time, I'd say like 3 nights in a row, maybe a little more, I was waking up in the middle of the night for no reason, and I'd have trouble falling back asleep. Considering I was 12 years old, I knew I shouldn't have been having sleeping problems at that age. I was sleeping with the fan on next to my bed because it was a hot couple of days in the middle of the summer, so I wasn't sure what exactly was waking me up, considering the fan provided a steady white noise. One of these nights, I got up after waking up to refill my glass of water. I went to the bathroom right outside my bedroom, and as I was filling it up, I thought I heard something come from inside my room. I turned off the faucet and then listened, but now there was nothing. Just the sound of the fan. I walked to the doorway in my bedroom. I couldn't tell what it was, but something was creeping me out about my room now. I went upstairs to the living room and decided to sleep on the couch that night. I fell asleep eventually, but that same night, again, I woke up, this time to noises from the kitchen. I saw the glow of the light from the fridge and the sounds of someone rummaging through it. The way that floor was set up had the kitchen out of view from the couch in the living room. I couldn't see who was there. I heard the fridge door eventually shut, then footsteps walk away and downstairs. I was drowsy, so I went back to sleep. I believe it was the next day, but my mom was folding clothes in my room. She told me my room stunk, and I needed to clean up whatever that smell was. I ignored her because I really didn't smell anything. I wish I didn't ignore her, though. That night, our dad put the air conditioning on because it was simply too hot. After we all watched a movie as a family, everyone started getting ready for bed. I went to my room and played video games for a little while before getting sleepy. By that time, I turned off the TV and console and rolled on my side to go to sleep like I always did. Tonight I didn't have the fan on because the air conditioning was on, so it was just the sound of the air blowing out from the vents in the ceiling. I fell asleep, but once again, I woke up not long after. I didn't know what the sound I heard was. All I heard was the vent fan blowing air. Then, when it stopped blowing air, the room was silent, and I heard something. Breathing. But it wasn't my breathing, though. I looked around the room. The closet door was shut, so there was no way it was coming from there. Part of my childlike innocence assumed it was my younger sister playing a prank. I got on the floor and looked the one place I could think to look, under the bed. I lifted the little piece of cloth that dangles at the bottom of the bed, and there was a very large person laying underneath my bed on a pile of blankets. Their head was facing me, but their eyes were closed. I fell backwards and basically crab walked out of the room, screaming, "Dad!" I heard my parents' door swing open and my parents yelling in concern. I pointed into my room and said, "Under the bed." My dad went and pulled out this very large, dirty-looking man. I remember my dad quite easily physically forcing the man outside as my mom called 911. I'm sure he went to jail for a while. Or maybe not, because he was homeless. Who knows? This did a lot of mental damage to me where I didn't even want to sleep in my own room anymore, or let alone in that house. I had to sleep in the middle of my parents for a while. Then my dad installed security cameras all over the house. We threw out everything that was opened in the fridge because we had no idea what he put his mouth on in there. The fear of someone being under my bed stayed with me for a long time, years to come. We don't even know how long he was hiding under my bed. It could have been a few days. The smell, the person going through the fridge, the randomly waking up every night for a few days. Whether he meant harm or not, having someone hiding under your bed is every child's biggest nightmare. This story is from my great-grandfather, who's currently at the ripe old age of 101. He's told this story at family gatherings for years. He's from the city of Yaroslavl in Russia. I guess it was the Soviet Union when he was born there. Being from the USSR, of course he served under the Soviet Union during World War II, then fleeing to the United States a few years after to escape communism. He told me this story again recently. It happened not long after the Battle of the Liki Luki, which wasn't a major battle of the war, but it still ended up in a large amount of Soviet and German bloodshed, as most battles at the time did. It was the evening, and according to my great-grandfather, it was very cold that night, like hellish cold. They were in a small house/building that was one of the few with no damage to it, which made it nice because it was warm. Him and his comrades were celebrating with drinks, songs, laughing, and joking, what you could imagine a celebration would look like. At some point in the evening, two fellow soldiers walked into the building. My great-grandfather and his friend Sergei didn't care for these two. It was apparently because they were loudmouths and were just unpleasant guys. Sergei asked my great-grandfather if he wanted to go out and have a smoke. He agreed, and the two put on their heavy coats and walked out into the freezing cold air. My great-grandfather pulled out a cigarette, as did Sergei, and he lit both of their cigarettes. They were talking for a while, both enjoying their cigarette and basking in the glory that came along with winning the battle that had been going on for about 2 months. After my great-grandfather finished his cigarette, they were both about to go back inside, when they heard what sounded like a man scream from the woods in the distance. Fearing that it was the scream from one of their comrades, possibly being attacked by a patrol of pissed-off Germans, they went back inside quickly and grabbed their guns. Because of the fact that there might be armed Germans, they got a bunch more of their fellow soldiers to run into the woods with them. My great-grandpa mentioned that as he got deeper into the woods, he started to get a weird feeling, like dread and fear. And they couldn't hear screaming anymore. My great-grandpa suggested that they all split into duos and search for whoever it was. Sergei went with him, while the others went off in their own duos. After about 2 minutes of walking through the dark, cold woodlands, my great-grandpa said that he could hear faint crying, like someone was in pain. Sergei heard this too, so they walked to where they heard the crying sounds. They started seeing drops of blood in the snow, so they both began to take the situation as more of a threat than they were earlier. It still gives me chills when my great-grandpa tells me this part. When him and Sergei got to the source of the crying sound, they had found the most bizarre and disturbing scene they had witnessed. 2 German soldiers on the ground, one of them dead, one alive. One of them had their uniforms ripped and bloody. The alive one was cowering by a tree, muttering stuff in German. He didn't notice my great-grandpa and Sergei right away. My great-grandpa then walked towards the other body. The corpse was horrifically mutilated, missing limbs, skin ripped off the face. His uniform was shredded, and it looked like he had been scalped. Another thing that stood out to my great-grandpa was the smell. He couldn't describe the smell, saying it wasn't like a dead body, but more like chemicals. The corpse looked fresh. Sergei investigated the living soldier, who then, noticing Sergei, jumped back in terror, as if he had been traumatized. He was shouting stuff in German. It was only then that my great-grandpa noticed that his leg had been torn apart, and his chest was bloody. He said he could remember that German screaming something like, "Das Kolas," or something similar. Sergei pulled out his pistol and put the German out of his misery with a single shot to the head. Almost immediately after this, my great-grandpa described hearing moaning-like noises. That's when a very tall thing started running in the darkness away from them. Afraid, Sergei and great-grandpa started shooting erratically in the direction of the thing. The other men ran over it, but the thing was gone. All of the men were reprimanded when they got back to the village, but a report was sent to the high command. It was never investigated further. My great-grandpa claims that it was the most terrifying experience of his life. It makes him stressed when thinking back on the sight of that mangled German and that thing. This happened when my fiancée Morgan and I just moved into our house together in a quiet little town. We still live in this house. It's a modest, cute little house, perfect for us and a couple of kids if and when we decide to have. We met one of the neighbors right off the bat. They seemed nice. They were an older couple in their late 60s. The neighbors on the other side were pretty far away, so we didn't meet them for a while. We were still in the unpacking and furnishing phase. It might have been week 2 of living in the house. We were exhausted by every night, having to work our jobs and then also setting up the house and unloading. Morgan was cooking pasta in the kitchen. I was sitting at the table talking to her while on my laptop shopping for area rugs. It was a little stuffy in the house, so so I was gonna go slide open the back door. But as I got to it and looked into the backyard, I noticed someone sitting in one of the chairs. He was kind of hunched over with his head down. When I say I almost shit myself when I saw it, I'm not kidding. I whispered Morgan's name and said, "Don't scream. There's a man in the yard." She walked over to look outside and gasped. She grabbed me and kind of hid behind me and said, "Go say something." "No, wait, don't." Truth be told, I myself didn't know if I should go out there or not. I'm not the biggest man, to be honest, and even though this guy had his back to us and was sitting down, he looked like he was bigger than me. Morgan suggested I knock on the glass and yell at him to leave. I didn't want to do it though, I was scared. The backyard is huge, but right outside the backyard door is a patio with the leftover furniture. The lights in the yard weren't on. We just saw him through the interior lights shining through the glass door, which meant he had to know we were in here. I said fuck it, knocked on the glass and yelled, "Hey, you need to get off our property." The man turned around and looked at me. He then got up with this half smile, almost like he was laughing. He looked 50. He had a really long gray beard and tattoos down to his wrists. He walked up to the glass. I made sure the door was locked. He stood on the other side of the glass door and shifted his gaze to Morgan. He started licking his lips and saying vile shit. I yelled, "All right, I'm calling the police." I closed the sliding blind to get him out of our faces. I called 911 and told the operator to please hurry and send police to our house. I could still hear the man on the other side of the door, now speaking at a very high volume, almost yelling, still saying disgusting things about Morgan. I put the phone to the glass so the operator could hear it. He made me stay on the phone until police would show up. Eventually it went quiet outside, and so I took a peek out the glass and the guy was gone. Still, I couldn't wait for police to arrive. And when they did, they searched the backyard, took a police report, and left. We thought it was over. But later on that night, when we were in the living room watching TV, we both agreed we heard something from outside in the yard. I went over to the window and kinked the blind, just enough to see that man outside again. He had a cigarette in his hand. He was talking to himself, or trying to talk to us, facing the house. He noticed the kink in the blinds as he ran over to the window. He jumped back, and he started pounding on the window, saying all these awful, sick things he wanted to do to Morgan. I told her to go upstairs. I didn't want her to hear this anymore. I yelled, "I'm gonna call the police again," and then the pounding stopped, and he went silent. I waited a few seconds before kinking the blind again. He was gone. I went upstairs to go comfort Morgan, who was visibly shaken. I told her he was gone, and in hindsight, I should have called the cops again. Downstairs, I heard bumping and knocking. I went halfway down the stairs and heard bumps on the back door and the doorknob twisting and turning. I was trying to get into the house. I grabbed the phone in the kitchen and called 911 again, once again begging the operator to send police now. This time, the police arrived a lot quicker, and I didn't alert the man outside that they were coming. But unfortunately, by the time they showed up, that man disappeared again. It's very likely he just ran off into the trees deep in the backyard. He didn't come back again that night. The next day, we went around knocking on neighbors' doors, both introducing ourselves to those we hadn't met yet and asking them if they knew anyone matching the description of that man. What we found out was disturbing. A couple a few doors down from us knew that man. He was known for beating his ex-wife and having a drinking and drug problem, and generally just regarded as very dangerous. He lived around the block from us in a small, run-down house. That's the scariest part. We reported him to the police, but since we didn't have him on video, we couldn't press charges. We don't know if he still lives there because we haven't heard from or seen him in a long time. I hope it stays that way.
Now, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the Dyatlov Pass incident, a favorite of horror fans on YouTube. What you may not have heard, though, is the equally disturbing and still unexplained Hamar Daban Pass incident, sometimes called the Buryatia Dyatlov Pass. On August 5th, 1993, a team of mountaineers were trekking through the Hamar Daban mountain range in Siberia. The expedition was made up of 7 people and was headed by Lyudmila Korovina, a seasoned hiker with tons of experience. Joining her were 24-year-old Tatiana Filipenko, Denis Vachi, Vika Zalasova, Timur Babanov, Valia Utachenko, and 23-year-old Sasha Casey, whom Pink had effectively raised and thought of as her own son. The young group set off on the morning of the 2nd, as did several other hiking groups in the area. Unfortunately, although good weather was predicted, the team were blasted with freezing cold rain and snow. This didn't dissuade them from continuing, however. Like I said, the group was young and eager to prove themselves to Ludmilla, whom they all looked up to. Ludmilla didn't go easy on them either, and along the way made some questionable decisions. On the night of the group equinoxes, she had the group set up their camp on a slope about 4 kilometers away from the nearest forest. There was a thunderstorm raging that night, and this area was completely unprotected from the elements. Given her mountains of experience in mountaineering, you'd have thought she would have chosen to camp elsewhere. The next morning, it happened. As the group packed up their things and descended down the mountain, Sasha suddenly began bleeding heavily from his nose, ears, and mouth. He fell to the ground and was dead within moments. This happened so suddenly that everyone else was left dumbfounded. Sasha was strong, healthy, and hadn't complained of any pain up until that moment. What had just happened? Most distraught was Ludmilla herself. Like I said, Sasha was like a son to her. She ordered everyone else down the mountain while she stayed with the body. They followed her instruction and started walking. No more than a minute later, however, they heard Ludmilla shouting to them for help, saying that she couldn't move. They rushed back to see what was wrong with her, only to find their leader sprawled out on the ground beside Sasha, blood gushing out of her face. The rest of the group were horrified. 2 of their team, who were apparently healthy that morning, had just perished in front of them in the blink of an eye. They started to panic, terrified that the same thing was about to happen to them. But it did. Valia Utachenko, the group's only survivor, explained what happened next. Moments after discovering Ludmilla's body, Timur and Vika began tearing at their clothes, fell to the ground, and started twitching and foaming from the mouth. In Valia's words, Denis began to hide behind the rocks and run away. Tatiana was banging her head against the stones. Vika and Timur probably went mad. Valia tried to help Vika, the youngest female in the group, but when she did, the girl bit her. Denis and Valia were the only 2 group members still unaffected by whatever was happening. They both began to run at full speed down the mountain. Denis told Valia to take out the essential items from her bag, abandon the rest, and run as fast as she could. She started rifling through her belongings, but by the time she looked back up at Denis, he was lying on the ground, bleeding from every orifice. Alone and terrified, she sprinted off. Without any provisions, and still far from civilization, she was forced to sleep alone in the forest at the bottom of the mountain, all through the freezing night. The next morning, Valia made her way back up the slope to look for survivors, and came upon a scene of pure carnage. All of her young co-hikers were dead. For 3 days, the 17-year-old wandered through the mountain paths alone in hopes of being rescued. She tried following electric cables, but they only led her to an abandoned village. Her mind had been shattered by what she had witnessed. Eventually, she made it back to civilization, but at first was too traumatized to tell anyone what had happened. Still, when she came back alone, a search and rescue operation was immediately launched for the other group members. Their bodies wouldn't be found for another month, by which point animals had already started devouring them. What the rescuers could tell was that the figures in the snow were contorted, and their faces were twisted in pain. It was a scary picture, said one of the rescue group. The hikers were lying on a small ledge, some huddled together, some a little distance away. They had no eyes. In the empty sockets and parted mouths, worms were crawling. We packed the bodies in plastic bags. When they flew to Ulan-Ude, the smell in the helicopter was impossible. Some of the men were sick. To this day, we still don't know what strange phenomenon claimed the lives of 6 of those 7 hikers. Autopsies confirmed that they were all otherwise healthy, though there was bruising in all of their lungs. Could this have all been the result of some strange sickness? Some sort of poisoning? Hypothermia, perhaps? Or did they stumble into a secret test site for nerve agents? what's strange is that there were numerous other
Yo,
items
no.
in the same area, yet none of them were affected by whatever killed
Before you
Adams.
learn render, you need to be good at
That's a lot of
forms.
information.
Actually, I never seen your art before, so I don't
As of
know.
right now,
I don't know whether you can render or not. I feel that render comes naturally after your form is
first, and take a
good,
trip
you
to
know.
Yakima County, Washington. On Route 25
Like,
near
I'm just
Dixie,
rendering
Amos
forms,
spotted
to be
lying
honest.
dead in the middle
Not
of the
like
road.
rendering anything.
He was middle-aged, wearing glasses, and dressed in a
Yeah.
military-style outfit with work boots. There were no substances in his system.
There shouldn't be.
He was believed to be the victim of a hidden murder, and a Chevrolet Camaro was seen speeding away from the scene around the time he died. Since he wasn't carrying any form of ID on him, his identity remained a mystery. He would stay John Doe for another 10 years. But that's not even the crazy part. Let's get into it.
But look, right,
Day
I
before
am
Jamie's body was
rendering
discovered in Yakima
like
County,
planes
1600
of
miles away in
lighting.
El
I'm
Paso,
not
Texas.
actually
Karen Glenn Lewis and her
rendering,
husband were driving home
you
from
know.
a shopping
I'm
weekend
just
in
doing
Dallas.
forms.
They opened the front door to their home, expecting to find their husband and father, David Glenn Lewis, waiting for them inside. But they didn't. The house was empty. Strange. Stranger still is that David's wedding ring and watch had been left on the kitchen counter. It was Super Bowl weekend, and a tape which had been manually set to record the match was still recording, despite the fact that the game was long over. There were 2 freshly made turkey sandwiches in the fridge. There was no note or anything to indicate that David might have gone. It seemed as if he had left suddenly and in a hurry. Why had he left his ring and watch behind in the fridge? The following day, David still hadn't returned. That same morning that John Doe's body was discovered, Karen filed a missing persons report for her husband. The investigators examined the house and found no signs of a struggle or
Are you
hostility.
gonna go
Police
on
said
a
David
club
had left
chase
the
like
scene
you say?
yesterday.
When did I say I'm
It
going
all made
for a club
sense.
chase?
David was a devoted family
What
man
did I
with a
say?
job.
Did
As
I
far as
say
everyone knew,
something
in a
weird?
stable state of mind.
Club
Searchlights
chase?
quickly turned up a vital
You mean the... I don't even know what cloud are there right nowadays.
under the driver's seat were David's
What
car's
cloud are
car
there?
keys. In the glove box were his credit cards and driving license. All of David's personal
I
belongings were
already
gone.
drew Kaka. I posted it
David
already.
was the man missing.
I drew it last week.
This is when
Last
Karen,
week?
his
I don't
wife,
know.
told the detectives a vital piece of information. Just before he disappeared, David had confided in her that his life was in danger, but refused to go into details about it, only telling her that someone had been threatening him. This is where his job comes into play. David was an attorney, and even the most amicable of attorneys have enemies. Though we don't know exactly who was threatening David or why, it could easily have been one of his former clients who felt that David had failed him in some way. On top of that, David was a man with strong principles. His law firm were fighting their own case against a wealthy client, and David was scheduled to speak against his own company. He told his own father that
Oh, I
having
finished the... I finished the finished one
the law
already.
firm standing to lose a lot of money if David refused to lie, and it's possible that they were involved in his disappearance somehow. After digging a little deeper, the investigators learned that David had booked a plane ticket for January 31st, the same day he vanished.
Boy, does it feel
His ticket was
unfinished?
from Dallas to Amarillo. Wait a second.
Maybe I
David's
should
wife
spend
and
more
daughter had
time.
just come from
Too
Dallas back
bad.
to Amarillo in that same day. David wasn't in Dallas with them. That suggests that he had secretly followed his family to Dallas, though how he got there remains unknown, and then booked a plane ticket so he could get home before them, and make it appear as if he had been at home the entire time. It's unknown whether he made that flight or not. The plot thickened even further, when they also learned that he had booked a ticket on February 1st, the day he was reported missing, the day that John Doe was found.
I posted it
This
twice.
ticket was from Los Angeles International Airport to Dallas. This extremely strange and seemingly nonsensical twist in the investigation took the detectives down a rabbit hole, which led to a dead end. The only other thing they learned is that on February 1st, a man matching
Oh,
David's description
yeah.
took a taxi from a hotel
I post the second
to
one.
a place in Washington.
Basically just fixing the face. I render it a little bit. I didn't fully render it.
Fumbled to pay with their
Cause
wallet.
I feel like there's no point
With no other
rendering it.
to go on, they pursued home.
I leave it rough basically.
Yet, in 2003, a patrol detective named Pat Didder made a connection between This was confirmed after a DNA test. David was the John Doe who died in a supposed hidden well 1,600 miles from his home. This was a huge discovery. The mystery surrounding the whereabouts of David Glenn Lewis had been solved. But even though that mystery now had an answer, we can't really classify David's case as being complete. There are still a whole bunch of unanswered questions pertaining to his death. Why was he in Washington in the first place? How did he get there? Why was he wearing a military uniform when he died? Why had he secretly booked these bizarre plane tickets? What business did he have in Los Angeles? Did he really book the tickets on his own accord, or was he taken against his will? Did any of this have to do with the threats making David's life? Was the hidden man really an accident? No one has ever been able to answer any of these questions. Still, the police have discounted foul play, and the investigation into David's case has officially ceased. So, there we have it. The two mysteries of the Yakima County John Doe and the whereabouts of David Glenn Lewis turned out to be one big mystery after all. Still, the puzzle remains incomplete. The unanswered questions hold missing pieces. It's an intriguing case, one that continues to baffle professional investigators and internet sleuths alike, even all these years later. Hopefully one day we'll have some answers, and David's family can have the closure they so desperately crave. Barai, Central Delhi District. Back in 2018, this was home to the Chundawats, a respectable, middle-class family consisting of 11 members. With the head of the family, Wapal, having passed, the matriarch and new head of the household was 77-year-old Narayan Devi. Were her two sons, Bhavna and Lalit, their wives, Savita and Tina, daughter, Akiba, and 5 grandchildren, Priyanka, Nika, Monu, Dhruv,
Man, this is so hard. The form is
The
so...
family made their money in plywood and groceries, and owned 2 stores in town. Their grocery shop, the centerpiece of the whole neighborhood, was on the first floor of their home. On the morning of July 1st, 2018, local shoppers were surprised to find the store still closed with the lights off. Strange. Bhavna, the eldest son, cherished the business like one of his children. Nobody could remember a time where he opened the store late. As the morning went by, nobody from the family had come downstairs to open the shop doors. Concerned, a friend of the family decided to go inside and check that everything was alright. Bizarrely, the door was still open. He entered, and what he found inside was like a scene from a horror movie.
Oh, I think I've heard of this story
Hanging in a
before.
circular formation from the hallway ceiling were 10 bodies, swinging back and forth like tree branches in the wind.
It's
Their hands were tied behind their backs.
a cult
Blindfolds
religion.
covered their eyes. Tape covered their mouths. Cotton wool plugged their ears. Pieces of cloth masked all of their faces. 5 stools stood on the floor beneath them. The only other family member, 77-year-old Narayan, was found lying on the floor, all of the life squeezed out of him. The Chundawats were no more. Their family friend ran outside and sounded the alarm, and one of India's darkest and weirdest cases was officially under investigation. Detectives on the case were faced with several difficult questions. Who had done this to the family? The respectable Chundawats didn't have any known enemies. Why were 10 of them hanging so ritualistically, yet the family's matriarch wasn't? What was the significance of the taped mouths, wrapped eyes, covered faces, and blocked ears? An autopsy confirmed that all the family members' lives had ended without a struggle. There was nothing untoward in any of their systems. The first thing the authorities had to establish was whether the Chundawats had done this to themselves, or if they had been slain by some unknown perv or pervs. The fact that there were 5 stools in the room, and that nobody in the family had struggled, suggested the former, but it didn't make any sense that they would have all tied their hands behind their backs and covered their eyes, mouths, ears, and faces. Not to mention, some of their feet were still touching the ground slab. The blindfolds and face coverings had all been cut on a single bedsheet inside the house. So, if this whole thing was the Chundawats' own doing, then it appeared to have been a very spur-of-the-moment decision with minimal planning. Several other bizarre clues came to light when the investigators examined the scene. Most notably, 8 cell phones belonging to the family were found taped inside a drawer, hidden from view. What did this all mean? The detective soon learned that Lalit, the 45-year-old second son of Marian, who was also found swinging in the hallway, had been acting very strangely in the days leading up to the incident. He'd been talking about how his deceased father was appearing to him in his dreams, and how his old man was trying to possess him. They pursued this lead and found 11 diaries and a number of notebooks belonging to Lalit that took this investigation in a completely unexpected direction. For the past 11 years, Lalit had been documenting his obsession with moksha, a set of rituals that were meant to bring about the salvation of his family's souls. You see, Lalit had a side hobby, the occult. And what's more, he'd somehow gotten his whole family interested in his strange practices. His notebooks and diaries detailed the strange rituals that they'd all been practicing, and how they believed these rituals were bringing them closer to summoning the spirit of their deceased patriarch, Marian's husband, Bopa. The most vital piece of evidence found in these notes, however, were instructions written by Lalit himself on how the family should tie their hands behind their backs, and how they should cover their faces in preparation for the so-called Kriya, the ritual that would finally allow them to meet their patriarch's spirit. It also stated that since Narayan couldn't stand, she would complete the ritual on the floor. Since their remains were found in the same way Lalit had specified in his notes, it
Thank
quickly
you
became
for
clear
the
that the family had done
follow.
this to themselves. They had obviously been planning this for a long time, and had somehow managed to keep it a secret from everybody. Nobody in the neighborhood had any idea that the family were actually practicing dark magic. The most haunting part of all of this is that it appears that the Chimbalats thought they'd actually survived the ritual. Lalit himself had written in his notes, everyone will tie their own hands, and when the Kriya is done, then everyone will help each other untie their hands. He'd even made notes about how they were going to perform the Kriya again a week later to bring fortune to another relative. Priyanka was engaged to be wed that next week as well, and the whole family had been excitedly preparing for the event. They all had future plans and aspirations. They clearly didn't expect things to end the way they did. Though from an outsider's perspective, it's hard to see how they couldn't have. Lalit was clearly a delusional man, and investigators concluded that this was all a case of shared psychotic disorder, and that the family had decided to follow Lalit's instructions without question. Still, it's hard to imagine how one goes about convincing 10 family members to willingly go through with
Remember
such.
watching some horror crispy
Despite all
pasta.
the evidence, there are of course still those who believe that someone else was responsible for what happened to the Chimbalats. However, without any other evidence,
Renderlets.
suspects, or possible motive, I think it's safe to say that this case has officially been solved.
Why are you afraid? Are you
First one's
scared?
name is Obisei Segawa, also known as Pan, a notorious celebrity in Japan. At only 4'9", he's small in stature, but not in personality. His notoriety was at its peak between 1986 and 1997, during which time he constantly appeared on Japanese television as a guest speaker and commentator.
Are you scared of
He
this
appeared
kind
in
of
horror movies
stories?
and wrote best-selling cookery books. Yeah. Notice how in this photo he's eating a dish. No, food was his claim to fame, but not just any food. Segawa was a real-life cannibal. In 1981, while studying
Oh, you can't hear
in
it?
France, he invited his classmate, Renee Harteveld, a
No,
25-year-old
no.
Dutch woman,
Can
to
you hear?
translate poetry together for an upcoming assignment.
You should
She
listen
agreed.
to it. It
While reading a
helps
poem
you
at
out.
a desk in his apartment, Segawa walked up behind her and shot her in the back of the neck with a hunting rifle. He then had his way with her remains. His ultimate plan, though, was to eat her.
Wow.
Segawa considered himself short, weak, and ugly. Renee, on the other hand, was tall and beautiful, full of life. He believed that by consuming her, he could absorb her energy. He tried to bite into her flesh raw, but found it to be too difficult and unpalatable. So, he calmly walked to a local store, purchased a butcher's blade, and began slicing off parts of Renee's body to cook. He ate most of her face and chest,
Oh,
taking
yeah.
photos of her at each stage of his dining experience. When he was finally sated, He stored other parts of her in his refrigerator for later, placed the rest of her into 2 suitcases, and tried to dump them in a lake. Luckily, he was caught red-handed while trying to do so, and the officers found parts of Renee inside the 2 cases he was carrying. Luckily for Sagawa, and unluckily for the rest of us, his parents were extremely rich. His father hired a top lawyer for him, and he was able to escape jail time after being declared
What
legally
the
insane.
fuck? This guy escaped
He
jail
was held in
time?
a French hospital, but when a Japanese author published a story about him, people in the land of the rising sun became morbidly curious about his story. He gained a sort of macabre celebrity status, which no doubt contributed to the French authorities' decision to deport him back to Japan, where he was quickly determined to be sane after all. Now, with no charges against him, Sagawa checked himself out of hospital immediately and remains a free man to this day, having served no time in prison whatsoever. The photo of Sagawa you're looking at now was featured on the cover of a well-known Japanese magazine, Spa. It featured an article in which he reviewed a restaurant. Considering what he was famous for, that's in bad taste. Sagawa also went on to write a best-selling book about his killing of Renee. Certainly not a book for the faint of heart, as it goes into explicit detail about what he did. It's strange and disappointing to realize that someone like Sagawa could not only escape justice, but also go on to become famous and profit from his despicable actions. Now, given the context, this image of him eating with a cocky, dead-eyed stare becomes something truly haunting.
Not streaming today, Kuya?
He got away with it all, and he loves it. You'll be happy to know that things have changed. Nowadays, Sagawa is detested by the younger generations and has fallen out of the limelight. He struggles to find employment. Issei Sagawa was born in Kobe, which is currently the city where I live. Yeah, internationally, I'm glad we're famous for our beef, and not for this guy. It's no secret that I'm a fan of grunge music. Nirvana's pretty much the reason I picked up a guitar when I was a teenager. I was lucky enough to see Chris Cornell perform live shortly before he died, and Lane Staley might just be my favourite rock vocalist of all time. But even though the so-called Seattle sound dominated the airways back in the early to mid-90s, not every band rose to
I'm
stardom.
so happy.
One
I
little-known group from
fast
that
forward
grunge
has
era
been
was the
doing
Kids.
some work.
The frontwoman and
Finished
driving
it.
force of the band was
Finally,
Mia
I
Zapata,
can
a young woman
stream.
with an electric personality and stage presence. Though the Gits never achieved much mainstream success, their snappy punk tracks and Mia's fierce charisma earned them a passionate and loyal following. By 1993, when grunge was at its peak, the Gits were just starting to make a lot of noise in the industry. They were sharing bills with the likes of Sublime and Green Day. Sadly, in the early hours of July 7th, everything came to a screeching halt when Mia Zapata's body was found in the middle of an empty street.
Whoa, too big.
She'd been raped and strangled to death with the drawstrings of the Gits hoodie she was wearing. She'd been beaten so badly that even if she hadn't been strangled, she'd have perished from her internal injuries. Mia was just 27
Shit,
years
it's
old.
pretty good.
An investigation began.
Feel that.
On the evening of July 6th, Mia had been out drinking with her friends in Seattle's Capitol Hill area.
Feel like this part looks
She left the bar she was at
flat.
around 2 a.m. to go and look for her ex-boyfriend, but, unable to track him down, she instead went to another friend's apartment, where she briefly hung out.
The other side.
Soon
Looks
after,
a bit
she walked
flat.
off alone into the night. 80 minutes later, a woman spotted her lifeless body sprawled out on a deserted street, just 2 miles from the bar where she'd been with her friends. For the longest time, the police didn't have any leads to speak of. By 1998, after 5 years of investigation, Seattle police
Oh
declared
man, I'm
that they were
getting
no closer to
tired of
solving the
this
case
mecha
than when they
shit,
first
man.
started.
My
There weren't any
discipline
bodily
is not the
fluids or
best
fingerprints at the scene.
nowadays. More like not
DNA
discipline, my
evidence they were able to
motivation is
collect
not the
didn't belong
best
to anyone on their
nowadays.
database.
Getting
With
old.
police struggling to solve the case, the surviving Gits members, who were desperate for justice, put on a bunch of local shows so that they could raise money to hire a private investigator. Nirvana even appeared as a special guest at one of the concerts to help draw attention to Mia's case, and they even featured on a fundraising album. The shows and album sales generated around $70,000, enough money to hire a PI for 3 years. Sadly, this led to no new suspects coming to light. Despite all the publicity, Mia's case faded into obscurity and went cold. In 2002, almost a decade after Mia's life was so tragically cut short, there was a huge development. The DNA swab that had been taken from the scene 9 years prior finally came up with
Hello, Dragon.
a man from Florida named Jesus Mesquia, who'd just been arrested for unconnected reasons. They took his DNA, entered it into their database, and it came back positive. He had been living in Seattle at the time of the incident and had an extensive history. When they took him in for questioning, he was initially very calm, but when they asked if he had ever killed anyone in Seattle, he exploded. Yeah, this was their guy. They charged him with Mia's murder that very day. At his trial, the prosecutors asked him a question. How is it possible that his saliva was found on Mia's remains back in '93, when the two of them had never met before? Jesus refused to answer. It took the jury 3 days to find him guilty, and the judge sentenced him to 37 years behind bars. He later appealed, and his 37-year sentence was reduced to 36. Though we don't know the exact sequence of events that fateful night, it's theorized that Jesus saw Mia leave the bar alone, and then followed her to her friend's apartment. He waited for her to leave outside. She'd been wearing a headset that night, so likely didn't hear him coming up behind her. He then dragged Mia into his car. After her death, the remaining GITS members formed the charity organization Home Alive, with the purpose of teaching women self-defense skills, not wanting what happened to Mia to happen to anyone else.
Oh, self-defense skill.
Grunge itself died out not long after.
If someone
that
really
happened to
want to
Miles,
kill
the
you,
death
I
of
don't
Kirk
think
Hammett,
self-defense
Mia's
is that
legacy
thing.
still endures in the hearts and minds of many rock fans, especially those in Seattle.
Best self-defense is not to go outside.
This is Sarah Funk, a travel vlogger who visited Cyprus's Mistero Red Lake back in 2017. The lake itself is infamous for its sanguine water, which, in many travelers' minds, gives the place an eerie quality. No wonder there's a bunch of ghost stories and urban legends linked to the place. In actuality, the lake is red because of chemicals used by a British in
Boss,
extracting gold deposits,
I'm the
making the
best
water
life
highly
coach you
toxic
ever
with
need.
a pH level of less than 2. That's akin to battery acid. In a video she uploaded to YouTube about the lake, Sarah and her partner can be heard joking about how creepy the lake is, and the strange, unsettling atmosphere about the area in general. This is what murder episodes are made of, jokes Sarah's partner. In that same video, you can make out a suitcase poking out of the water. Neither Sarah nor her viewers paid it much attention, or had any inclination about what might be hidden inside. Fast forward to 2 years after the video was uploaded. Nikos Metaxas, an ex-military officer, was arrested in Cyprus and confessed to slaying 5 women and 2 youngsters over a 3-year period.
Aren't you
All
scared?
of the adults were domestic workers from overseas.
Can't see
He
better
likely targeted
TVs.
them because he knew that the Cypriot officials would be less
Haven't
inclined
set it
to
up
pursue
yet.
cases involving housekeepers from other, poorer countries. A sad reality, and the authorities in the country have since come under fire for this. When questioned what he did with his victims' remains, Metaxas answered, "I placed their bodies into suitcases and dumped 3 of them into the Mistero Red Lake." Since then, 4 of the 7 victims have been found, 2 of them in the Red Lake. Though never officially confirmed, it does seem likely that the suitcase in Sarah's video contained one of those bodies.
Holy shit.
She's since removed the video from her YouTube channel, stating that she wants the focus to be on the victims and not her day trip out to the lake. Nikos Metaxas himself received 7 life sentences.
How far can I push this? I think I already over. I think.
Okay,
I
so
already,
quick one. Don't Google this case unless you're okay with seeing some
I
really,
feel that
really messed up photos.
I merged
I mean,
down too
seriously,
early
if you're
and now I'm
squeamish, don't
facing
do
a
it.
lot of problems.
I won't be showing them here, obviously.
Not sure if
but
I
if you
still want
decide
to
to do
do
your own
this
research,
way.
don't come back here blaming Papa Lazy. Disclaimer over, let's get into it. So it's kind of difficult to cover solved and unsolved crimes from certain countries due to language barriers and reporting biases. For instance, over the course of my life, I've lived in Hong Kong, Taiwan and Japan, travelled around most of Asia, and watched the news and made friends with the locals. There are some really interesting, and honestly messed up cases from all of those countries that we just never hear about in the West. That's because they're not reported. Since all the media surrounding them are in their native languages, even if you had heard about one, without a bilingual translator, you'll never be able to get an accurate picture of what happened, and only ever have a surface-level understanding of the events. As such, the vast majority of these mysteries remain region-locked, so to speak. Well, here's one from China that slipped through the net. And
China.
I tell you, this is one messy rabbit hole to delve into.
China.
Nanda, aka the Nanjing University dismemberment case, is one of the most
Nanda,
infamous and
Nanda.
disturbing cold cases
Oh
in
my
Chinese history.
god.
Though the story surrounding it has gained urban legend status in the country over the years, the events that took place are all too real. The year was 1996.
Is Nanda,
Nanjing
Nanda
University
Gao
was, and still
Nanda,
is, considered one of the best schools in all of the People's Republic, with a student body made up of the nation's best and brightest. A place where everything is orderly. On the morning of January 19th, however, the campus would wake up to a very unexpected, very unwelcome surprise. An employee cleaning the school's roads came across a bag of mystery meat in a disposable food waste bag in a dumpster. There were about 500 cooked pieces of meat inside.
What do you mean? Not.
Being poor, and assuming that the meat had
Every
just been thrown
industry
out by
will
the
still be
cafeteria
like
staff,
that, you know.
she took it
will
home with her to eat.
will still progress.
When she got home,
The
she
problem
started washing
is
them.
when is the war
She
starting
had
or
found it in the
ending, you
dumpster
know.
after all.
You mean the
She
biggest
noticed
problem
at
right
the
now,
bottom of
to
the
be
bag,
honest, is not any industry. Every industry
7
is
human
still
fingers.
having jobs and shit,
This wasn't
right?
a bag of meat at all.
Yes, there might be
It was a
lesser
bag
jobs and
of
shit,
human
but
remains.
to be honest,
And what's
now
more,
everyone
this
is
wasn't the
scared
only
because
bag
of
found.
the
The
stagnation
police
of
were
the
already
economy.
investigating other reports from people who
But
had made
if you
the
ask
same
me about
grisly
job, I
discovery.
still feel that it will
Scattered
progress.
around the university campus
People still
were
play
equal
games, right?
bags,
We still
each
use
filled with
media.
human remains, which had been diced
Obviously,
up
it's going to
or
be
cooked.
there. People still make games.
In
People
a
still
bedsheet
play
near the main
games.
gate, investigators found the head of a human female. In another
But I
bag
feel
they
that nothing.
found some of her torso.
The economy is bad.
Nearby
It's not
were the
because the
girl's
art
neatly folded
art
clothes.
industry is bad. The
Only
economy
her
is bad
underwear was
because of the
missing.
fucking war, man.
Aside from being stained red with
Every
blood, they
economy
were in
is bad
perfect
now.
condition, not torn up or anything. It was determined that
So
all
I
of
just
her
feel
body
that it
parts had
doesn't
been
matter
burnt
what
in
you
the
want
early
to
hours
do,
of the
just
morning
do it,
that they
man.
were found. Nobody had noticed the burn.
Like, you look at every field, there's always the cream of the crop, right?
Pieces of whoever this woman was.
You play every game, there are
2,000
people who
pieces.
enjoy it, there are people who hate it,
The
there are
criminals
good,
did their
strong
best to piece her back
people in the
together so
game,
that
there
they
are
could get a
bad
better
people in
idea
the
of who the
game.
victim might be. In doing so, they realized that
Yeah,
all of her
as long as
organs
there
were
are
missing.
people playing games, then yes,
Her
then
heart,
there will be jobs.
spleen, and a section of her
Don't need to
intestines.
worry so much.
The rest of her remains had been boiled, even the head. Whoever had sliced her up had done so with surgical precision and had used multiple tools to get the job done. The detectives clearly weren't dealing with a run-of-the-mill psycho with this one. They reached out to the parents of all of the students who hadn't been seen on the school grounds for the past few days. The mother of the victim was able to identify her daughter thanks to a distinguishing mark.
Yeah,
on her
just know
bone
one thing, if there's a war, history
Used
has
with the remains
stated that
of Diao,
the first thing that will be
a
affected is
19-year-old freshman at the university,
entertainment
shy,
industry.
solitary, and academically gifted.
Like Disney was affected
She
during
didn't have
World
any
War
friends
II
on
as
campus,
well.
but then again, she didn't have any enemies either. She'd been missing
So
for
yeah,
the past 9 days.
just take a
but because
pinch
she
of
was
salt,
always so
right?
quiet,
Whether there's a
nobody
war
had
or not.
noticed her absence. It's not clear at what point during those
But
9
to be
days
honest,
her
like
life
if
was
you
taken.
are worried about all the life
Some of her
events happening in
classmates
the
reported
world,
seeing her on a busy market
that's your,
on the night
you're
she
better off
disappeared.
just doing government service, to be honest.
News of the
like-
case got out, and it quickly
Like
became
every
a
job
huge
has its
headline.
own risk.
The detectives knew they had to catch the perp. They took blood samples from all of the students who knew or had classes with Yao, from anyone with a history in the nearby area, from everyone in her hometown. More than 10,000 people were questioned. The market where Diao was last seen was searched thoroughly. This all resulted in diddly squat. Nothing. The case went cold. So, what happened to Diao? Who was responsible for literally butchering her, and why did they do it? Well, like I said, because of its morbidity, this case is quite infamous in China. And when the internet became widespread in the bigger cities, a lot of theories started popping up online. Some interesting, some just downright bizarre.
Singapore recently
Remedies
also
for
have
love
a
departure
hacking
recently detailed some of the more
case,
popular
and
ones,
the
and I
person
highly
was
recommend
hacked in the
checking out that
public.
post,
It's fucking
linked in the bio.
insane.
But I'll
Like the
briefly go
female
over some
hand
of
was
those theories here.
dangling, man. The
Theory
female
1.
hand was dangling,
Jiao was
and then
captured and
the
killed
guy
by
is
the
still
university
chasing her
itself.
and chopping her.
The Met Department there was preparing for China's first
Fucking
intestinal
insane.
transplant, and they chose Jiao as an unwilling donor.
First time this kind of shit happens.
Theory 2. Jiao went to the market stalls that beat for
Hello,
night to
Wolf.
purchase heavy metal CDs, only to be ritualistically slain by the stall's owner so that he could absorb her soul. Theory 3. Jiao was simply killed by one cannibalistic serial killer or another. There were several that operated in the area at the time. Theory 4.
Ubi?
Jiao was slain for her 4
What
missing
Ubi?
organs, which were then sold on the black market. Theory 5. Somebody killed Jiao using the method of 1,000 cuts, so that,
Universal
according to
basic
Confucianism, her soul
income.
would never be complete in the afterlife.
Obama is
This may have been a roommate who had an argument with Jiao shortly before she died.
why is there like
So, yeah,
suddenly
like I said,
Obama?
some
Like,
plausible
I thought
theories,
he's the
some
history
crazy
already.
ones. But those are all just theories. After more than
Is he
2
still in
decades,
power?
you're probably thinking that this case must at least have a main
He's just a
suspect,
mentor
right?
right now, right? He's just an advisor right now.
According to one local news source, Jiao's case was actually solved. Apparently the perpetrator was a man named Li Jishuo. Jishuo was a well-respected medical professor at the university, was considered to be one of the top scientific professionals in all of China, and was the son of a high-up government official. The
Whatever
article, written
system,
in Mandarin,
will
even states
work,
that he
it
confessed
doesn't
to
matter.
taking Zhao's life and slicing her up, but that he was subsequently released due to insufficient material evidence. The report ends by saying that he and his wife fled to the US immediately after he was released.
Universal
If that report's to be
income
believed,
is...
then this case has indeed been
I don't know,
solved,
I feel that
but
it's
since that's the
directly
only article
conflicting
online about this
with...
case actually having a resolution, it's kind of hard whether to say it's true or not.
It's
Given how corrupt
directly
the Chinese system is,
conflicting
I have to say it's pretty believable.
with
And Ji Shao
capitalism,
certainly would have had the medical skill to
because
slice her up so methodically.
I feel that
With no other sources to back up the article's
it might
claims,
sound
and
very
no
cool
supporting
to have
evidence, interviews,
universal
or details
income,
to speak of. We're kind of left in a bizarre limbo.
but the
at
thing
bottom of
is,
this rabbit hole.
if that actually
case was
floats,
solved.
then no one will want to learn
Or
something with
was
skills.
it?
Because
If you Google
example,
Jiao's
right?
name in
Example,
Chinese,
right?
the next suggested
If
search result that
everyone-
comes up is Li Jishou.
If everyone wants to do something
Searching his
cool,
name leads to various
like let's say
discussion
art,
boards and conspiracy websites. Some claiming that he
and
killed
then
Jiao as
cleaning
part of a
job
medical
makes more than
experiment because
art,
of her rare RH blood type.
then
Others
why
say
would
that
people
there
want to
were
learn
numbers.
art or
Again,
programming
all
or
of those
shit,
online
right?
rumors are just that.
So I feel that it doesn't fly. It sounds
There's
really
no
good,
real
but then the
evidence
thing
to
about
substantiate any of those
interest
claims.
is another thing, right?
So, it could be that Li Jishou was responsible for Jiao's death, or he could just be a scapegoat in a case that still doesn't have an answer. People do like to speculate and reach conclusions.
Oh, but then if it's only the basic,
It's hard to find
I thought there's
information
already
about this case
minimum
written in
wages.
English.
Minimum
It's
wages
been
is
discussed
fine
on it on
already.
the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit, so if you're interested in reading more, or sharing your own theories about what happened, I'd recommend heading over there and checking out some of the posts.
Nah, man. You
left
you
links
don't know
in the
what is
description.
communism yet, bro. Communism is I feel that the ideology of governing is just a theory. I'm pretty sure there are values between communism and democratic country.
In it,
I'm
they
pretty
talk
sure
about
there's
the
a
dating
gray
game
zone.
killer, Rodney Alcala.
That's
a man who
definitely
appeared
the
on a
good
TV
thing
dating
is that
show back in the 70s, who later
being in
turned
the
out to be
middle
a
is always
serial
a good
murderer.
thing, right?
I know lots of you might have missed that episode, seeing how it got hit by the yellow button of demonetization. So, for those of you who didn't tune in, the short story was that between 1968 and 1979, Alcala claimed the lives of at least 8 people across various states in the US. Though his exact number of victims remains unclear, and could be as many as 130. Alcala's methods were simple but effective. He'd pretend to be a professional photographer and offer his potential victims the opportunity for a private, high-quality
Well, yeah,
photo
if
shoot.
it was you, right, will you strengthen
his
the
good looks
light
and
source
charm,
on the
many
female,
people,
like put
mostly
stronger shadow and
accepted
rim
his
light
proposal.
on her?
Once he'd gained their trust by taking a few snaps of them in public, he'd invite them
For
to join him in a
example-
more private setting. When he had them alone to himself, that's when Alcala would not only take their final pictures, but their lives as well. When he was finally apprehended, investigators found Alcala's camera, along with multiple photo albums. There were thousands of pictures of hundreds of different people, all of them potential victims. As such, it remains unknown just how many lives Alcala claimed during his 11-year rampage. Over the years, the authorities have been able to track down some of the individuals from the photos, but many of them remain unaccounted for. Despite there being a public request for people from the photos to come forward, the identities and well-being of many of the photographed people remain unknown to this day. Despite their innocent appearance, any of these photos could be of people he slayed moments later. Do you recognize anyone in these images? If so, you might hold the answer to a small part of a very large, very sinister mystery. There's something particularly sickening about evil doctors and nurses who purposefully take the lives of their patients. Perhaps it's because they've sworn an oath to do the exact opposite of that, or because they're in a position of power over such vulnerable people, or because their medical knowledge helps them cover their tracks more easily. Anyway, no prizes for guessing what this next entry's about. A few days ago, I was surfing through Reddit as one does, when I came across an AMA titled, "I Hunt Medical Serial Killers. Ask Me Anything." Well, that caught my attention. The whole thread was hosted by a guy who worked on exposing doctors and nurses that use their medical expertise to prematurely end the lives of their patients, mostly just for the thrill of it. He even shared the disturbing insight that, although in a lot of these cases the other staff members know their coworker is killing their patients, they frequently still remain working without any action taken against them until the media or law enforcement gets involved.
Should I
That's
do
disappointing
another
to hear,
pass
but
like
perhaps
that?
most of them just don't want to believe that one of their own could really be doing something so terrible, and convince themselves that they're just imagining things. I'm trying to look on the positive side here, guys. Anyway, one user asked the question, in your opinion, what are some of the most crazy stories of medical serial killers? They're similar in some respects, and unique in others, replied the OP. I think the nurse in Italy who took a selfie with her and the patient she had just murdered is pretty crazy. The nurse he was talking about is Daniela Ogliali. At her hospital in Luga, northern Italy, medical staff started to become concerned with their rising mortality rate. A lot of patients, particularly the older ones, were dying at an alarming rate. This perplexed most of them, who wanted to get to the bottom of this mystery. After a while, some of the other nurses started becoming suspicious of Daniela. They began to notice that she would sedate patients that would bother her during her shifts. And this behavior started to raise a few eyebrows, and people secretly started paying more attention to what Daniela was getting up to on her rounds. The more keen-eyed amongst them realized that whenever Daniela was on duty, the death rate at the hospital went up, and when she'd go on vacation, it would drop back down again. A coincidence?
This
Maybe,
story.
but definitely an observation that warranted closer inspection. In the end, it turned out that Daniela was indeed poisoning her patients with potassium chloride. A woman named Manuela Alki recalled how when her mother was sick at the hospital with a mild ailment, Daniela rushed her out of the room, saying that she had things to do. 10 minutes later, Manuela returned to find a small glass vial attached to her mother's drip feed, which hadn't been there before. This vial ran out in just a few minutes. After that, her mother started convulsing, and her eyes rolled back into her head. A few minutes after that, she was gone. Traces of potassium chloride leave the body very quickly, and it's extremely hard to detect. Luckily, one of her more suspicious co-workers quickly ran some tests on the dead woman, and found traces of the poison just in time. A used vial of potassium chloride was also found in the disposal unit. This was reported, and the authorities soon paid a visit to Daniela. They asked if she could explain to them one thing. Why was she present for 93 deaths in 2 years at the hospital, more than 3 or 4 times the average of her other colleagues, and more than double that of the nurse with the second highest figure? Just bad luck, she said. Daniela was quickly arrested. During their investigation, a lot of disturbing details emerged surrounding Daniela. How she stole her patients' personal belongings, gave them extra laxatives to cause trouble for the next person on shift, administered sleeping agents to ensure an easy shift for herself. They even learned that when one of her co-workers said they were going to report her for her behavior, Daniela subtly threatened them by leaving a funeral bouquet on the hood of their car. When they searched her phone, they found these 2 images of her, smiling and laughing next to the bodies of two patients whose lives she
What
had just
the
ended.
fuck?
She appeared in court, laughing and smiling just like in those photos, and didn't appear to be taking the whole thing very seriously. While in prison, the blonde nurse received a slew of fan mail from admirers, and even got the odd marriage proposal or two. In a twisted way, she seemed to be enjoying the publicity she was receiving. In 2016, she was sentenced to life behind bars. Despite the authorities being sure of her guilt, and this case effectively being solved, Daniela made an appeal the following year, and was released in 2017 over a technicality. She still faces criminal action over the other deaths she's suspected of. Greeley, Colorado, December 20th, 1984. Janelle Matthews, age 12, was performing with the Franklin Middle School Choir at a Christmas concert. Her adopted family weren't in attendance, since her mum was away visiting Janelle's sick grandfather, and her dad was watching his other daughter's basketball game elsewhere. After the concert, Janelle called a ride home with her friend and friend's mother. They dropped her off at her house at around 8:15 p.m. Janelle entered her family home and found herself completely alone. Her father and sister still hadn't returned. At 8:30, the telephone rang, and Janelle took a message for her father. That was the last time anyone heard of her. An hour later, at 9:30, Janelle's father returned home. The youngster was nowhere to be found. By 10, there was still no sign of her, and he really started to worry. He phoned the police to report his daughter missing. Investigators arrived at the house 15 minutes later and noticed something extremely chilling. There were footprints in the snow outside, leading up to the house. Someone had been looking in through the downstairs windows. There were no signs of a struggle or forced entry, but it was clear that someone had taken Janelle. The hunt for her was on. Janelle's disappearance received a lot of public attention at the time, and President Ronald Reagan even mentioned her during a speech. News publications across the country frequently reported on her case. Unfortunately, this was all for naught. For 35 years, Janelle's whereabouts were well hidden.
Lily, how are you?
During all that time, there
It's
were
been a
barely
long
any leads to work
time.
with. It was as if she had just vanished in a
Do you
puff of
still
smoke.
draw?
Then, by sheer coincidence, on July 23rd, 2019, workers installing pipeline about 15 miles from where Janelle used to live made a disturbing discovery. In the earth, they found human bones. A DNA test confirmed that the remains belonged to Janelle. Further examination proved that her life had been ended by a gunshot to the head. As tragic as this was, after 35 years, she'd finally been found, and her family could have a small modicum of closure. But the question still remained. Who had so coldly taken her life away that snowy December night in '84? Well, with her body now discovered, the wheels on this case were finally in motion, and less than 2 months later, authorities announced they had a person of interest. That person was Steve Pankey, a man who'd run for governor in Idaho in 2014 and 2018. He even made his own YouTube account to support his campaign for governorship, an account which has the grand total of 8 subscribers. Pankey had been a youth pastor at the church Janelle's family went to, and lived just 2 miles away from them. In October of this year, they had enough evidence to indict him for Janelle's murder.
This guy is quite funny.
Numerous details came out following this indictment.
It
It was revealed that Pankey had long been a suspect in the case, because he couldn't help inserting himself into it. He'd often go to the police and tell them that he had information about the case, and that in exchange for immunity, he could tell them about it. This, of course, piqued their suspicion. In 2008, Pankey's own son was murdered, and at the funeral, Pankey was heard bizarrely muttering to himself, "I hope God didn't allow this to happen because of Janelle Matthews." Pankey was also a Patreon supporter of numerous podcasts that covered Janelle's mysterious disappearance, including The Trail Went Cold. The guy was obsessed with his involvement, right up until the day he was caught. Only then did he start playing dumb and saying that he'd never heard of Janelle or her family. Detectives questioned Pankey's wife about everything, and the poor woman had no idea that she'd been living with Janelle's killer for all of those years. She recalled how at the time of her disappearance, her husband had taken an uncharacteristic interest in the case, frequently scouring radio stations for news about the missing girl. He even forced his wife to read newspaper articles about Janelle's case. She also told them that a short while after news of the case broke out, her husband's car mysteriously caught fire and had to be disposed of at a salvage yard. She has since divorced her killer husband. Sorry, former husband. So, there we have it. After 33 years, Steve Pankey no doubt thought he got away with murder. Well, he thought wrong. These are the kind of photos that turn your stomach. Yadira Reyes was 26 years old when she went on a date with Michael Gargiulo, pictured here. He seemed like a nice guy at first, of course, but as their date progressed, he started to become forceful, aggressive. You can see just how comfortable Yadira was in these images. The date ended even worse, with Michael ushering Yadira into the back of his van, driving her to a secluded area, and then beginning to have his way with her against her will. She protested through the entire ordeal, until Michael finally gave in and got off her. He agreed to drive Yadira back to her home, but warned her to keep her mouth shut. Now that backstory is horrible enough, but an entire decade later, Yadira would receive a phone call that put the whole encounter into an even darker context. You see, you might know Michael Gargiulo by another alias, namely the Hollywood Ripper. Not that Yadira or anyone else at the time knew that, of course. He was responsible for the murder of at least 3 women when he and Yadira went on their date together, though his true number of victims could be as many as 10. It's unknown whether Gargiulo was responsible for stabbing his 18-year-old neighbor to death on her back doorstep when he was 17, though he allegedly moved from Glenview, Illinois to Los Angeles to escape the heat from the authorities. Several other incidents have been positively linked to him, though. In 2001, he stabbed Ashley Ellerin 47 times at her Hollywood home, inflicting a neck wound so deep that her head almost became detached from her body. On the night of her death, she had planned to go for dinner and drinks with her then romantic interest, Ashton Kutcher. The actor would later go on to testify at Gargiulo's trial, stating that he went to Ashley's home mere moments after she'd been murdered. He saw what he thought was red wine on her carpet. In 2005, Gargiulo again took a blade and repeatedly stabbed his neighbor to death in El Monte, California. In 2008, he again attempted to slash a different neighbor to death in Santa Monica. Definitely not a guy you want to live next to, I can tell you that much. Luckily, the woman he attacked was able to fend Gargiulo off, and investigators were able to match DNA found at the scene to Gargiulo. He was apprehended 1 month later. After numerous delays, Gargiulo's trial ended in 2019, where he was found guilty on all counts. His sentencing has also been delayed, so it's unknown whether he'll be spending the rest of his life in prison, or if he'll receive capital punishment. Only time will tell. Let's be honest, we've all got a few skeletons in our closet. Some of us, literally. This little mystery is absolutely bizarre and has a bunch of unanswered questions attached to it. Let's take a look at the body in the drag queen's closet. Dorian Corey was a relatively well-known trans woman, drag queen, and fashion designer living in Harlem. She'd regularly appeared in high-profile shows in the city, and even featured in the documentary Paris is Burning. Unfortunately for her, she never had much money to speak of. In 1993, Dorian passed away at the age of 56. It's not the circumstances of her death that are suspicious, though. 2 months after she passed, Dorian's friend and caretaker, Lois Taylor, and 2 of her pals were going through Dorian's closet in search of Halloween costumes. Dorian had given them permission to do so before she died. What they found inside was unexpected, to say the least. After rifling through feathers, fabrics, and sequins, they noticed a large, green-plaid garment bag on the floor that was far too heavy for any of them to lift. Unable to find the zipper, Lois cut it open with a pair of scissors, hoping to find some exciting Halloween props to use inside. Instead, she and her friends found something else. The partially mummified corpse of a man curled up in the fetal position with a bullet hole in his head. A putrid stench escaped the bag and filled the room, and Lois immediately called the authorities. An investigation was quickly underway. The body itself had been wrapped in fake leather and plastic bags. After unwrapping it, several pull tabs from old 1960s flip-top beer cans fell out. The victim's once brown skin had turned yellow and purple. Their ears were reduced to mere cartilage, and they had obviously been dead for a long, long time. So, naturally, the detectives on the case were faced with several questions. Whose body was this? How long had they been deceased? How did they end up in Dorian's closet? Was she keeping it there? If so, why? Using a chemical solution to harden the body's brittle fingers, the coroners were able to retrieve a set of fingerprints. They now knew who the mouldy remains belonged to. The cadaver was Robert Bobby Worley, a former criminal with an extensive record. He hadn't been seen or heard from since the mid to late 60s. That, along with the pull tabs, led them to conclude that Bobby had been dead for the past 20 years. Still, that didn't explain why he was in Dorian's house. Had he been inside her closet for the whole 20 years? Was the drag queen actually a murderer? That didn't seem likely. Dorian was a calm, thoughtful, and peaceful person. So, let's dive into this diva's rabbit hole and explore a few of the leading theories on the hows and whys. Theory number 1. Dorian and Bobby had a turbulent relationship that took a dark turn. Though Bobby was a very secretive person, he did allegedly open up to his brother about being in a relationship with a woman named Dorian, who he often fought with, sometimes physically. Bobby was a very aggressive person, so if the pair really were in a relationship, perhaps Dorian killed him in order to protect herself, or maybe even to get revenge. Theory number 2. This has never been confirmed by authorities, but supposedly a note was found pinned to Bobby's remains that simply read, "This poor man broke into my home and was trying to rob me." It was written in Dorian's handwriting. Like I said, Bobby had an extensive record. Perhaps he had broken into Dorian's home and she acted in self-defense. Finally, theory number 3. Dorian was covering up for the real murderer, hiding Bobby's body in her apartment to protect whoever had taken his life. Dorian had moved apartments in 1988, and it seems unlikely that she would have lugged a dead body to her new home. It's more likely that the body was already there in the apartment when she moved in. She may have moved to that new place specifically to help protect the previous occupant and safeguard their secret. Thing is, all of those theories fail to explain one important thing. Why didn't she get rid of the remains over the course of 20 years? Panic. According to Detective Figueroa, who worked the case, people just wrap up a body in whatever's available. It's just spontaneous. You wrap it up, then you put it in a suitcase, then you put it in the closet, then you just look at it periodically and wish that it would go away. On top of that, she lived in a bustling part of New York City, not exactly the easiest place to dispose of a body. After killing him, Dorian likely routinely covered Bobby in baking soda to suppress any odors. But then again, if she was innocent of any wrongdoing, why didn't she just come clean to the cops after killing him? Well, Dorian was a black trans woman living in a poor neighborhood. Given this incident had likely happened in the 60s, she probably feared that nobody would have any sympathy for her, even if she had acted in self-defense. Ultimately, we don't know which of these theories is correct, and because this isn't exactly a well-known case, no matter how far we dig into this rabbit hole, we'll probably never get a definitive answer. Back to Asia for this last one. A little known mystery that caught my attention. It really resonates with me because it happened in a city I used to call home. Hong Kong. Annie Ashekian was a bright soul. A paralegal with a free spirit, she loved nothing more than traveling the globe and getting into adventures. By the time she turned 30, she'd already explored around 30 countries, mostly solo. When she turned 31 back in 2008, Annie was ready to jet off on a new expedition, this time with 2 of her friends. She'd just returned home to Canada after holidaying with her boyfriend. That's when her pals told her about a trip to China they had planned. She made a spur-of-the-moment
Thank you
decision to
for the
join.
follow.
Her family found that a little out of character. Sure, Annie loved to travel, but she was more of the planning type of gal. The type who spent weeks deciding where she wanted to go, what her itinerary would be, researching which restaurants to eat at. Nevertheless, 2 days after arriving back home, she flew from Toronto to Beijing with her 2 companions, with the intention of exploring as much of China as possible. She was slated to return home via India in December. But something happened to Annie during that spontaneous trip. Something nefarious. And, for reasons that still remain unclear, she disappeared entirely. And today, 12 years later, her whereabouts and well-being remain unknown. Let's go over the details. Annie and her friends landed in Beijing on October 25th. Their first week there was according to plan, with the 3 of them exploring the city and the surrounding areas. On Friday, October 31st, that all changed. At 12:30 a.m., in the early hours of Halloween, Annie upped and left the hotel she was staying at with her travel companions. The 2 other girls didn't think this was unusual. Annie liked to go off by herself and explore at her own pace, and they just assumed she was still jet-lagged and couldn't sleep, and she wanted to do something more interesting than lie around in bed restlessly. Later that morning, Annie returned to the hotel room. Here's where things get strange. After returning, she took a bath, had a coffee, and, strangely, packed up all of her things and checked out of the hotel alone without telling either of her friends what she was doing, where she was going, or why she was leaving. That was the last time either of them saw Annie. Like I said, the young globetrotter liked to travel solo, but it didn't make sense that she'd just pack up and leave without so much as a goodbye or an explanation. This troubled her friends, who both tried to contact her. Annie never replied to their calls or messages. Here's what we know. Sometime between October 31st and November 8th, Annie travelled to Xi'an by train, a journey that takes roughly 5 hours. Xi'an is one of China's most popular tourist destinations, so no major cause for concern just yet. On Wednesday, November 5th, Annie sent a final email from her Hotmail account. After this, she never sends another email again. On November 9th, Annie caught a plane from Xi'an and arrived in Hong Kong. The following day, there was an unconfirmed sighting of her at a place called Chungking Mansions. Now, I've been to Chungking Mansions myself. Over the years, it's cleaned up a little bit,
For
but back
the
then, it was
glowing
known
boobs.
as the ghetto of Hong Kong. When I went, I was literally swarmed by aggressive people when I walked inside, all of them trying to sell me all sorts of stolen or illegal goods. Hong Kong was a really safe place when I was living there, but that was one of the few places everyone knew shady stuff was going down at. I can only imagine things were even worse back in 2008. Now, this sighting was unconfirmed, but if Annie really was there, was she visiting the mansions as a tourist? Staying in one of the really cheap hostels there? Or was her visit there for some other reason? On November 11th, Annie was caught on CCTV at Causeway Bay, withdrawing 2,800 Hong Kong dollars from an ATM. That's around $350 US. She appeared calm on the tape. At 8:30 a.m. that day, she sent her sister a text message saying to wish her niece a happy birthday. That was the last communication she had with any of her loved ones. On December 15th, Annie was scheduled to catch a plane from India back to Canada. She never made that flight. In fact, the records show that she never made it out of Hong Kong at all, not through an airport at least. Around Christmas, there was another unconfirmed sighting of Annie in Hong Kong's Wan Chai area. Wan Chai is a very seedy part of Hong Kong, the kind of place where they sell love by the hour. Despite its low crime rate, Hong Kong was, and still is, infamous for being a transit point for human trafficking. It's possible that her supposed sighting in Wan Chai could mean she herself was a victim of trafficking, but that doesn't explain her strange behavior leading up to her ultimate disappearance. It doesn't seem like she was forced to abandon her friends, then travel to Xi'an and then to Hong Kong, and it doesn't seem as if she was stressed at all in the video footage captured of her. Still, that unconfirmed sighting is the last piece of possible evidence we have, and where the trail for this particular case goes cold. What happened to Annie? Was she sold into servitude, or did she disappear on her own accord? Why did she so uncharacteristically leave her friends in Beijing without so much as a goodbye? Annie had a great career back in Canada, a happy relationship with her boyfriend, and the pair of them had bright future plans to move to Argentina together. It's so sad that that all went to waste. As of today, none of Annie's belongings have ever been recovered, and the authorities are no closer now to finding her than they were back then. He was born by the river in a little tent, and just like that river, he'd been running ever since. Sam Cooke was at the peak of his career in the late 50s, early 60s, but I'm sure even the youngsters among you are at least familiar with his biggest hits. For example, A Change Is Gonna Come, a song that's been covered countless times. What you might not be familiar with, though, is the uncertainty surrounding his death at the age of 33, when he was shot and killed in a California motel, apparently in self-defense. Or was he? The mystery surrounding this case isn't who pulled the trigger, but more to do with the circumstances of his killing, the reason behind it, and if it really happened the way the official report alleges. Let's start from the beginning. Known as the King of Soul, and credited by many as the pioneer of soul music, Sam Cooke's work contributed to the rise of other superstars like Aretha Franklin, Stevie Wonder, and Marvin Gaye. His career came to a literal dead end on the night of December 11th, 1964, when police were summoned to the Hacienda Motel in LA. They were responding to two separate reports of a kidnapping and a shooting. When they arrived, they found Sam Cooke on the floor with a hole in his chest. He'd been shot through the heart by the motel's manager, Bertha Franklin. She claimed to have killed him in self-defense, but Cooke's acquaintances quickly disputed this. This case is very much a he said, she said mystery, but with a few interesting clues mixed in, which might lead us to the correct answer. Here's the motel manager's version of events. According to Bertha Franklin, Cooke came banging on her office door in the middle of the night, shouting, "Where's the girl?" Bertha shouted back that she was alone in the office, and that whoever he was looking for, she wasn't in there with her. In a rage, Cooke then burst into the office, wearing nothing except for one shoe and a sport jacket. He then began to grapple with Bertha. She was able to break away from him, and ran to retrieve her firearm from the top of the TV she was watching. She fired 3 rounds, missing twice. One of the slugs hit its target though, Cooke's chest. He exclaimed, "Lady, you shot me," more astonished than angry. He then charged at her one final time, at which point she hit him over the head with a broom. He finally collapsed to the floor and died from his chest wound. Well, that's the story that Bertha told the investigators. So, who was this mystery woman that Cooke was looking for, and why was he so angry and adamant to find her? Well, Cooke had apparently arrived at the motel that evening, accompanied by a 22-year-old woman named Elisa Boyer. According to Elisa, she and Cooke met at a nightclub that evening, and Cooke had agreed to drive her home. Instead of doing so, she said he instead drove her to the Hacienda Motel and began to forcefully undress her in the room he had just paid for. Fearing for her safety, she scooped up her own clothes, and accidentally scooped up Cooke's as well, and ran outside. She then made her way to a payphone and reported what had just happened to her. So, sounds pretty cut and dry, right? Sam Cooke was extremely talented and famous, but he also had a dark side, and got what he deserved in the end after trying to have his way with an unconsenting woman. Well, maybe. But Elisa's story has been called into question by many people, as her version of events don't seem to line up with reality. Her account contains numerous inconsistencies. For example, she claims to have met Sam at the club, but was seen with him at a place called Martoni's Restaurant much earlier in the evening. Everyone had their eyes on Cooke at the restaurant. He was, after all, a dashing celebrity. According to eyewitnesses, he was seen waving around thousands of dollars and buying all of his friends drinks. Those who were eavesdropping into his conversation said that Elisa willingly went to the motel with him. When they arrived at the motel, Cooke left Elisa in the car while he went to book the room, which would have given her plenty of time to escape if she felt like she was in danger or had been forced to go there against her will. Not to mention, Elisa herself was somewhat of a sordid character, and was the kind of girl who didn't mind selling her time and her body, if you get my meaning. In fact, she was arrested for doing so only 1 month after Cook's demise, busted by an undercover officer. Given her history, and the fact that Cook was known to carry large amounts of cash on him, it's been theorized that he hired her services, and that when they reached the motel, she actually slipped out with Cook's clothing intentionally to stop him from chasing her, and to take all of the money inside his pockets. Perhaps Cook's fury wasn't because a victim had escaped his clutches, but because he'd just been robbed. His anger was likely exacerbated by all of the drinks he'd had at dinner. Still, if he really was grappling with Bertha, the manager, and if she really did fear for her own life, then that all doesn't matter, right? She was still justified in shooting him. Ah, the plot thickens again. Cook's friends examined his body at the morgue and found that it was in far worse shape than Bertha's story would have suggested. According to Bertha, an ex-madam with a criminal history of her own, by the way, she simply shot Cook and then hit him on the head with a broomstick. However, when legendary singer Etta James viewed her friend's remains, she was shocked to find Cook's head almost detached from his torso, his hands broken and crushed, and his nose mangled. These injuries were far beyond the official account. In her mind, and in the minds of many of his friends, family and supporters, Cook wasn't slain by the manager alone, and certainly not in the way that her story presented. Some have even speculated that Cook was intentionally murdered by his manager, Alan Klein, who owned all of the rights to Cook's recordings. As an interesting side note, Elisa Boyer, the woman Cook took to the motel that fateful night, was later charged with the murder of her own boyfriend, adding fuel to the conspiracy fire that Cook was indeed the victim of some sort of plan to take him out. In spite of that, no concrete evidence supporting a criminal conspiracy has been presented to date, and Cook's demise remains listed as a case of self-defense. So, that's the surprising mystery surrounding the death of the King of Soul. Did it really happen the way the official report claims, or is there more to this story than people are admitting to? Because of Sam Cooke's legendary status, this mystery will likely continue to captivate music fans for generations to come. Take a look at this seemingly normal photograph. This looks like a picture of your typical dorky uncle alongside his daughter, right? Well, the man in this photo is actually Dennis Rader, better known as the BTK Killer. Over the span of 17 years, he took the lives of 10 people in the Wichita, Kansas metro area, including an entire family. He used everything from ropes and plastic bags to belts and pantyhose to strangle his victims. What made his actions even more harrowing, however, was that he liked to tie up the remains of those that he had slayed and photograph them in strange, contorted positions. He did so because it gave him satisfaction. And that was his motivation. This photo, taken during his daughter's graduation, was captured less than 2 years before his arrest. Now, Dennis Rader was obviously a deplorable human being, and even in his day-to-day life, he did some pretty despicable things. He became a dog catcher in Park City. People noted how he took special joy in bullying single women. One neighbor even complained that he had killed her dog for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Still, for the most part, he managed to fit in well enough to avoid being detected by the authorities for 17 long years. He'd send investigators letters, taunting them for their inability to find him, along with little dolls with tied-up hands and feet, symbolizing those he had taken the lives of. But for all his boldness, Rader had one major weakness. He was completely tech illiterate. So, one day, he sent one of his infamous letters to the cops, asking if they'd be able to trace him if he sent them a floppy disk. They, of course, said they wouldn't be able to, and, unbelievably, he actually sent them one. The authorities couldn't believe their luck. On the floppy disk, investigators found some metadata on a deleted document. It said, "Last modified by Dennis." From this, they were able to narrow down the suspects until it was obvious who the perp was. But that's where this photo comes into play. Despite being able to link the floppy disk to Dennis Rader, this still wasn't considered enough to bring him in. They needed a DNA sample. His daughter, pictured in this photo, had just graduated from Kansas State University's medical center. While there, she had to have a pap smear done. the authorities got a court order to take the smear and test the DNA. From that, they established a familial link to the DNA found at the crime scenes, and that's what brought Dennis Rader down. Rader was very upset that the police had lied to him about the disc being safe to send. "I need to ask you," he said to the lead detective on the case. "How come you lied to me?" The detective simply answered, "Because I was trying to catch you." When his house was searched after his capture, the cops came across a treasure trove of pictorial evidence. Some were of BTK's victims, but others were of himself, masked and dressed up in women's clothes. He had taken these pictures to reenact his crimes. These images helped to give us an insight into his mind at the time he was active. Unsettling stuff, to say the least. There's nothing like a good spook at night time, and almost all of us have childhood memories of sitting around a campfire with our friends, telling scary stories. There's a strange shared pleasure in group fear. Still, for all of the tales we heard about killers with hooks for hands watching us from the dark tree line beyond the fire pit, none of us ever really believed they were true, or that we were ever in any real danger. Well, had we heard about this next case, we all might have felt a little less secure around those campfires growing up. This is Tulsa's most infamous cold case, the Oklahoma Girl Scout murders. It was 1977, and camp season had just started in Oklahoma. Camp Scott was one of the finest Girl Scout camps in the state, and was celebrating its 50th anniversary. Based 50 kilometers outside of Tulsa, it boasted 410 acres of land, with its very own creek, and clusters of platform tents spread out among the trees. A little slice of heaven on earth for any nature-loving kid. In preparation for the big camp out of the season, the counselors and counselors in training held a training session by themselves to ensure everyone knew what they were doing, and that all of the young scouts would be totally safe during the week-long break. During this training exercise, one counselor brought along a box of donuts to share out during the evening, which she left with her personal belongings. After returning from the day's activities, she found that the box had been opened, and that all of the donuts were gone. In their place was a sinister note which said that 3 campers were going to be murdered. She took that sinister note to her supervisors, and they all brushed it off. Clearly this was just some tasteless prank, nothing to be concerned about, right? It was Sunday, June 12th, and the first buses full of Girl Scouts arrived at Camp Scott. School had just been let out for summer, so spirits were obviously high. The weather didn't match the youngsters' vibes though, what with it being a misty and rainy day. All of the scouts were split into age-appropriate groups and sent to their designated tents, each of which held about 4 to 6 campers. The rest of the evening was filled with a whole host of fun activities, ranging from archery, to swimming, to making s'mores around a campfire. And, of course, telling a few ghost stories while doing so. But the festivities of that first night were short-lived, as the weather took a turn for the worse, and a sudden thunderstorm forced everyone to run back to their tents. There, they would be safe from the elements, but not from the unknown person who had been watching them the whole day. The Kiowa unit of tents was arranged in a horseshoe pattern, with a campfire and common area in the center. What made the Kiowa unit a little different was that it had an extra tent number 8, which was situated a little further back from all the other tents, much closer to the trees. That, paired with the heavy rain and complete darkness, made it difficult for the Kiowa unit's counselor to see into tent number 8. 6 a.m. on the 13th, and one of the counselors woke up early to go and shower. As she cut through the trail that led to the bathhouse, she made a gruesome and heartbreaking discovery. 3 sleeping bags were lying in the middle of the trail, piled on top of one another. Bewildered, she unzipped the top bag. After doing so, she ran back to the camp and told the other counselors what she had just found. The 3 sleeping bags contained the bodies of Lori Lee Farmer, Michelle Heather Goose, and Doris Denise Miller, 8, 9, and 10, respectively. All 3 had been beaten to death with a flashlight found at the scene.
My
Whoever
god.
had taken their lives had also done other things to them, which I can't bring myself to talk about in
Insane
this
story.
video. I'm sure you can imagine what. None of their parents could have predicted what would happen to their daughters when they dropped them off for what was supposed to be a fun-filled break. The camp was of course immediately evacuated, and sniffer dogs were brought in to track down evidence. Here's what was found. A footprint belonging to a man who wore a size 9.5 was imprinted in blood found in tent number 8. There was a single, unknown fingerprint found on the lens of the flashlight which was used to hit the victims. A local in the area also reported hearing, quote-unquote, quite a bit of traffic on a small remote road between the camp and his property between 2:30 and 3 a.m. That appears to be the time that the murders took place. Detectives started scouring Oklahoma for suspects and set their sights on a man called Gene Leroy Hart, a guy with a sordid reputation to say the least. He'd been in and out of jail for a bunch of different offences over the years and was on the run after a successful prison break. His family home was only 1 mile away from Camp Scott, so, needless to say, he knew the area well. He was found hiding out in a Cherokee medicine man's house later that same year and was taken to trial, with the sheriff himself claiming to be 1000% certain he was guilty of taking the scouts' lives. Despite that, things just didn't add up. For instance, Hart didn't wear a 9.5 shoe. It also wasn't his fingerprint on the flashlight. He had a solid alibi, and various other pieces of evidence pointed to him not being the perp. DNA evidence at the scene would later be analysed, and the results showed that the odds of Hart being the killer were 1 in 7,700. Accusations started to be made about him being framed. The jury acquitted him. Still, Hart was sent back to the same prison he had escaped from. He still had 305 of a 308-year sentence to finish. He only served 2 of those, however, as he died in 1979 of a heart attack after lifting weights for an hour in the exercise yard. So, yeah, if you're not in great shape, make sure to take it easy. If Hart wasn't responsible for the Girl Scout murders, though, who was? Well, this all happened over 40 years ago now, and the case remains unsolved. Investigators still don't know if they're looking for one guy or several. As such, the who, what, and why are likely to remain unknown for a long time. There's a plethora of theories floating around, but no smoking gun to speak of. I still believe the murders will be solved, said a childhood friend of Laurie's, many years after the incident. I believe somewhere out there, someone knows something. I hope they realize it's time they came forward. As a side note, 2 of the victims' families sued the camp for $5 million, claiming they'd been negligent by ignoring the threatening note in the donut box. By a 9-3 vote, jurors decided in favor of the camp. Born and raised in Manchester, New Hampshire, Lorraine Ann Ram lived a pretty ordinary life for a young teenager. A student at Parkside Junior High, she made good grades and was well liked by her classmates. Back in 1980, she lived with her mother Judith in a 3rd-floor apartment on Merrimack Street. On April 26th of that year, Judith was out of town with her boyfriend. He was a professional tennis player and was taking part in a big tournament. Usually, Lorraine would have to join them, but this particular evening, she asked if it would be okay to stay home alone. Judith agreed, saying that she'd be back around midnight and to stay out of trouble. That night, Lorraine secretly invited 2 of her best friends over to the apartment to hang out. 1 male, 1 female. The 3 of them sat around drinking Lorraine's mother's wine and having a good night. Sometime into the evening, however, the male friend said he could hear voices coming from the hallway outside the apartment. Worried that it was Lorraine's mother coming home early and that they were about to be caught drinking, he hurried out the back door. Lorraine locked the door behind him. Well, Judith didn't come in, so it clearly wasn't her making the noises outside. The 2 young ladies, now alone, thought nothing of the sounds their male friends supposedly heard, and they both went back to drinking and enjoying themselves. Sometime around 1 a.m., Lorraine's mother Judith finally arrived back home. She noticed that the light bulbs in the hallway on all 3 floors of the apartment building had been unscrewed, and everything was dark. Now that was strange. Stranger still, the front door to her apartment was already unlocked. She entered and popped her head into Lorraine's room. There, she saw her sleeping in her bed. Exhausted, Judith got into her room and fell asleep. The next morning, Judith made a horrific discovery. The girl sleeping in Lorraine's bed wasn't Lorraine. It was her friend who had passed out from all of the wine. Lorraine was gone. Her clothes, brand new sneakers, and purse were in the living room, and the back door was wide open, something Judith hadn't noticed when she'd arrived home. The friend said that she had last seen Lorraine sleeping on the couch. Judith remembered the unscrewed light bulbs in the apartment hallways, and immediately she imagined the worst. She called the authorities immediately. 3 months passed by, and Lorraine was still missing. On October 1st, her mother Judith found that she had been charged for 3 California phone calls. She didn't have any friends or relatives who lived in Cali. 2 of the calls had been made from a motel in Santa Monica to another motel in Santa Ana. The 3rd call was placed to a teen support hotline. Judith was sure it was her daughter who had made those calls. The doctor who operated the hotline at first denied knowing anything about it, but in 1985, he changed his story. This doctor said that runaway girls occasionally visited his wife at their home for intimate health checkups, and that at around that time in 1980, one of the young women may have been from New Hampshire. He said that a woman named Annie Sprinkle may have more information about Lorraine's vanishing. The cops tracked her down. Annie Sprinkle was formerly a movie star of the more explicit variety, let's put it like that, and detectives sifted through all of her movies in an attempt to spot Lorraine. They found no evidence linking Sprinkle to Lorraine's disappearance. A private investigator hired by Lorraine's mother also learned that a man known only as Dr. Z may have used one of the aforementioned California motels to make several movies using underage actors, though ultimately this lead also resulted in nothing. It's never been categorically proven that Lorraine was ever at those motels, or that she made those 3 phone calls. For years after Lorraine disappeared, Judith frequently received mysterious phone calls. They always came at around 3:45 a.m., and the caller would only breathe into the receiver. The frequency of these calls always increased around the Christmas holidays, and the unidentified person on the other end of the line never said a word. The identity of this mystery caller remains unknown to this day. 5 years after Lorraine's disappearance, the male friend who was hanging out at her apartment that fateful night took his own life. He was never considered a suspect in Lorraine's disappearance. Perhaps the strangest thing about this case is this. 6 weeks after Lorraine's disappearance, Denise Denault, a young woman who lived only 2 blocks away from Lorraine, went missing from a bar in Manchester. Despite their age difference, Denise and Lorraine closely resembled each other. That seems like a massive coincidence. Could the 2 cases be linked in some way? This picture shows what Lorraine might look like now if she's still alive. She stands at 5'4", has brown hair, blue eyes, and a prominent scar on her upper leg. If you have any information pertaining to her case, please contact the Manchester Police Department.
Why is this so difficult? No.
This is a bit of a crazy one. The man in this photo is Franklin Delano Floyd. In 1974, he married a woman named Sandy Chipman, who already had 4 children of her own. Floyd invited Sandy and her children to move into his home in Dallas, Texas. For a brief time, they were happy. But then, in 1975, Sandy was sentenced to 30 days in jail for writing bad checks. During that time, she left her children in the custody of Floyd. Pretty natural thing to do, right? Strangely, her husband didn't come to visit her while she was incarcerated. Upon release, she returned to the family home in Dallas. Floyd was nowhere to be found. He had gone, and what's more, he had taken 2 of Sandy's children with him. Her eldest child, Suzanne, and her youngest, Philip. To this day, Philip has never been found, and it's unknown what happened to him. The girl pictured here with Floyd, however, is Suzanne, and we know what happened to her. Floyd had taken her to start a new life with, and this photo was taken shortly after they moved. He claimed Suzanne as his own biological daughter, and changed both of their names. he raised her as his own. In 1989, Floyd married another woman called Tonya Hughes. She also already had a son named Michael. Floyd and Tonya had a strange relationship, to say the least. He wasn't the gentlest of husbands, put it like that, and despite being a smart girl who earned a full scholarship to study aerospace engineering, Tonya didn't go to college, and instead became a dancer of the more risque variety. When Floyd discovered his wife was secretly having an affair with a college student, he became enraged. One evening, soon after her affair was discovered, Tonya mysteriously lost her life after being hit by a car. There were no witnesses, and the driver sped away without even trying to help her. At the time, Floyd wasn't suspected of anything, but is now considered to have been the man behind the wheel that fateful night. Now that Tonya was out of the picture, Floyd tried to adopt her son, Michael, but was denied custody. Floyd wasn't biologically related to Michael, and what's more, had placed him in foster care after Tonya's untimely demise. But now, he wanted him back, and the courts weren't going to give him to him. As such, Floyd subsequently walked into Michael's school in the middle of the day, and, with a loaded weapon in his hand, forced the principal to take him to Michael's classroom. He then took Michael and the principal to his pickup truck, and drove off with both of them. He ditched the principal in a wooded area, handcuffing him to a tree. Michael was never seen again, and, just like Philip, it's unknown what happened to him. In 2015, Floyd actually confessed to taking Michael's life the same day he took him from the school, though that claim remains unsubstantiated, as the boy's remains have never been recovered. The craziest part about that whole story I just told you? Floyd's second wife, Tonya Hughes, was actually the young girl he had stolen from his first wife, the youngster in this photograph, Suzanne Chipman. Like I said, he had changed her name and raised her as his own. Their relationship was more than that of a father and daughter, however. When she was of marrying age, he took her as his wife, and, despite her good grades at school, forced her to start working as a dancer to earn money. At one point, she ended up running away with her high school boyfriend, with whom she had Michael, her son, but Floyd tracked them both down and took her back. As an interesting side note, when one of Tonya's co-workers at the dance club, Cheryl Comesso, reported Tonya for misstating her income and lost her government benefits, Comesso mysteriously disappeared. That was in 1989. 97 photographs were later discovered of Comesso, bound and beaten. Her skeletal remains were later found in 1995, with 2 shots in the back of her skull. Her slaying was linked to Floyd and Tonya, likely a revenge hit. Floyd was eventually apprehended 2 months after taking Michael from the school, and, for his life of sin, was given the death penalty. As it stands, that sentence is yet to be carried out. Franklin Delano Floyd is currently 77 years old. Fahim Saleh was a young man with big ideas. Described by his friends as the Elon Musk of the developing world, he started his first business while he was still in high school. He then went on to co-found 3 multi-million-dollar companies in Bangladesh, Nepal, and Nigeria. But despite achieving such success, Fahim wasn't the type of guy to just cash out and live a party lifestyle. Instead, he turned his sights to the land of opportunity, America, where he founded a Manhattan-based venture capital firm in 2018. By the start of this year, his estimated net worth was around $150 million. With so much cash in his coffers, the only limited resource this young CEO had was time. Unfortunately, that resource was about to run out. On July 14th, 2020, Fahim's sister went to his luxury $2 million apartment in New York to check up on him. Fahim's neighbors had contacted her the day prior, saying they heard loud screaming coming from his place. Since he wasn't picking up his phone, she went over to see what all the commotion was about. When she opened the door, she was immediately hit by a nauseating, metallic smell. She stepped inside and noticed something on the ground. It didn't quite register at first, but after a moment, she realized what she was looking at. It was Fahim's torso, lying next to an electric power saw. His head, arms and legs had been cut off and placed into garbage bags elsewhere in the apartment. Investigators said that the young entrepreneur had been butchered the night before, and that Fahim's sister had likely interrupted the killer's cleanup job. Whoever had taken her brother's life had more than likely escaped through the back entrance when he realized she was coming inside. Once news broke about Fahim's murder, the tech world went into shock. Theories started to fly around about who had taken his life. Could this have been some sort of organized hit? On his way to the top, Fahim had probably made his fair share of enemies, and definitely his fair share of competitors. Was this simply a robbery gone wrong? When you live in such a fancy condominium, you're bound to attract the eyes of some evil people, right? One of the first things the detectives did was check the complex's security tapes. What they found was of extreme interest. On the night of his death, Fahim was captured on CCTV entering the building with a man dressed entirely in black, including a black face mask. This unknown individual was carrying a briefcase. The two men entered the key-secured elevator that led to Fahim's 7th floor apartment. When the door to the elevator opened, Fahim could be seen struggling with the man in black before being forced into his flat. So, who was behind Fahim's untimely demise? Well, this has to be one of the shortest mysteries I've ever covered, as it thankfully only took 3 days to crack. On July 17th, Fahim's assistant, Tyrese Haspil, was arrested and charged with the slaying. It came to light that Tyrese had recently been caught stealing $90,000 from Fahim and was subsequently fired. Rather than going to the authorities, Fahim gave Tyrese an opportunity to pay back the money and avoid criminal charges. By all accounts, Fahim was a pretty nice guy who liked to give people a chance, and especially young folks. In this instance, however, he shouldn't have, as Tyrese responded by masking up, following his former boss into his apartment building, and using a taser to incapacitate him before stabbing him several times in his apartment. He then used the electric saw that he'd brought in his briefcase to slice up Fahim into easily disposable pieces. Tyrese was far from a mastermind, however, as he had used his own credit card to buy the saw and the taser, both of which were found at the scene since he ran from the apartment after Fahim's sister came. Their serial numbers were linked to his purchases, and he was also captured on CCTV shopping for them, as well as shopping for cleaning supplies. As it stands, Tyrese has pleaded not guilty to taking Fahim's life, though with so much evidence against him, it seems like a pretty open and shut case. Regardless, I had to include this one for how recent and grisly it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, before the next entry, I have to return some videotapes. Let's explore a mystery that's come to be known as the Chinese Hinterkaifeck. All you true crime fans out there will know what that means. On the morning of December 27th, 2007, 2 workers arrive for work at a family lime factory in Huanggang City, China. What they were confronted with when they opened the doors that day is hard to imagine. 8 of their co-workers, some of them their family members, were lying in various locations around the factory, completely butchered. They first discovered their boss's wife lying in a pool of her own blood at the gate of the lime kiln, her throat slashed open. Nearby was her husband, their boss, who appeared to have been stabbed multiple times in the neck and face. The 2 men desperately ran to the dormitory, hoping to find survivors. They only found more horror. Inside the dorms were the bodies of 5 more workers, including a married couple and their 9-year-old child. Detectives later found one final body in a ditch outside the factory. This individual was found near a motorcycle, and it seems likely he was trying to escape the carnage before being chased down and killed. Perhaps he crashed into the ditch by accident, or succumbed to a wound he sustained. Either way, his body too was full of puncture wounds. Nothing was taken from the factory. The investigators decided that the whole killing spree must have taken place between 8 p.m. the following night and 8 a.m. the morning they were discovered by the 2 men. It was determined that those 2 men only survived because they had their own local housing to go home to, and, unlike the other non-local workers, didn't have to sleep at the factory, a common practice in China. What boggles my mind most about this case, though, is that all 8 workers were killed by one perp, and they all died by the same blade. Can you imagine taking the lives of 8 people consecutively like that? How much rage and hate you'd have to have inside you. What on earth was this psycho's motivation? It appears as if he had a clear understanding of the factory's layout and knew to strike when the neighbouring cement factory was being particularly noisy so that nobody outside would hear the workers' screams. Perhaps he was a former worker who had a vendetta against the owner. Perhaps there was only one intended victim and everyone else was just collateral. The use of a knife makes it seem like the killer had a personal grievance to settle. But keep in mind that firearms are hard to come by in China, and slayings there often involve a more personal or creative instrument. For instance, one of the province's most infamous crimes was the murder of 17 via tractor in 2010. Still, how was this perp able to take out 8 people without anyone overpowering him or escaping? Did he attack them stealthily? Hold one of them captive for compliance? Was he an experienced assassin? Was he potentially working with the guy on the motorcycle, but turned against him in the end? In the weeks prior to it, the workers at the factory had reported that some of their possessions were disappearing and then reappearing in random places, as if somebody was coming in and moving them. Could this have been the work of the killer, messing with his future victims? In the 5 years leading up to this case, Chinese forensics and analysis improved leaps and bounds, and the investigators were able to determine that their suspect was 5'5" and wore EU size 40 leather shoes. Despite learning that information, the investigation turned up no suspects. And all these years later, the authorities have no clue who took the lives of those 8 victims, or why they did what they did. Some of you might already be aware of
Thanks
the
for the
Johnny Gosh
follow.
mystery, but for those of you who haven't ventured down this particular rabbit hole yet, I can assure you that it's full of twists and turns, and it's one you're likely to get lost down. 38 years ago, on the morning of September 5th, 1982, Johnny Gosh, a 12-year-old from Iowa, left his house before dawn to start his paper route. He was delivering papers to the good people of West Des Moines. Johnny usually woke up his father to join him, but on that particular Sunday morning, he instead snuck off without him and brought the family's miniature dachshund, Gretchen, for company. He was seen by other paper carriers picking up his newspapers that morning. At some point between 6 and 7 a.m., while delivering those papers, Johnny disappeared without a trace and has never been seen or heard from again. Or has he? Let's go over the details. Just before he went missing, 2 local residents reported seeing Johnny talking with an unknown man in a blue Ford Fairmont with Nebraska plates, though they hadn't committed that number plate to memory. There appeared to be another man in the passenger seat. Neither of them could hear what Johnny was talking about with this man. It appeared as if the man in the car had stopped Johnny to ask for directions, though the witnesses can't be sure, since they were only watching from their bedroom windows. Either way, they both said that something didn't feel right about the interaction, and that Johnny seemed to get spooked. One of these neighbors said that afterwards, as Johnny cycled off back towards his home, the car began following him. The other neighbor who witnessed this underwent hypnosis in an effort to remember the license plate number, though sadly, he never was able to remember it. I keep hoping I'll wake up in the middle of the night and see that number on the license plate as distinctly as night and day, said the neighbor. But that hasn't happened. Realizing that Johnny had gone off by himself, and that a local resident had called complaining about their morning paper not being delivered, Mr. Gosh, Johnny's father, immediately went out searching for him along his usual route. It was then that he found Johnny's wagon full of newspapers, abandoned 2 blocks away from their family home. Gretchen, the family dog, was also found on a different street. There was no sign of Johnny anywhere. Fearing the worst, his father contacted the police immediately and reported his son missing. Unfortunately, the authorities were slow to react. Procedure at the time was that Johnny had to be gone for at least 72 hours before he could be classified as a missing person, a frustrating policy that, thankfully, is no longer in place today. To begin with, the cops assumed Johnny was simply a runaway. That didn't make any sense to anyone that knew the kid. By all accounts, he had a happy home life and was a level-headed young man who showed absolutely no signs of wanting to run off by himself. Soon, the investigators came around to the idea that someone had taken him. 2 months passed with no sign of Johnny. Then, suddenly, there was a report in Oklahoma of a young boy screaming to a woman, I'm Johnny Gosh. Help me. This young boy was then dragged away by 2 unknown men. Noreen, Johnny's mother, believes that based on the boy's description, this was indeed her son. In the years that followed, little other evidence was ever collected by the detectives, and there were no other leads of any kind. It was like poor Johnny had just faded away. His parents took matters into their own hands, and hired several private investigators to turn up whatever they could. They were even able to get their son's face plastered on milk cartons across the USA. Ultimately, this turned up no new information.
You
2
like
years later,
mechas?
another kid from that same neighborhood also went missing under suspicious circumstances, leading many people to draw a connection between the 2 cases. So far this sounds like a pretty standard missing persons case, right? But here's where things take a strange and interesting turn, and where the rabbit hole becomes that little bit deeper. According to Johnny's mother, Noreen, almost 15 years after her son's disappearance, in March 1997, at around 2:30 a.m., she was awoken by a loud knock on her front door. Startled as one would be, she looked through the peephole to see who was waiting outside. She saw 2 blurry figures.
Oh man, this is so tough.
Mum, it's me, Johnny. Can I come in? Noreen couldn't believe her ears, and as they adjusted, she couldn't believe her eyes either. It was Johnny standing outside, now no longer a boy, but a 27-year-old man. She said there was no mistaking that it was him, and when she opened the door, he revealed a unique birthmark on his chest, proving his identity. Apparently, he was accompanied by another, unidentified man. We talked for about an hour or an hour and a half, said Noreen. He was with another man, but I have no idea who the person was. Johnny would look over to the other person for approval to speak. He didn't say where he was living or where he was going. That night, Johnny asked his mother for help and told her that he had indeed been trafficked when he was younger and that he had now escaped and was in hiding, that his life was still in danger and that he couldn't stay. Johnny and the unidentified man left just before sunrise, and Noreen never heard from her son again after that. Question is, did this visit genuinely happen, or did a grieving Noreen simply imagine the entire encounter? Could it have been some kind of sick, well-researched prank? That all remains unclear. In 2000, Noreen published a book that detailed her supposed encounter with her son, titled Why Johnny Can't Come Home. Then, in 2006, she reported that a set of photographs had been left on her doorstep. She notified the authorities and posted some of the pictures on her website. One photo shows 3 young lads, bound and gagged. Another shows what appears to be a young Johnny, again gagged and tied up, with a branding on his shoulder. Who had sent these pictures? 12 days after they arrived on her doorstep, the Des Moines police station received this anonymous letter. Gentlemen, someone has played a reprehensible joke on a grieving mother. The photo in question is not one of her son, but of 3 boys in Tampa, Florida, about 1979-1980, challenging each other to an escape contest. There was an investigation concerning that picture, made by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. No charges were filed, and no wrongdoing was established. The lead detective on the case was named Zalva. This allegation should be easy enough to check out.
Cool.
Nelson Zalva was indeed a real
Welcome to
officer, and said that whoever had written the letter was telling the truth, that the first photo was of some kids just playing a game. He had seen it and investigated it before. However, that other photo, the one showing what appeared to be Johnny, was new. He'd never seen it before. No one has ever conclusively identified who the boy in the photo is, and whether or not he was just playing a game too. Noreen believes wholeheartedly that it's Johnny. More photos would arrive on her doorstep over the years, some of them being confirmed hoaxes. Stills from horror movies, and fakes made by sick losers tormenting a bereaved mother. Some of them, though, remain unidentified. Noreen's posted most of them online, in hopes that someone might come forward with information about them, in hopes that they'll somehow lead her to the truth. Theories about what happened to Johnny are numerous and varied, ranging from him being taken by a ring of high-profile predators to be sold, to him simply being murdered by an opportunist, to a whole load of other possibilities. Honestly, this rabbit hole is deeper than the Mariana Trench, so it's no wonder there are so many opinions about it. There are loads of documentaries and podcasts about Johnny's vanishing online, so I'd recommend checking those out for a more detailed analysis of the case. Ultimately, despite Noreen's belief that her son visited her all those years after disappearing, nobody really knows whether Johnny's alive or dead. Well, some
I feel like she need a
I
glove.
suppose.
What do you guys think? I feel that she's very empty on the glove, the hand area.
Born Nur Mazna Ismail in 1956, Mona Fandi grew up in Kangar, Perlis, and from a young age craved attention. She loved nothing more than singing and water ballet, and had big dreams of becoming a global superstar. When she met Mohammed Noor Afandi Abdul Rahman, her biggest fan with enough cash to fund her dream, Mona wasted no time in getting him to put a ring on her finger. Now with a wealthy husband to pay for studio time, she was able to release a full-length pop album called Diana. She even managed to get onto several TV shows and sing a few tracks for the whole nation to hear. Link to one of those performances down in the bio. Mona's beautiful melodies and dulcet tones quickly captured the hearts of Malaysians and people everywhere, and within months was the most successful artist in the country's history. Is what she would have wanted to happen. In reality, her record was actually a flop, and it quickly became apparent that her career as a pop singer wasn't going to take off like she expected. But not making a name for herself wasn't an option for Mona. If she wasn't going to have fame, she was going to have infamy. As such, she hung up her microphone and started dabbling in witchcraft. You know, as you do. This very drastic change in direction proved to be surprisingly lucrative for Mona. She started advertising her services as a bomo, basically a local shaman, and over time, she built up a client base. In exchange for an extortionate amount of money, she'd perform a whole host of maleficent services. Curse her clients' enemies, gift them lucky charms, extend their lives. Whatever they needed, she knew a ritual that would make it happen. At least that's what she had people believing. And not just any people. She had some truly powerful, high-profile clients. Real VIPs, including politicians from the country's ruling party. Pretty soon, she was able to afford things like luxury cars, huge mansions, the finest jewelry money could buy. Mona had finally become the success that she had always wanted to be. But there was one thing missing. Her name was known and celebrated only by an elite, chosen few, not by the whole nation. That was all about to change. In 1993, Malaysian politician Mazlan Idris approached Mona and asked for her help. Mazlan wanted to become chief minister and believed that with the help of Mona's black magic, he'd get the post. He offered her 2.5 million ringgit for her services, about 600,000
Wow,
American
that's a
dollars.
lot of money.
He gave her 500,000 ringgit as a down payment, and 10 land titles as surety for the rest. Well, of course, Mona agreed to bless him, and this blessing came in two parts. Firstly, she gave Mazlan a talisman consisting of a magic cane and a headpiece, which both supposedly once belonged to Indonesian President Sukarno. She told him that these items would make him invincible. Secondly, she told Mazlan to come to her home and take part in a so-called cleansing ritual. According to Mona, this would purify Mazlan's spirit and ensure him the chief minister position. The superstitious Mazlan agreed. Mazlan arrived at Mona's home in Rao, Pahang. He found her waiting inside, along with her husband, Mohammed, and one of their assistants, Juraimi Hassan. With candles lit and the mood set, Mona told Mazlan to lie on the floor. She slowly placed flowers on his body, chanting as she did to repel any negative spirits. So far, so good. When she'd finished placing the flowers, she told Mazlan to close his eyes and wait for, quote-unquote, the money to fall from the sky. Well, that sounded pretty good. He closed his eyes and waited. But it wasn't money that came raining down upon him. Without warning, Juraimi, Mona's assistant, chopped off Mazlan's head with an axe that she had just handed him.
What the
It went
fuck?
rolling across the floor.
What story is
The
this?
talisman of invincibility clearly didn't work. Mona, along with her husband and assistant, then cut Mazlan into 18 pieces, skinned them, and buried most of him in a storeroom near the house. Some parts of him were never found, and it's theorized that the trio may have eaten some of Mazlan's remains as part of their own
What?
shamanistic ritual. After this brutal act, Mona and her accomplices went on with their lives as if nothing had happened. Only difference was they now all had a bunch of extra cash in their pockets. They all went on spending sprees, and Mona herself bought a Mercedes-Benz and invested in a facelift, no doubt hoping that her career as a pop star might actually take off someday. It wasn't long before Maslan's disappearance was noticed, however. Still, even though he was officially reported missing, for a while, the authorities had no leads to work with. That soon changed. In July of that year, Mona's assistant, Jeremy, was picked up by the cops on unrelated charges, and, while off his head on who knows what, got confused and told them everything that the trio had done that fateful night. He even led them to the storeroom where they'd hidden what was left of Maslan. His remains had been buried 6 feet deep and covered with a cement seal. Still, that's not much use if your accomplice can't stop himself from confessing. It wasn't long before investigators tracked down Mona and her husband as well, and soon a very public trial was underway. Mona quickly became the most talked about woman in all of Malaysia. She basked in the spotlight of it all, never hiding her face from the cameras, and almost always wearing
Hello,
glamorous
small
and colourful
hands.
dresses as she was paraded by guards to and from courtrooms. Rather than avert her eyes from onlookers, she instead smiled and posed as news teams snapped her photo, never missing an opportunity for her newly lifted face to make the front page of newspapers. On various occasions, she was overheard saying things like, "Looks like I have many fans." In her eyes, she was finally famous, a
This girl
household
is
name,
crazy,
albeit for
man.
one of the worst reasons possible. After 2 months, a verdict was finally returned. It took the jury just over an hour to reach their decision. All 3 of the group were found guilty and sentenced to death. Mona's reaction to hearing her life would soon end? She said, "I'm happy, and thank you to all Malaysians." She
What
left the
the
courtroom, smiling.
What?
The day before their sentence was carried out, Mona and her accomplices requested a last meal of KFC. She
Oh
met with her
shit, I
family
wanna
one
eat
last
KFC
time
now.
and said her goodbyes. Then, on the 2nd of November, 2001, at 5:59 a.m., Mona, her husband, and her assistant, Jeremy, were all hanged. Her final chilling words? "Aku takkan mati." I will never die. She was completely calm during the entire ordeal and was reportedly smiling when the black hood was placed over her head. 2 of her abandoned mansions still stand and are frequently visited by local ghost hunters, all hoping to meet with the wandering spirit of Mona Fandi, Pahang's most notorious shaman. Let's take a trip in both geography and time and examine a
Do
truly
you like
bizarre
hand?
incident. Evora,
What
Portugal.
do you mean?
2nd of November, 1959. From his headmaster's office at a local college, Dr. Guides do Amaral noticed
Drawing
something
hands
strange
or
just floating far off in the sky
hands in
outside his window.
general?
It was a bright blue, cloudless day, and this
No
seemingly
comment,
metallic
to be
sphere that was just
honest.
hovering in the sky was completely out of place. And then again, his old eyes
I think I
weren't as
like
sharp as
drawing
they once
face
were.
the most.
So, along with some other teachers, he set up a telescope in the courtyard and took a
I
more
feel that,
magnified look at the thing.
Whatever gets
he
the
examined
result,
He
right?
could hardly believe
Drawing
what he
is
was
just a
there, in the
it's
sky,
just a
was a
process.
whitish blue, shimmering object, moving in a completely unnatural way. It would hover in place for long periods, and then zip in a random direction at what Dr. Amaral described as a speed that defied the laws of physics. He knew this definitely wasn't a bird or a plane,
Who would
There
like
were
to
no
draw
wings or
hand?
propellers to
That's
speak
the
of,
hardest,
just a
that's the
metallic
most
orb
tricky thing to
suspended in
do.
space. As they were observing it, it vanished into thin air. Then, without warning, and seemingly out of nowhere, another, much larger flying object appeared above them. It was physically similar to the first, apart from the fact that it was several times bigger and comprised of 2 spheres instead of 1.
Things
The top sphere
AI.
was solid, but the one beneath it moved in a
True.
wavy, jellyfish-like motion.
By the way, is my stream
This one
considered
too would just hover in
live?
place
Because
before moving
I-
at a ridiculously quick pace somewhere else.
I cannot seem to
Occasionally
find my
it dropped
old
altitude, only
some
to
of
shoot
my
back up into the sky at
replay.
record-breaking speed, going so high as to almost disappear from their view.
it was stated that it's not
Dr. Amaral asked
live
his nearby
or
co-workers
something.
and students to look through his telescope and confirm that he wasn't going senile. Much like him, they too couldn't believe their eyes. nor could the hundreds of other witnesses across town who also saw the oscillating object above them. After approximately 30 minutes of loitering, the unidentified flying object silently sped off and disappeared. The astonishment of the town's residents soon turned to unease when a strange, cobweb-like substance started falling from the sky down upon them. Long strands of this white, stringy material rained down and formed in large clumps on the ground and rooftops. This still unidentified substance would later become known as angel hair rain. Dr. Amaral and his students examined the falling angel hair. At first, they theorized that it must be the work of some breed of flying spider dropping silky webs from above. Such things are exceptionally common in Australia and New Zealand, though admittedly very rare in Europe. Still, that didn't seem to make much sense.
Don't forget to
There's
say
no way a
it
whole
right.
army of spiders could have produced this much webbing, and there weren't any pesky arachnids visible anywhere. Dr. Amaral and his students tried to pick up some of the strange substance, only to realize that the hairs melted in their warm hands. During the 4 hours that it fell over the small provincial town, Dr. Amaral was able to scoop up a small clump of the white filaments into a petri dish. 62 miles away, a team of fighter pilots were preparing for takeoff at Portugal's Sintra Air Base. Several of the pilots, including Captain Tomás Silva, noticed a strange, slimy substance forming on their canopies. It was the same white filaments that were falling over Evora, collecting on their jets like snow in winter. After washing off the substance and finishing their mission, Captain Tomás Silva called his father, Admiral Conceição Silva, an enthusiastic amateur physicist and astronomer, and asked him for his opinion on what the substance could be. Stumped, Admiral Silva himself called up his friend in Evora. That friend just so happened to be Dr. Amaral. Amaral said that the same substance had just fallen over his town too. They realized this must be a nationwide incident, and when Amaral said that he had successfully collected a sample, the two scientists quickly agreed to meet and examine it together. After magnifying the angel hair 120 times, both Amaral and Silva noticed something bizarre. There was a living organism under their microscope. On the hair was a 1 millimeter wide, yellow, unicellular creature with 10 slime-covered tentacles that expanded and moved.
Whoa,
The
what's
thing's legs were so
that?
strong,
Venom?
they could actually lift up the slides that the creature was framed between slightly. It demonstrated defensive mechanisms like that of an animal. Neither of them had ever seen anything like this before in their professional careers. The only known animals to have a similar structure to the microscopic creature were certain types of jellyfish. Okay, so maybe this was some type of rare jellyfish from the deep ocean, but that doesn't explain how so many of them started falling from the sky on stringy cobwebs. Some scientists warily started speculating that the creatures could have come from a neighboring planet or from Earth's extra-atmospheric space. Others believed that the hair-like strands were vaporized meteor fragments. Given the time period, some speculated that this had something to do with a Cold War gas test. Again, given the time period, the Portuguese government was extremely authoritarian and nationalistic. The doctor's research was deemed to be against God, and any effort to publish his findings were thwarted. Dr. Amaral tried to translate his research and publish it internationally, but when he tried to do so, he was threatened with suspension. Both he and Admiral Silva were publicly shamed to the point where they both gave up trying to get others on board with their discovery. Unable to proceed with his research and feeling out of his depth, Dr. Amaral handed over the preserved specimens to the University of Lisbon, where they were further analysed. Still, Amaral himself never gave up looking into the angel hair and organism, and when he passed away in the 1990s, he left behind his large amount of research.
Big Joe's hair.
He collected hundreds of testimonials from other people who had seen the flying objects that morning in November, and in each case, the witnesses said that their sightings were followed by angel hair falling from the sky. He'd also learned that this so-called angel hair ring had been observed at several other points in history. 1561 in Germany, 1917 again in Portugal, 1898 in Montgomery, USA, 1952 in France, and 1954 in Italy.
Joe hair, huh?
Still, it's unclear whether those incidents were the exact same as this. In 2008, an expert cell biologist was contacted to examine Dr. Amaral's photos of the unknown creature found on the webs. The expert wrote, "This structure, or microorganism as some have called it, is still unknown to contemporary science. I was unable to identify a single structure akin to an earthly single-cell organism. So, there we have it. Surely the fact that the angel hair coincided with the appearance of the flying objects couldn't have been a coincidence. Then again, could there be a far more rational explanation for this mystery than just aliens? Of course. Like many scientists have noted, the structure of the creatures on the hair is extremely similar to young, microscopic jellyfish. How they came to fall from the sky is anyone's guess though. Perhaps they were scooped up in a whirlwind. Still, that doesn't account for the flying objects themselves, which were seen by hundreds of people just before the hair fell. Were they military in origin? Civilian? Or something more otherworldly?
It's a nanotech.
Sadly, we may never hear more from this case, due to the sad fact that the labs at the University of Lisbon burned down in the late 1970s, taking the original samples Dr. Amaral had collected with them. The only other sample that may exist was taken by a group of independent researchers, and has since mysteriously vanished. A huge shout out to Reddit user LucyCat Writes for their amazing overview of this case on the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit. Now, this case isn't one about a missing person, or an unsolved murder, or anything like that. This one isn't so much sinister as it is strange. The mystery of Kenji Iwamura. On July 24th, 1989, two mountaineers went missing in the remote wilderness of Hokkaido as they made their way towards the Asahidake mountain. Search and rescue helicopters were of course dispatched to the area, and while circling around the Chibetsugawa River, they spotted an SOS sign below, made from tree logs. They focused their search efforts around there, and found the two missing adventurists only 2 kilometers away. Their self-made SOS sign had worked. Only, they hadn't made it. The two men told the rescuers they hadn't constructed any such sign, and the fact that it was there had just simply been a massive coincidence. Understandably confused, the rescuers decided to check the area immediately around the sign. Someone had made it after all. Nearby, they discovered something shocking. The skeletal remains of an unknown man. His SOS sign had saved 2 people, but had failed to save him. Seeing
Sad.
how he was just bones which had been gnawed on by wild animals, it was clear he'd perished a long time before. His remains were examined, and it was concluded that he had broken several bones shortly before he died. He'd likely had an accident while hiking. Alone and unable to get back to civilization, he either starved or froze. A driver's license under the sign identified him as 25-year-old Kenji Iwamura, an outdoorsman and train enthusiast from Aichi Prefecture. Kenji had been missing for 5 years. Aside from the coincidental finding of 2 men thanks to his own unsuccessful SOS sign, there are several things that make Kenji's case so unusual and noteworthy. Firstly, there was a tape recorder found inside a backpack next to Kenji's body, along with several tapes. Most of these were just anime soundtracks, but when the authorities played one of them in particular, they heard a recording of Kenji's frightened voice, yelling for help, sounding out every syllable extremely slowly and unnaturally.
So sad, this guy.
Translated, this is what Kenji said in the tape. I can't move from atop this cliff. SOS. Please help. I'm near where the helicopter was originally, and I can't move further due to bamboo brush being in the way. Please help me out of here. Why Kenji recorded this into his tape recorder when there was no way of transmitting it is unknown, though some people have speculated that he might have been trying to save his voice, and so recorded the message so he could play it constantly, just in case someone happened to pass by. He likely knew that he would eventually grow too weak to talk on his own. The real question, however, is this. What helicopter was he talking about in the tape? Kenji had been staying at a log cabin, and told the owner that he was just going on a quick hike along the relatively short Asahidake mountain trail. He certainly hadn't got there by helicopter. Also in the recording, Kenji said that he was stuck atop a cliff, but his remains were found near the aforementioned Chibetsugawa River, far away from the only cliff in the area. How did he come to be there if he couldn't walk and was trapped by the bamboo brush? Most strange of all is this. The SOS sign itself was made from very large logs. The sign was stacked 3 logs high, and at its tallest point, reached 5 meters. Given his injured and weakened state, it's hard to believe he would have had the strength to create such a sign, especially since he was apparently too hurt to even walk. He would have had to collect all the heavy logs, carry them, and stack them.
Maybe he carried
do all
them,
that, why
therefore
couldn't
he
he get back to
gotten
the nearby
those
village?
injuries.
When Kenji was originally reported missing by the lodge's host, a search and rescue team went to go and find him, but failed to spot his SOS sign for some reason. That's despite the later rescuers looking for the 2 men spotting it
Maybe
very
it's not
easily.
even by him, that's the craziest
Perhaps he
part.
made the sign too late to save himself. At least it eventually served its purpose, and who knows, Kenji's efforts may have just saved the lives of 2 strangers. So, what do you make of this one? How did Kenji make the SOS sign? Why was he found so far away from where he said he was in the tape? What helicopter was he talking about? And why weren't any rescuers able to find him when he first went missing? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Too many cleanup, man.
We all love a good Jane Doe mystery on this channel, so here's one I've never covered before. The Isdal woman is the name given to an unidentified body found at Isdalen in Bergen, Norway. She was found on November 29th, 1970. She was lying on her back with her clenched hands up by her torso. Isdalen literally translates to Ice Valley, so you can imagine how cold the area was. Still, there was no evidence of any campfire being made nearby. In spite of that, the front of her body and her clothes had been severely burned. Her face was so charred it was unrecognizable, though forensic artists were able to come up with this image, showing what she likely looked like in life. Near her remains were a whole host of items, including an empty bottle of St. Halvard, a cheap brand of liquor, 2 plastic water bottles, a plastic passport container, some clothes, an umbrella, a purse, a matchbox, a watch, 2 earrings, and a ring. All the labels on these items that could have helped to identify her had been removed or rubbed off. Most interestingly, however, was that there were traces of burned documents around her body. A few days later, 2 suitcases linked to this unknown woman were found at Bergen Station. Inside them were clothes, again with their tags removed, wigs, cosmetics, medicine, maps and timetables, a notepad, and money in Norwegian, Belgian, British and Swiss currencies. 100 Deutschmarks were also found hidden in the lining of one of the cases. Curious. An autopsy was carried out on her body. It was determined that she died from a combination of phenobarbital and carbon monoxide. She had ingested around 50 to 70 sleeping pills, with more than 12 found scattered around the scene of her passing. What's more, her lungs contained a large amount of soot, which indicated one disturbing fact. She was still alive when she was burned. A large bruise on her neck could have been made after she had a fall, or perhaps after being struck by a blunt object. The last confirmed sighting of this woman alive was when she left her hotel room on November 23rd, 6 days before her remains were discovered. The hotel staff described her as attractive, with brown eyes and dark hair, though she reportedly often wore wigs. That lines up with the content of her suitcases. They said she appeared to be on guard during the entirety of her stay.
Sounds like a
She
spy.
apparently smelled strongly of garlic. The woman had stayed in several other Bergen hotels before that one, and in each, she had changed her room multiple times after checking in. In several of the hotels, she had been overheard speaking with unknown people in German, English, and Flemish.
Yep, a spy then.
After decoding her notepad entries, detectives learned that the Isdal woman was quite the traveller. In the run-up to her mysterious end, she had travelled extensively around not only Norway, but Europe in general. Based on her handwritten check-in forms at the hotel she'd stayed at, they learned that she'd been using at least 8 different passports and aliases. The only consistent detail on all of these forms was that she listed her nationality as Belgian. Given the fact that this all happened at the height of the Cold War, it's been speculated that the Istal woman was a covert agent of some kind. That would account for her strange movements, which all just so happen to line up with the top secret trials for Penguin missiles. Not to mention, there were numerous other strange disappearances in Norway during those years, which were all later linked to international espionage. Ultimately, it was ruled by the authorities that the woman had simply taken her own life. That raised a lot of suspicions, given the facts of the case, and many people started claiming that the police were being pressured to cover up the real story. In 2005, when the investigation was reopened, a man came forward and said that he may have seen the woman a few days before her body was found. He says she was hiking along the hillside in Isdalen, surprisingly underdressed for such an activity, as if she had planned to be in the city and not in the ice valley. She was apparently walking ahead of two men dressed in coats. The witness thought about saying something to them, but didn't. He tried to report what he had seen at the local police station, but was told to forget about it. So, who was the Istal woman? A spy? A member of some professional, perhaps nefarious organization? A lonely woman who decided to end it all in the most elaborate way she could think of? The jury's out, I'm afraid. Still, this is an interesting Wikipedia article to read through for all you unsolved mystery lovers out there. It provides a great summary of the case, and is the perfect starting point to get you digging deeper into this case's rabbit hole.
Oh,
The best things happen in the dark.
In an undisclosed location, a woman is being tortured. The methods of her abuse are too horrific to be described, and her torturers are death row prison inmates, the absolute worst of the worst. This woman's torture is constant, and procedures are put into place to make sure she never becomes accustomed to the pain. If ever her torturers express sympathy toward their victim, their superiors will have them removed and replaced. If they try to rescue her or put her out of her misery, they themselves will be shot without hesitation. The woman being tortured is known only as SCP-231-7, and worst of all, she's pregnant. The cause of her eternal torture? The SCP Foundation. And you'll be shocked to learn that when all is said and done, these are the good guys. Because if they ever stop their brutal treatment of SCP-231-7, a treatment codenamed Procedure 110 Montauk, she'll give birth to a creature that will destroy the world as we know it. This is just
What?
one of the many examples of
What
the objects
story
and
is
entities
this?
under the watchful eyes of the SCP Foundation, a mysterious group that strives to achieve greater good by any means necessary, and we do mean any. What you're about to hear is above classified, and be warned, what is heard can never be unheard, unless of course the Foundation gets its hands on you. So what is the SCP Foundation? In the most basic sense, the group's mission statement is right there in the SCP acronym. Secure, contain, protect. It's the task of the Foundation to, in their own words, contain anomalous objects, entities, and phenomena. Things that don't make sense, things that don't belong, things that simply don't fit in with our perception of reality, and some things that pose an existential threat to all human life. They refer to these contained anomalies as SCPs, each of which is accompanied by a number. This is a broad umbrella, as an SCP can range from benign or even actively helpful to downright apocalyptic if ever released. Much like the infamous Men in Black often reported by witnesses in connection with alien sightings, the Foundation works in secret to maintain a sense of normalcy at all costs, knowing the chaos it would cause if any of the anomalies they're harboring ever become public. Take for example SCP-500. To the untrained eye, the object is just an unassuming prescription pill bottle, the kind you'd see in medicine cabinets the world over. But the pills in this humble bottle are unlike any earthly medicine. They can cure quite literally anything, from cancer to a cold within 2 hours. But at the time of this writing, there are only 47 pills left. The power to cure all disease, a privilege denied to even the richest and most powerful in society. A veritable holy grail. Can you imagine the violence and horror that would break out in trying to obtain them if their existence ever became public? The SCP Foundation works in secret because the collective mind of society just couldn't handle the knowledge of what they're dealing with. They work with the approval of all world governments, effectively placing them above international law. Essentially, there is no human authority above the Foundation, because without the Foundation's work, there would be no humans left to govern. To understand the basic operations of this above top-secret organization, we need to delve a little further into that secure, contain, protect slogan. Secure refers to the Foundation's practice of constant global surveillance and observation in order to detect and intercept anomalous activity before it can interact with civilians or rival groups. Contain involves preventing the effects or influence of the anomaly from spreading by either, in their own words, relocating, concealing, or dismantling such anomalies, or by suppressing or preventing public dissemination of knowledge thereof. The latter can involve practices such as using advanced chemical compounds or technologies to delete and then rewrite the memories of infected civilians, or even committing mass murder if necessary to cover their tracks. The SCP Foundation has, in the past, wiped out entire towns of innocent civilians to prevent dangerous information about the SCP spreading beyond their control. They can take lives at their own discretion and consider almost any crime to be permissible when the alternative is Armageddon. And finally, protect pertains to all operations meant to protect mankind from the SCPs, up to and including neutralizing and destroying them when possible. Some SCPs, such as the infamous SCP-682, a nigh-indestructible genocidal reptilian, have proved to be almost impossible to destroy. Research is ongoing in many cases, as the Foundation explores any and all possible methods of reducing the threat of more dangerous SCPs. In order to help them categorize the thousands of strange and horrifying anomalies under their watch, the Foundation has created a system that organizes the SCPs based on the difficulty of containing them. The first of the primary object classes is Safe, pertaining to SCPs that require little, if any, resources to safely and properly contain. Examples include the previously mentioned SCP-500 pill bottle and SCP-999, a benevolent blob of gelatinous orange matter. SCP-999 has a playful, almost dog-like personality and causes feelings of happiness and euphoria in whoever or whatever it touches. It's even been used by the Foundation as a pacification tool to reduce aggression in other SCPs. The second primary object class is Euclid, which refers to any anomaly that requires more resources to contain completely or where containment isn't always reliable. This is the broadest SCP class, and the majority of sentient, sapient, or autonomous anomalies fall into this category. A Euclid SCP might be something as huge, sprawling, and bizarre as SCP-3008. This SCP appears to be a kind of anomalous pocket dimension hidden inside an IKEA superstore, which is not only significantly larger on the inside by approximately 10 kilometers, but also contains bizarre, faceless entities which can become hostile under the right conditions. A Euclid SCP can also be something as seemingly innocuous as SCP-294, which appears to the untrained eye to be a standard coffee vending machine. However, unlike any other coffee machine, the input system on SCP-294 is a QWERTY keyboard. This SCP can manifest any liquid typed in on the keyboard, from standard drinks like coffee and beer to more esoteric compounds like sulfuric acid and disease-infected human blood. During extensive tests, one subject requested the perfect drink and was given an odorless, lavender-colored liquid. After consuming the liquid, the subject went into a state of euphoric shock. The subject later committed suicide, leaving a note which read, "I'm sorry, but at this point everything's just one big letdown." Sadly, subjects dying during tests is not uncommon. The SCP Foundation essentially has limitless resources, including access to countless disposable workers and test subjects. The most common of these are so-called D-Class personnel, which are death row inmates conscripted for the purposes of often lethal SCP experimentation or containment. The next primary object class is Keter, described by the Foundation as anomalies that are exceedingly difficult to contain consistently or reliably, with containment procedures often being extensive and complex. This can either be due to being an extremely volatile and dangerous anomaly or just one that seems to defy known laws of physics or reality, and is thus extremely difficult to understand or contain. The SCP Foundation has a vast number of secret facilities across the globe, and while the Keter-class SCPs are not nearly as common as the Euclid class, they consume a great deal more resources to safely contain. One particularly terrifying Keter-class SCP is SCP-354, colloquially known by the Foundation employees as the Blood Pond. This SCP is a large pool of non-biological red liquid discovered in North Canada that appears to be a kind of interdimensional primordial soup. What makes this SCP particularly hard to contain, as well as extremely frightening, is the fact that hostile entities periodically emerge from the pod and must be neutralized before they can escape the containment area. These entities have included a floating black
What am I
sphere that can
watching?
fire
Seriously?
concentrated beams of deadly
Is this
radiation,
real?
a 15-foot-tall reptilian humanoid that seemed immune to gunfire, and a homicidal metallic humanoid nicknamed the Terminator by Foundation
What is
personnel. The most
SCP?
highly classified primary
Not
object class of
interested.
all is Thaumiel, which consists of SCPs used to contain other SCPs. This can range from SCP-7000-J, a book of Latin
SCP Foundation,
incantations found
it's
in
a real
dinosaur skin
thing?
that can summon various other entities, all the way to
SCP is a
SCP-4006, which is the
fiction
entire state
secret
of Massachusetts.
fictional
Thaumiel
secret
class SCPs
organization.
are the most bizarre and esoteric of the anomalies dealt with by the Foundation, but thankfully, they often pose less of an active threat than many of the Euclid or Keter class SCPs. Finally, as mentioned earlier, sometimes the SCP Foundation deems an anomaly too dangerous to contain and just needs to destroy it entirely. A terrifying example of a neutralized SCP and a perfect illustration for just how strange and abstract the anomalies dealt with by the Foundation can be is SCP-4991. This SCP manifested as a series of bizarre posts across a number of websites about an apocalyptic event that seemed to be occurring on a different layer of reality, and seemed to indicate that a kind of deadly parasitic and carnivorous insect was spreading like wildfire across the globe, causing death and destruction in their wake. The SCP Foundation neutralized SCP-4991 by tracking down, containing, and erasing all infected posts across the internet before it could spread too far. Who knows what would have happened if the Foundation hadn't intervened? As is often the case with SCPs, it's probably best just not to think about it. The actual structure of the SCP Foundation is surprisingly transparent, with personnel classification levels ranging from Class A to Class E. Class A personnel are considered vital to the strategic operations of the Foundation, and therefore are not allowed to be in direct contact in any way with any of the SCPs due to potential risks. Class B personnel are vital to local Foundation operations on SCP test sites and are only permitted to be in contact with SCPs deemed to be relatively safe. Class C personnel are field agents that have far more direct contact with the SCPs and often put themselves at great risk in doing so. Class D personnel, as previously mentioned, are essentially cannon fodder thrown into the jaws of death to discover more about the more dangerous anomalies on the SCP roster. And finally, Class E personnel are personnel that have been already exposed to the potentially dangerous effects of an unknown anomaly. Class E personnel are placed into quarantine until they're deemed fit to return to work or terminated, depending on the results of their observations. In terms of actual roles in the SCP Foundation, the top of the pyramid are the O5 Council members, Class A personnel who have total clearance and oversee all Foundation operations. Below them are Site Directors, who manage the various physical Foundation facilities across the globe and report back to the O5 Council. On-site, researchers and containment specialists work together to better understand and combat the anomalies being housed at their particular facility. They're kept safe by the hard work of veteran security and tactical response officers ready to lay down their lives to prevent more dangerous SCPs from ever escaping and reaching developed areas. In the event that an SCP does breach containment and escape, or a new one is discovered, field operatives are dispatched by the Foundation to get the situation under control. These will consist of field agents who already operate across the globe and specialized mobile task force operatives. The SCP Foundation has eyes and ears everywhere. Their organization is influential and is embedded in every facet of society, ready to strike and suppress an emerging anomaly before any ripples of its existence can reach the wider world. Even here, we've only really scratched the surface of the SCP Foundation's extensive and frankly mind-boggling global and historical operations. There's plenty of information about the Foundation online, many of which people assume is pure fiction, but wouldn't that be the perfect cover for a real secret organization wanting to cover its tracks? As the quote says, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he doesn't exist. Ultimately, the SCP Foundation is on the side of mankind, but that doesn't mean it'll always act in our best interests. After all, if it means preserving the peace and getting another anomaly under wraps, the Foundation won't hesitate to terminate you and everyone you know without a second thought. Whether you'd want to face off against the Foundation itself or one of the anomalies they wish to contain is ultimately up to you, but trust us, neither would end well for you. Oh, speaking of which, there's another SCP we forgot to mention that's quite literally unspeakable. SCP-2521 is a creature that's made entirely of strange black tendrils that envelop and smother the creature's prey. No written records of the creature exist outside of pictograms because it immediately attacks and consumes any information produced about it. This includes speech, as the creature will appear and consume anyone who… Oh god. Oh no. It's here. It's here. Help me! Ah! The SCP Foundation is an organization dedicated to protecting humanity from the supernatural, whether it's dark gods, cursed objects, or killer creatures. But today there's been a containment breach, and the fate of the entire world is at stake. To ensure you'll survive, you'll have to arm yourselves with knowledge. Thankfully, we've got you covered, with the lowdown on 10 of the scariest monsters that the Foundation has to offer. We'll start on what you might call the mild end of the spectrum, and end with pure unfiltered nightmare fuel. Beware and be ready. It's time to face your darkest fears. Number 10. SCP-169, the Leviathan. Thalassophobia, or fear of deep water, is one of the most common fears out there, which is why we're starting our countdown with SCP-169. SCP-169 is described as a massive marine arthropod, so large in size that no structure on Earth is capable of containing it. It measures between 2,000 and 8,000 kilometers in length. That's almost 5,000 miles. It's so large that it was originally thought to be an archipelago of islands. While its exact location is difficult to track, it's believed to be somewhere in the southern Atlantic off the coast of South America. This SCP is also unfathomably old, having been around since at least the Precambrian era. It's currently unknown if the creature is capable of reproduction, and little is known about its feeding habits. According to researchers, it's likely that the creature is dormant, which is a terrifying prospect when you consider how much damage a creature of this enormous size could cause if it woke up. Even in its dormant state, it causes small earthquakes and tiny alterations in the Earth's rotation. So we wouldn't want to be around to find out what would happen if it started really swimming around. Worse still, since it's an arthropod, there's a chance that it would be able to breathe on land, though its size might prevent it from ever fully rising up from the depths. If you don't live near the coast, you can count yourself safe from SCP-169. However, this next one could appear anywhere, and what's worse, you could end up just like him if you aren't careful where you hang out. Number 9. SCP-3663, the Adventure of the Cardboard Box. SCP-3663 was once a boy, between the ages of 8 and 12, who, while playing in some disused sewer tunnels with a friend, made a cardboard monster costume for himself that he was then unable to remove. Over time, the costume fully fused with his body to the point that even his bones, muscles, and organs are now constructed entirely of fabric, tape, and other common craft materials. SCP-3663 teleports from place to place, seemingly at random, manifesting in any tunnels or tunnel-like structures, and grabbing any nearby people, transporting them with him to the next location. When asked about the motives behind his actions, the SCP responded by saying, "The tunnel monster captures people. That's me, I'm the tunnel monster. I capture people and I take them into tunnels where I live. It's what I do. I have to do it." He then began crying, finally saying, "I don't want to play anymore." While this SCP doesn't cause any harm to his victims outside of a feeling of intense fear upon physical contact, the real horror comes from the fact that the SCP Foundation has yet to discover what caused the boy to become fused to his homemade costume, or what led to his mental degradation, meaning that this horrible fate could potentially happen again to any unsuspecting child who decides to play in abandoned tunnels. If that isn't existentially terrifying enough for you, just wait, because the worst is yet to come. The next SCP causes changes that are even deadlier and more unbelievable, and it might be in your house right now. Number 8. I am SCP-426, and I am an ordinary toaster. Confused about why I'm talking about this SCP in the first person? Well, any humans attempting to describe this anomaly are unconsciously compelled to only refer to me in the first person. There seems to be no way to avoid doing this, and the more time humans spend around me, the compulsion to refer to me in the first person evolves into a genuine belief that they themselves are also toasters. Though this might sound ridiculous at first, the effect quickly takes a turn for the deadly. I was originally discovered by the Foundation when members of the family who first owned me were found dead in their home. The wife had died from electrocution after putting her tongue into an electrical socket in an attempt to plug herself into the wall, while her mother had swallowed so much bread that her stomach ruptured. According to the Foundation, the harmful effects start to manifest after about 2 months of continuously being in my presence, and I am functionally identical to any ordinary toaster that you might find in a store. So if you were thinking of buying a toaster, maybe it'd be wise to avoid it and just use the oven. But if you think I'm scary, just wait until you hear what's next. Number 7. SCP-072, the shadow under the bed. If you've ever woken up in the middle of the night with your feet sticking over the edge of your bed, you'll be rightfully terrified of this next SCP. SCP-072 is a shadowy, translucent creature resembling an elongated human hand with sharpened fingertips. It attaches itself like a parasite to the shadows under beds, and multiple instances of 072 can occur in any beds within a 10-meter vicinity of the original. During the day, SCP-072 is inert, but once a human has laid on the bed, this SCP waits until the person is asleep and entering REM sleep. If the person's foot is hanging over the side of the bed, the SCP will begin tapping on the foot until the person awakes. Once awake, they'll be frozen in a state of sleep paralysis, helpless to do anything as the entity uses the tips of its fingers to slowly and meticulously slice off small pieces of flesh from their feet. People who have experienced this say they were fully aware of the pain that SCP-072 was causing them, despite the fact that they were unable to move. When an instance of SCP-072 is found in a building, the bed the entity is attached to must be destroyed as soon as possible, as well as all other beds in the radius of the infection. Instances of SCP-072 can be easily destroyed and detained, but when the SCP is a fixed location like our next SCP, that can be a little trickier and a lot deadlier. Number 6. SCP-354, the Red Pool. According to Foundation records, this next SCP was discovered by survivors of a plane crash somewhere in northern Canada. The SCP has since been closed off and is being constantly monitored by a dedicated team to ensure nobody and nothing gets in or out of the containment area. However, this SCP isn't dangerous in and of itself. It's what comes out of it that you have to worry about. SCP-354 is a pond full of deep red liquid that resembles but is not fresh blood. It has no banks, rather the liquid congeals around the edges and gradually becomes more solid until it completely blends with the soil around it. If the pond has a bottom, it's yet to be found. Periodically, hostile monstrous entities will emerge from the pond. Past instances have included a giant bat, a bear-sized animal with spines like an echidna, and a humanoid reptilian creature. And if that isn't bad enough, many people at the research site built to contain the pond believe that it's sentient and has been growing in size in response to the Foundation's containment efforts. As terrifying as the idea of a sentient lake full of monsters might be, all you have to do to avoid that one is stay out of northern Canada. This next SCP could be in the same town as you right now, and you wouldn't know until it was too late. Number 5. SCP-2086, the Living Bus. Have you ever found yourself on the wrong bus? It can be a pretty stressful situation. But imagine if the bus you got on was not only going the wrong way, but actually luring you into its lair in order to feed you to its children. That's exactly what happens to the victims of SCP-2086, a species of giant insect that in their adult form are indistinguishable from an ordinary city bus. SCP-2086 nests in junkyards, building nests from old scrap metal for their children, who are much smaller and haven't yet developed their bus-like features, while SCP-2086 can fly using huge wings that fold up to form
What
the roof
the
of the bus.
fuck?
Their usual mode of
Transformers?
locomotion is rolling along city streets, picking up human passengers.
story
Once
is
the
this?
adult SCP-2086 has collected enough victims, it'll release a noxious gas into its body cavity, knocking them out, at which point its young will drag the unconscious bodies out and consume them by sucking out their insides through hair-like filaments. If that's not gross enough for you, the drained husks of SCP-2086's victims are then fused to the inside of the creature's body and preserved with naturally occurring chemicals, serving as decoy bus drivers. But even this will still seem like a pleasant commute compared to the victims of our next horrifying monster. Number 4. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor. SCP-049 is a creature that resembles a medieval plague doctor, but instead of healing patients, this creature has been known to cause what could be described as a fate worse than death. SCP-049 is humanoid, and while it looks like someone in a plague doctor costume, tests have concluded that the cloak, hat, and mask are all part of the creature's body. It can communicate in multiple languages, and has stated its main goal is to rid the world of pestilence. Nobody is clear on what that means, but the SCP will get extremely agitated and aggressive if it encounters anyone it deems as infected with pestilence. Anyone this creature touches will die immediately, and autopsies have been inconclusive on the cause of death. If after killing a person SCP-049 decides that the pestilence hasn't been cured, it will conduct a surgery using a variety of strange tools. Once this surgery is complete, the patient will often rise from the dead as a mindless zombie. At this point, SCP-049 will deem them to be cured. Number 3. SCP-087, The staircase. Imagine the deepest, darkest basement you can think of. Now imagine it goes on forever. That's essentially the core of what SCP-087 is. This SCP is a staircase located somewhere on a university campus that is so dark and so deep that even a 75-watt bulb can only illuminate a couple of steps at a time. The staircase has no end, extending far below what both the layout of the building and the geography of the area around it should allow. When walking down the staircase, individuals will at some point begin hearing a child's voice, calling up to them from about 200 meters below. No matter how far they descend, however, the child's voice never gets any closer, and no child has ever been seen. What has been seen, however, is a disembodied white face with no pupils, mouth, or nostrils that appears behind people who try to descend the staircase. This face, known as SCP-087-1, is not the source of the child's voices, but in some cases, it's been recorded chasing SCP Foundation D-Class personnel up and down the staircase. We don't know exactly what happens when the face catches you, but we're pretty sure we don't want to know. Almost no one who runs into SCP-087-1 has returned back to the top of the staircase, and those that did were left in terrible states that might even be worse than death. Number 2. SCP-1076, the only child. Humans have a natural drive to care for their young, and that compassion is part of what has allowed us to thrive as a species. What makes SCP-1076 so scary is that it seems to be a creature specifically evolved to exploit that very instinct. SCP-1076 is a race of creatures that resemble disheveled, homeless human children between the ages of 3 and 6. Dressed in rags and covered in dirt. These creatures are mute and initially only appear to parents who are walking alone. Once the adult spots the child, they'll be overcome with the desire to protect it and will immediately take it home. Once SCP-1076 has been taken in, the adult as well as any spouse or additional caregiver in the household will become obsessed with them to the point that their own biological children experience severe neglect. Even if child services are called, they will ignore the children as well and focus all their attention on SCP-1076. As time goes on, the adults of the household will begin to neglect their own needs as well, meaning that an SCP-1076 encounter usually ends in the adult who took the creature in dying from exhaustion, dehydration, or starvation. In cases where the adults are separated from SCP-1076, they become extremely violent in an attempt to get back to their baby. To make things even more disturbing, if two SCP-1076s are ever placed in close proximity to each other, they will viciously attack each other on sight, biting, scratching, and beating each other until one or both SCPs are dead. And now, after surviving this carousel of horrors, we have the most terrifying of all. Number 1. SCP-096, the Shy Guy. We'd love to show you a real picture of what SCP-096 looks like, but if we did, we'd essentially be sentencing you to death. Even seeing a part of this SCP's face can spell doom. SCP-096 is a hairless humanoid entity about 7 feet in height, who behaves in an animalistic manner and shows no sign of intelligence or sapience. While usually it's docile in temperament and content to either sit or pace in its containment cell, if anyone is unlucky enough to see its face, it will go on the warpath. The SCP becomes agitated, flying into a blind rage until it's tracked down and killed whoever caught a glimpse of it. No amount of distance can save you either. The effect still works through photo and video, and no matter where you are, SCP-096 has an innate sense of your location. When it's tracking someone down, nothing can stop it. Its top speed hasn't been recorded, and it's able to run through tanks and can even continue moving when its torso has been pulverized with bullet holes. The only thing that can stop SCP-096's rampage once it starts is for it to kill anyone and everyone who's looked at its face. See, we told you it was horrifying. The agents looked around themselves nervously. Everything was so familiar, yet so foreign. The grass was dead, there wasn't a single sound to be heard, and not even a fly buzzing around in the air. All signs of life had disappeared. They dreaded to think about what they'd find when they examined this world further, but they knew they were here for answers. They continued on. As they walked around, it didn't take long to notice the corpses everywhere, lying on the dead yellow grass, sprawled across park benches. Yet none of the bodies were rotting. It was as if they'd just died a few minutes ago. Nervously, they walked into a nearby house. There, the corpses of an entire family were sat on chairs around their dinner table with plates in front of them like they died unexpectedly in the middle of a meal. It was the end of the world, but why and how? SCPs come in all shapes and sizes and mean different things for the world. Some want to kill, others want to be left in peace, others can coexist with the human race, but there are a few SCPs that could blow all the other SCPs out of the water by ending the world completely. Whether a Z-case scenario that changes nature and natural order, a C-case scenario that fundamentally alters reality as we know it, or an X-case scenario that destroys the universe and humanity, there are some serious threats out there, and there's little anyone can do to stop them. Everyone fears the big and scary creatures from the SCP world, but some of the most threatening SCPs look innocent enough at first. SCP-498 is literally an alarm clock, but there's a catch. The alarm is capable of killing humans and perhaps even destroying the planet. Here's how it works. Every 11 minutes, the alarm clock goes off at a sound of 30 decibels. That's the sound level of a quiet rural area. It's so quiet, most people could probably sleep through it. But every 10 seconds, the sound increases by 4 decibels. That might not sound like much, but if the alarm is allowed to continue, there's no limit to the devastation it could have. A sound of 150 decibels can burst the eardrums of humans. A sound of 200 decibels is enough to kill a person. Meanwhile, a sound as loud as 1100 decibels could destroy the world, because it would create so much energy that it could create a black hole larger than the universe. With an increase of 4 decibels every 10 seconds, it would take only a few minutes to reach that point. The Foundation has attempted to destroy 498 to bring its danger to the world to an end, but so far the attempts haven't been successful. Instead, the only remaining solution is to ensure the snooze button is hit every 11 minutes until the end of time. It doesn't leave much room for error, and things haven't always gone to plan. The Foundation used to rely on a mechanical arm to automatically hit the snooze button, but one day the arm malfunctioned. Foundation personnel needed to step in and hit the button themselves until a new mechanical arm could be made. It sounds simple, but it wasn't. Unfortunately, there are some not-so-nice side effects of being around 498, such as increased alertness. One of the agents charged with guarding 498 became angry and aggressive and started arguing with the other agent in the room who was trying to reset the clock. As they argued, 498 still hadn't been reset and was beginning to make more noise. Whenever the sane agent tried to move and reset the device, the rogue agent would hit him to keep him away. After 2 minutes passed, the noise level became so high that the personnel were in pain, and the camera filming the whole thing began to vibrate from the acoustic stress. Still, the rogue Foundation member didn't want to let anyone near the alarm clock to put this all to an end. Eventually, another officer came in and managed to shoot the rogue agent and activate the emergency switch to alert the Foundation, but at this point, his eardrums had ruptured and he was about to collapse. He failed to turn off the alarm. A while later, a containment team arrived to find the original good agent lying beside 498 with blood pouring out of his ears in a robotic state. He was lying barely conscious on the floor but repeatedly pressing the reset button. At some point, he managed to turn off 498 before it could do further damage and destroy the world. Both the officer and the agent survived the incident, but much stricter procedures were put into place for the future. After all, the world could have ended that day. So far, the SCP Foundation has successfully protected the universe by locking away 498 in a secure containment and implementing the strictest procedure. It's currently in a soundproof bunker that can cancel 95% of sound waves, but if for any reason the alarm clock can't be reset or the Foundation staff went rogue again, it would destroy the universe. Most SCPs can be contained or guarded to minimize their impact, like 498, but a few are so large that even the Foundation can't do much to hold them back. SCP-3000 is a prime example. The Foundation first discovered 3000 after strange reports from fishermen around the Indian Ocean. One day, a submarine went down to investigate with personnel on board, and they couldn't believe what they found. Deep underwater, they found an enormous eel-like creature. It must have been hundreds of kilometers long, and its head alone was unbelievably large. But the scariest part of all was its eyes illuminating the darkness. There was also a strange gray liquid surrounding 3000. The closer the submarine got to 3000, the stranger they began to feel. The doctor on board started sweating, exhibiting anxious behaviors, and whimpering. Nobody could make much sense out of what the man was saying, but he repeatedly talked about seeing darkness and nothingness. As the submarine reached the eel, the doctor became totally insane, smashing his head against the submarine window until the glass smashed. The mission had to quickly return back up to the surface, but the doctor died. Nobody was sure what had happened, but it was suspected 3000 has an impact on the cognition of humans. On a later mission, 3 divers went down to find out more about 3000. Tragically, 3000 swallowed 2 of the divers and emitted more of the gray liquid. Fortunately, one of the divers managed to send a sample of the strange liquid up to the surface before also dying. It turned out that the stuff was a powerful amnestic called Y909 that causes confusion, panic, and memory alteration. The SCP Foundation have used Y909 ever since to help with other missions, but it's not the kind of substance that you want to get into the wrong hands. Nobody likes the idea of a ginormous creature that makes them go insane and will possibly eat them, but it gets worse. Although the Foundation are still uncertain of many of the details regarding 3000, some theorize that the creature could actually be asleep, explaining why it never moves from its position in the Indian Ocean. But if 3000 were to wake up one day and harness its true potential, the world would really be in trouble. A 3,000-kilometer eel unleashing its wrath on communities around the globe and emitting Y909 everywhere. That would definitely be an end-of-the-world scenario. Others think 3000, also known as Anantashisha, could be a god. Maybe Judgment Day will arrive sometime soon. Ready to hear something even weirder? Enter in SCP-3805, which may one day lead to an XK scenario that destroys the universe. 3805 is a huge embryonic entity lying deep below the Earth. In fact, what we used to believe were natural geological layers of the Earth seem to be 3805 itself. The outer crust of the Earth is actually the shell of 3805, and the outer core below is a series of tunnels made of gelatin-like substances. The inner core is the embryo. It points to the conclusion that the Earth seems to be some kind of egg, bearing a creature beneath the surface. 3805 bears an embryo and seems to be in a state of gestation. It all begs a simple question: what'll happen when it fully develops? Nobody knows, but it's unlikely to be good news. Whatever 3805 is, the Foundation knows it's sturdy and not easily destroyed. All kinds of drilling, excavation, or digging activities don't impact it. However, in some places, interfering with or provoking 3805 seems to make it spawn. In past expeditions or experiments, when personnel have drilled into 3805, it causes dark purple dust clouds filled with stars to form. As soon as the external stimulation that created the spawning stops, these dust clouds also stop, so they might be some kind of defensive mechanism. Currently, there are 2 spawns of 3805 above the ground that nobody has managed to disperse. They form their own passageways and offer entry into 3805. A few brave personnel have attempted to take expeditions to seal the tunnels to 3805, and others have accidentally stumbled across it in oil drilling or similar operations. They reported seeing dark liquid, tentacles, and the joints of a creature. While some escaped alive, others were less lucky. It seems that 3805 absorbed them. Unfortunately, it's difficult to collect much information about 3805 because of its location. The high temperatures that deep into the core of the Earth make it difficult to actually get anywhere near it. But ultimately, it seems like humanity is at the mercy of this insentient, sprawling being below the ground. It's just a waiting game until one day 3805 hatches or breaks out of the ground and takes the world for itself. Perhaps it will absorb everything and everyone on the surface. Worryingly, oil drilling operations appear to have awakened the beast already, and the spawn now on the surface of the Earth puts human life in grave danger. Also lying below the ground is SCP-2935, and this SCP is even crazier than 3805 because it's not just threatening to hatch out and destroy the world, it promises to alter time and reality too, causing a CK event. From the outside, 2935 looks just like a regular cave, but instead of leading to some damp, dark grotto, it contains the passageway to an alternate reality. 2935 leads to an exact replica of the world we know, except for one key difference: there's no life there. It's not just human life that's absent, but also animals, plants, and sentient entities like machines and computers. After noticing strange radio signals coming from the cave in Indiana, the SCP Foundation sent a drone down to the cave to investigate. They could never have predicted what they'd find. There were corpses lying all over the ground of animals and humans alike. It seemed that they died spontaneously and instantly, because the corpses were dotted around, as if the people had been going about their daily activities when they died. Mysteriously, there was a message being broadcast from the SCP Foundation in the alternate reality, saying that there had been a containment breach and communication breakdown, urging everyone to stay in their home. The Foundation sent teams to find out more and collect samples. They arrived to find the area almost exactly the same as the world on the other side of the cave, but with all life gone. Even the most dangerous SCPs from the Foundation had died. The samples they took revealed some surprising facts. Each organism had suffered 100% cell death, explaining why the corpses weren't rotting. Judging by the date on a newspaper found there, this had happened on the 20th of April 2016, or a few days before the team arrived. But what, or who, had killed everyone? On a later mission, even stranger things started happening. One of the personnel, Agent Keller, was exploring a Foundation site in the alternate reality when he sent out an ominous message to the rest of the team. He told them to seal the cave and detonated the building where he was, killing himself and the rest of his men. Incidentally, Keller's corpse from the alternate dimension was the only one decomposing. This is where things get complicated. It turned out that Keller had found an encrypted message written by an alternate dimension Keller who had set out on a mission to a different alternate dimension after detecting strange radio signals from the cave. But when this alternate dimension Keller returned, he found every living thing in his own dimension dead. He then killed himself. The Keller from this dimension opted to kill himself when he found out, worrying that if he returned to his own dimension, it would result in the death of every living creature there, too. The Foundation promptly sealed the cave. Although there's lots of uncertainty over how the people in the alternate world died, the Foundation suspects some creature is using radio signals to lure Foundation members down caves. If it succeeds, it could spell death and destruction in an infinite number of realities and dimensions. So you had a job interview with the SCP Foundation, nailed it, signed the requisite non-disclosure agreement, and you got yourself the job. Congrats. Now you're an operative in charge of some of the strangest, scariest, and most dangerous discoveries out there. And it's time to secure, contain, and protect. So what is your assignment here at the good old SCP Foundation? You must have drawn the short straw because you have to keep an eye on one of the deadliest creatures in the organization's custody, SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy. As your terrible luck would have it, on your first day looking after it, SCP-096 has escaped from custody, and you're now in very real danger of a direct encounter. It's now up to you to face off against this formidable foe and try to make it out in one piece. But don't despair just yet. We're here with all the advice you need to survive your first day on the job and best SCP-096 as lethal as it may be. So strap in and get ready for the fight of your life. Before we can talk about how a fight against this anomalous creature might go for you, it's important to know your enemy as well as you can. So let's get to know SCP-096. It may be nicknamed the Shy Guy, but trust us when we say it is nowhere near as demure as that sounds. In fact, 096 may be one of the most frightening finds in the history of the organization, and it's not to be underestimated. An emaciated-looking humanoid creature, Shy Guy stands about 2.38 meters tall. It is pale and hairless, with unnaturally long arms that span a length of 1.5 meters each, perfect for strangling, beating, and dismembering foes from a distance. If that wasn't terrifying enough, its jaw can open 4 times wider than the average human. You read that correctly. This thing can open its jaw 4 times wider than a human jaw. Its eyes have no pigmentation, and it may or may not be able to see. Whether it has a sense of sight or not, SCP-096 can tell when it's being observed. Normally, when left alone, it spends its time pacing and largely keeping to itself. However, once its face has been seen, whether in person, via a video feed, or in a photograph, SCP-096 stops being quite so docile. This is where the dangerous part comes in. Once its face has been spotted, SCP-096 flies into hysterics, screaming, babbling, and covering its face in apparent despair. Don't feel too guilty for upsetting it, however, because that's time you should be using to run. The next thing the creature will do, once it's got its weeping out of its system, is begin heading right for you. SCP-096 runs at a documented speed of at least 35 kilometers per hour, so good luck trying to outrun it once it sets its sights on you. Once it reaches you, it will kill you. Details of the method of killing have been redacted from official SCP reports, but whatever it does, it leaves no trace of its victim behind. So you're very possibly going to get really familiar with that freakishly large mouth. When SCP-096 was initially captured, it was found outdoors in extreme cold without a scrap of clothing on it. The creature was just calmly sitting there, without giving off so much as a shiver in response to the temperature. Multiple members of the team assigned to retrieve it happened to see its face, and that's when the mission took a turn for the worse. The entity began to scream and cry, sounding more like a person than an animal, to a reportedly uncanny degree. The team fired on the entity, but the bullets didn't do so much as phase it. It picked up one member of the team and ripped off his leg. The team fired an anti-tank round at the entity, and again, it didn't so much as slow it down or take any noticeable structural damage. The entity only calmed when everyone who had seen its face was destroyed, after which it sat back down. A soldier who had not yet seen the creature's face placed a bag over its head, seemingly preventing any future deadly outbursts. So now let's get back to your predicament. You're working at the SCP Foundation, going about your merry business when suddenly you find yourself about to be face to face with an escaped SCP-096. Face being the operative word. The first tip for surviving an encounter with SCP-096 is to avoid looking at its face. Of course, but when that option is out the window, what can you do to escape with your life? Is it possible to defeat the creature that wasn't even slowed down by an anti-tank weapon and a team of armed operatives? Maybe. It may be tempting to try and take a flamethrower to the gangling creep or just turn tail and run away from it, but as we know by now, neither of these solutions are likely to be viable. However, there is hope, and maybe your first day at the new job does not have to be your last. There are a few possible solutions that would allow you to come out victorious in a conflict with SCP-096, and they have less to do with pure firepower and more to do with utilizing the most powerful weapon in the human arsenal, your mind. Option 1. Cover the entity's face. As previously mentioned, the entity's aggressive behavior was curtailed when a bag was placed over its head during its capture. Covering SCP-096's face seems to render it passive, even helpless. However, this is a risky option, as it would require you to get close enough to the entity to put a covering over its face, and it's likely that getting that close would result in you accidentally seeing said face. Once that happens, it may be too late to get the bag over its head before the entity flies into a rage and tears you limb from limb like a helpless crustacean at your local crab shack. You could always try to close your eyes and approach the entity with the bag in the world's most dangerous game of pin the tail on a donkey, but we don't recommend it. Option 2 is high risk, but with a potentially high reward. While SCP-096 does not respond to assaults with deadly weapons, there is one thing that it is afraid of, and that has done significant damage to it in the past. This is yet another highly dangerous entity, SCP-682, one of the most powerful, deadly, and aggressive anomalies the Foundation has ever been able to contain. This entity is not to be trifled with, but if you can get it into the room with SCP-096 and get yourself as far away from the both of them as possible, it may just solve your problems. The two creatures were previously introduced to each other in an attempt to terminate SCP-096, and while
we
096
can still
survived the
clean up a
encounter,
little
emerged
bit
from
here
the
and there,
attempt
but
severely wounded and upset. Future exposure to SCP-682 caused SCP-096 to erupt into hysterics, screaming and clawing at its own face. If you need to get SCP-096's attention away from you and perhaps succeed in terminating it, it is definitely worth a shot. So what is SCP-682? Simply put, it's a highly dangerous and difficult to destroy reptilian creature. It exhibits a high level of intelligence. Unlike SCP-096, which does not appear to be especially intelligent or aware of its surroundings beyond its fits of rage that follow its face being seen. This entity hates all life forms and is incredibly strong, fast, and exhibits lightning-quick reflexes. Its size fluctuates dramatically and quickly depending on what it's ingested. It's capable of speech and has given several interviews where it admits its hatred for life and its willingness to kill. It is regarded as extremely dangerous and it's seemingly impossible to permanently kill. We say permanently because the creature has been temporarily killed in the past, but it was able to resurrect itself afterwards. It recovered from bullets, acid, fire, and attacks from other SCPs. It has successfully escaped 6 times and attempted escape unsuccessfully 17 additional times. So is it worth it to attempt to employ SCP-682 as a weapon against 096? That is debatable, but the answer is likely no. At the very least, it's a dangerous last resort that would possibly cost you your life even if it is able to terminate 096. For starters, SCP-682 would have to be released from its containment, a room full of acid that consistently erodes away its skin so that it can attack 096 in the first place. As previously mentioned, 682 is highly intelligent and is unlikely to be able to be tricked or manipulated into acting on your behalf unknowingly. If it goes after SCP-096 and attacks the humanoid monstrosity, it will do so only because it wants to. Because this creature hates all living things and you just happen to be living, it's just as likely that it'll attack and kill you before it goes after SCP-096. However, if by some miracle you were able to get SCP-682 and the Shy Guy into the same room without getting killed in the process, then you may have just freed yourself from this dangerous trap. Once 682 sees 96, it'll attempt to kill it, as it has in previous encounters. Meanwhile, 96 will be thrown into a state of distress at the sight of 682, distracting the Shy Guy from your presence and allowing you to escape and find a superior who can amend the situation and return both creatures to their containment. This would require a great deal of planning, however, and no small amount of good luck. Since you found yourself in this situation in the first place, luck does not appear to be on your side. This brings us to our third and final option, and it's the one that's most likely to prove effective against SCP-096, allowing you to terminate the creature and emerge victorious. As you already know, the Shy Guy cannot bear for anyone to see its face, and will viciously attack anyone that does so. Much like in the myth of Perseus and Medusa, it all comes down to reflections. In the story of Medusa, the hero Perseus was able to avoid being turned into stone by looking at Medusa's reflection in his shield, rather than looking at her directly. Since SCP-096 attacks anyone who sees its face, not just directly but via indirect methods like video and photographs, it's unlikely that looking at its reflection would save you. However, we aren't just trying to save you, we're trying to defeat SCP-096. The solution is as simple as it is effective. Take a reflective surface, ideally a mirror, or a piece of reflective metal if you can find one in the facility, and approach SCP-096 with it. Keep your eyes averted from its face, looking down at the rest of its body or just at its feet on the floor. Just make sure that you can see which way it's facing. Then present the creature with the mirror, showing it its own reflection. If what we know about the entity holds true, it will fly into its trademark uncontrollable violent rage and begin to attack the creature that has seen its face. In this scenario, that creature is itself. It'll begin to tear itself to pieces, ripping and clawing until there's nothing left of itself or until it cannot move anymore. Because SCP-096 seems to be stronger than any weapons we have, the only weapon that makes sense to kill it with is itself. Once it's stopped its self-destructive assault and has been neutralized, you will be able to escape with your life and the knowledge that this deadly threat has been eliminated once and for all. Congratulations! Not only did you live through your first day at the SCP Foundation, but you succeeded where countless other scientists have failed and managed to terminate one of the organization's deadliest finds. Okay, it won't be that easy. If showing the thing its reflection was the simplest way to totally kill it, the Foundation would have done it already. But according to some accounts, being presented with reflective surfaces has caused the creature to frantically claw at its own face in a state of extreme distress. What could be a better distraction to tag and bag this insecure monster and cart it back to its cell? Either way, your work here is done. Run yourself a hot bath, pour yourself a drink, and celebrate a job well done. Now let's see what kind of trouble you can run into tomorrow. What a year 2020's been so far. The year started out great, a new decade, a new you, and then quickly spiraled out of control with you ending up in a fight versus Baby Yoda, the Mandalorian, the Joker, you name it, and you've been in a battle royale for your life ever since this crappy year started. Not to mention the time you took a job as a combine transhuman civil protection officer and you had your memories wiped,
I
so you
have
could forget
no
all
clue,
about your
dude.
past horrors, only to have Gordon freaking
The
Freeman reappear
SCP
after 20 years and
Foundation,
ruin your
I
day
don't know
all
what's
over
that.
again. Well,
But it sounds very interesting. That's for something. Yeah. Something else. Creepypasta. How about that? 1 hour of Mr. Bolland. Okay, let's go. I want to make a, you know, like a
At the end of December in
presentation
1984, in a little village in northern India, a young woman named Sumitra had her first child with her husband. And right away, Sumitra fell in love with her little baby boy. She had always wanted a baby, and now that she had one, she carried him with her everywhere, strapped to her chest. And any time she had a free hand from cooking or housework, she would use it to pat his head or tickle his feet. Life was not easy for anyone in Sumitra's village, which was located just south of the Himalayan mountains along the Ganges River. Sumitra's village was very poor. People lived in mud huts with thatched roofs, they had no electricity, and basically no one had any formal education. As for Sumitra, her life was especially challenging even relative to her peers, because when she was very young, her mother died, and then her father had to go away all the time for work, and so she was left alone a lot and basically was raised by a cousin. And now, even though she was married, her husband also had to travel quite a bit for work. And so Sumitra, she lived with her husband's parents in their hut, but the reality is she wasn't nearly as close with them as she was with her own family, and her own family was nowhere nearby, and so Sumitra's life was really quite lonely even as an adult. And so when Sumitra had her baby, it was like for the first time in her life, she didn't feel alone, and she was excited about her life. She was happy that something was finally going the way she wanted it to. But then, one day in early 1985, everything changed. That day, Sumitra, with her son attached to her chest, was walking into town to get water from the well. And as she was walking along the dirt path, she suddenly came to a stop, very rigid, and she dropped her bucket on the ground. A couple of other villagers who were nearby heard the bucket fall, they turned and looked at Sumitra, who was standing there totally rigid. And so one of these villagers, who was very concerned, walked over to Sumitra and asked her what was going on. But Sumitra, she didn't say anything. She just stood there frozen. And this concerned villager looked down at Sumitra's hands, and her fingers were bending.
Do I like its flows? In-game UI? True, yeah, that's what I'm looking. That's what I may want to do. Or it could just be something for social media, you know. In-game UI, really? I don't even know what kind of game is this. Creepy pasta. 18 True Scary Horror Compilation. The God Experiment.
Have you ever wondered what it would be like to play God? Some questions should stay unanswered. We selected 7 individuals for the study. My colleagues found it important to have a radical mixture of gender and sexual orientation. Discrete cameras were set up throughout the participants' home and place of business. We instructed the subjects to proceed with their daily activities normally, as if nothing had changed. We then told our people a white lie. We told them that a team of scientists would be working to alter their lives. Allegedly, this group analyzed the recordings and applied subtle changes to the subjects' real-time routines. Each modification would be designed to improve personal productivity and overall contentment. We told subjects that they should not notice any differences whatsoever. It could be as simple as a passerby saying hi. We also forbid all contact with us during this time. The reality was that we did nothing. We just watched. In the interest of avoiding the ire of recent legal proceedings, I will avoid using last names. I worked with a respected sociologist named Thomas, or Tommy for short. Tom's prestige in the industry secured
I
our
actually
funding in
do
the
an
first place.
in-game
I considered
one.
myself the intern. My
I have
job entailed
some,
ordering
but
pizza,
then
bringing
it's
coffee, and
cropped.
answering phones.
Okay, this
Sometimes
one
Thomas allowed
is
me to
the
watch the cameras while he
presentation.
slept or
This
left
one,
the
I
building.
like this one a lot.
Not a bad gig for a 23-year-old kid with a sociology degree.
This one is the
That changed
simplest.
soon after it started.
The
My
problem,
hatred for my job started
my
when our
problem
first
is that my
subject,
character
Michael,
is very
began to behave
squarish.
erratically. The biography listed him as Subject 001, a straight white male, aged 28. He stood at 6 feet 3 inches. He weighed 190 pounds. He had dark brown hair with a blemish on the upper right corner of his eyebrow. Mike did not have a girlfriend at the time. Thankfully, Tom considered that factor. It did not take long for things to go haywire. On the second day of record keeping, I caught Mike talking to himself in the middle of the night.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Are you sure? I don't want to do it.
The noise nearly caused me to fall off my chair. The rest of the day had been silent. I checked the cameras twice, but found no one else there. Thomas had left the building on another one of his errands. I texted him an alert just as Michael jumped out of bed on the infrared and walked to his door.
Camera 3. 001's losing his marbles.
Tommy walked into our makeshift laboratory a couple of minutes later. He wore a look of guarded excitement.
Now, do
and
I
an
do full
undersized
body
white coat
or
that
do I
barely
do
covered
like
his
that?
large-stuffed
Do
belly.
it like that.
Crumbs on his jacket
What do you
suggested
think?
that snacking had caused him to slack off the next door. Yet again, Tom
Come,
looked
tell me.
fascinated when he saw the screen. He watched the monitor over my shoulder like a parrot. Michael banged his head against the wall. My colleague sounded downright giddy when he exclaimed,
Oh, what's happening? Record this, kid.
In-game
I did not
UI
know
or
what
like
it
presentation
meant, but I followed
UI?
orders. After about 23
Presentation
headbangs, Michael
poster,
stopped moving.
like something like
We
that.
waited and watched for 10 minutes.
Everything.
We checked his vitals. Somehow,
Because if
Michael
it's
was not
in-game,
injured.
because my character
He
is
only fell
squarish, it's
asleep,
going to look like that.
standing up.
Why in-game
It is
though?
an eerie feeling to watch a man on the verge of losing his mind. The curtains in his apartment fluttered nervously in the wind. Every few hours,
I suck
Michael
at
roused
UI,
himself
dude.
from
Why do
sleep
you want to
and
make me
checked the
do
window
UI?
nervously, then
Both?
returned to his perch by the bedroom door. He repeated this trend a few times throughout the night. He didn't get back in bed all evening. The next day, Michael got a promotion. We had nothing to do with it. We watched the whole thing from a hidden cubicle camera. Michael's boss sounded truly grateful. She considered Michael's job performance to be worthy of recognition. To boot, the firm had been particularly successful that quarter. That meant a big bonus. The shit-eating grin on Michael's face told us that he considered the experiment to be responsible. Our subject got very drunk that night.
We
We did not capture the bar in our video feed. I did, however, catch his walk of shame home sometime around 2 in the morning. I adjusted the audio and found the guy talking to himself once again.
I don't want to. I don't want to. Are you sure? I don't want to.
Michael walked into the apartment and flicked the light switch. The room remained quiet and empty. He repeated his favorite little phrase over and over again. He futzed around in the living room in an apparent panic.
I don't want to. I don't want to. Are you sure? I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Are you sure? I don't want to do it.
It annoyed me, to be honest. I started to doubt my colleague. Unstable subjects tend to skew results. I had not considered the more dire consequences at the time. Who's he talking to? I asked. Tom didn't answer. Michael walked toward the kitchen and grabbed a glass of water from the fridge. His movements seemed extremely erratic. The overall behavior reminded me of an animal with rabies, especially the way one leg dragged behind the other. Suddenly, as if hearing something, Michael stopped and stared out of the kitchen window. The water spilled all over the floor. Michael stayed in that position for 5 minutes. Then, he offered one last line in the direction of the kitchen door.
Are you sure?
Then he sprinted outside without another word.
Switch to camera 4.
Tommy barked over my shoulder. I did as I was told. I swear, that's it. The memory of this still keeps me up at night. Michael's drunken shape came back into focus on the green grass of the apartment complex. The receiver taped to his chest captured rapid breaths as his haphazard footsteps traced the path that led in only one direction. Headlights and horns blasted only 50 feet away. The freeway.
Tom, this is a problem. This is a big fucking problem.
I must have repeated that phrase at least 1,000 times, but my pleas were ignored by my wide-eyed companion. I grabbed the office phone and quickly tried to find an emergency contact. All the while, Michael teetered in between traffic carelessly like a missing toddler.
There's nothing we can do,
Tom muttered.
What do you want me to say?
Michael's body exploded the moment it met the tractor-trailer. He died that day. Our benefactor compensated the family handsomely. Litigation was temporarily avoided. The God experiment continued with the remaining subjects, uninterrupted, for 5 weeks. The God experiment's second trial claimed a 29-year-old woman. Her name was Caroline. According to the bio, the subject stood at 5 feet 3 inches. She weighed 135 pounds. Caroline had dirty blonde hair that met mildly hazel eyes, with astigmatism affecting both lenses. Survey results indicated a surprising lack of romantic partners in the picture. Regardless, she was a female who pursued men exclusively. That fact checked Tommy's second box. So enter subject 002. Caroline lived alone in a small apartment close to home. She preferred it that way. The short distance made it easy to check on her mother, Jacqueline, twice a day. Jacqueline suffered from stage 2 breast cancer, and the debilitating results of chemotherapy just started to take effect around the time of our study. But she never complained. Some had it worse. Her dad died from the same disease years back. Nobody wanted that. Her brother was working now, and Caroline considered that a good thing, but no one knew how long Sean could stay employed. Minimum wage positions tended to be seasonal. She told friends on the phone that the new job seemed lucrative but scary. What if something could happen to him? If she lost either one, she might just lose her mind. And so, late at night, Caroline prayed. I liked to listen to the audio while Tommy snored in the hallway. She asked God for the same thing we all do. A game-changing cure for her mom, maybe, who started to look thinner every day. Perhaps her brother could land a manager position at that new store in town.
He has so much potential,
She would say. Her voice rose slightly past a whisper every time she repeated that line.
Give him the strength to apply himself this time.
Caroline also asked God if it would be time to meet a man worth the wait. That last one seemed a lot less important than the rest, though, and stayed noted as such in all prayers. She repeated the routine every single night. Nobody ever answered. That changed in the second week of our study. Jacqueline had an important doctor's appointment in the morning. Her daughter stayed up late in the night with worry. She said 17 prayers. 6 Hail Marys, 6 Our Fathers, and 5 personalized messages to the big man himself. Somehow, the kid got something right. Excitement overwhelmed the car's audio the moment the two of them got inside. Jacqueline spoke with an apprehensive tone at first.
Wait, I can't hear that, Doctor. He mumbles when he talks. The chemo actually worked?
The backdrop of the corporate parking lot suddenly painted a beautiful scene. Mother and daughter embraced for several long moments. Static from their windbreakers corrupted the microphones for a moment. They both wiped tears from their eyes as they sat back in their seats.
The chemo actually worked.
Caroline coughed a couple of times to clear her voice.
Doctor said you need some follow-up scans, some new medicine, but no more treatments.
She paused and looked at her mother with admiration.
You're in remission, young lady.
I paused the video. The moment caused me to tear up as well. The poor, battle-worn woman smiled brightly underneath her wig. She looked young again. I guess the recognition of salvation took off 10 years. It was beautiful to see something good happen, finally, in a string of so much bad. Tommy appeared over my shoulder.
Screenshot that.
I did as I was told. We resumed the video a second later.
Call your brother. He worries.
Caroline's mother usually wore a gruff and unfriendly expression, but today, nothing could contain the excited sparkle in those weary eyes.
And let's get a drink. Oh, he's on speakerphone. He called us.
Caroline giggled.
Sean, can you hear us?
The confident young man crackled through the secondary audio.
Well, guess who just became a full-timer?
Both of Caroline's wishes came true that same day, and so the family celebrated well into the night. They chose a restaurant on the outskirts of town. We did not have this location on our camera feed. I hope they had a good time. Once again, our cameras caught a drunk subject stumbling home after hours. I was alone at the time. When I enhanced the audio, her nervous voice caused my blood to run cold.
Are they okay? Okay. Are they okay? Okay. Are they okay? Okay.
Caroline mumbled the words on a loop like a depressing song.
Are they okay? Okay. Are they okay? Okay. Are they okay? Okay.
Tommy promised his wife a real dinner for the first night, and who knows how long. I promised to cover. I called and texted him about 1,000 times. Subject 002, same symptoms.
We can't let this fucking happen again. Answer the fucking phone, Tommy.
I did not receive a response. Caroline teetered around her family room in confused, stuttered steps. She repeated her new phrase to the empty room a few more times. The whole thing seemed bizarre. Too bizarre for just a crazy night of drinking. I did not think drugs could have been involved, at least not voluntarily. The girl didn't even keep alcohol in the house. After 5 minutes, Caroline walked to the door and stepped into the rain. The temperature read 43 degrees Fahrenheit. She did not have shoes, a sweater, or a hat. I swapped through views as quickly as possible in order to catch up. After a few moments, the second camera found our subject in her backyard. A dusty cornfield sat on the corner of the rural property, and Caroline walked toward it slowly. She did not look worried or appear to be in a rush. The mic caught cool, calm, and collected breaths through the rain. In fact, for the first time in the entire experiment, she seemed at peace. Blood pressure and vitals lowered to healthier levels. Her pulse did not indicate any issues. Caroline reached the edge of the cornfield before long. She turned and looked one last time toward the house and smiled. Part of me still feels like she smiled at the camera. Without warning, a blunt object struck her head from behind. I sat dumbfounded and helpless as a blurry shape dragged our subject away. The audio caught one last line before the mic fell into the maze.
Are they okay? Okay.
Subject 002 is still missing to this day. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to watch 7 lives fall apart on camera? Picture yourself on a train ride over a mountain covered in ice, and you hear the avalanche. A monotone rumble of shifting rocks and billowing snow overloads the cold air. That noise can only mean one thing, right? You're sure death is coming, but no one in the carnage screams. No one is crying, and instead, it's calm and quiet, right up until the end. Subject 003 was a transgender male named Courtney. The participant stood 5 feet 6 inches. He weighed 150 pounds. In the photograph, dark, unblemished skin met stylish black hair shaved short on one side. Courtney was in a relationship with a female, but the happy couple had not moved in together. I considered camera placement to be ideal inside the cramped studio apartment. From an early age, Courtney exhibited clear signs that birth did not match the right body. Early onset identity crisis led to complexities, including depression and anxiety, that went untreated throughout the teenage years. The madness ended when medical professionals took corrective measures to implement a lifelong dream. He worked in a high-paying job in the healthcare industry and held a padded HSA to boot. He paid for the whole procedure himself. Even still, Courtney's parents ceased all communication. That fact haunted him. Courtney never considered himself religious. Survey results indicated that, with a few major concepts. He believed in a God. He believed in judgment and punishment, and some sort of peace in the end for us all. Like everybody, Courtney had his own issues with the big man or big lady. On the topic of omnipotence, he wrote, "If there is a puppet master, I am his missing string." I found that sort of dark, but he still prayed for some things. The messages delivered by his bedside in the dark of night were to no one in particular. Each offering began with something like, "I don't know if anyone is listening, but," because it felt safer that way. Easier not to damn yourself with one if you've got a chance with another. He prayed for his family to talk to
I
him.
can't
He
design
prayed for
logos,
acceptance.
man.
He prayed for his little
Fuck
sister's
my
health
life.
and another promotion and better medication and less makeup. But most of all, he asked for something most may be able to understand. He prayed for enough money to make his girlfriend a wife and start a life. In the second week of our study, things seemed to be heading in the right direction. A late-night conversation in the bedroom with Samantha broached the topic of marriage. His little sister, Sarah, texted often and claimed that she felt fine. The course of his career continued to trend upwards, and bonus season claimed another happy participant. However, we began to notice similar symptoms the Tuesday after subject 002 went missing. Courtney's mother called that morning. The conversation started pleasant enough. She talked about herself, mostly. The gossip at the library, favorite television shows, and the usual. However, the topic eventually led to where it always does. Her father's drinking problems. Dad must have heard the last part when he walked by. He offered one soul-crushing bit of advice into the receiver while Mom tried to escape the room.
Tell my little girl I say hello.
Tom and I were both in the office at the time. The results of that single sentence were almost too horrible to bear. Courtney was in his car and approaching a bridge. The phone line disconnected, but he still screamed into it anyway.
Mom? Dad? That's it? You have nothing else to fucking say to me. Why'd you even fucking call me? Why the fuck did you do this to me?
The line beeped without sympathy. Something inside the poor man's eyes looked dead inside. It did not require 720p video inside the dashcam to properly characterize the look of defeat and utter anguish. I wanted to help him, but as always, there was no time. Plus, the rules of the God experiment forbade interaction. Tommy looked ready to make an exception when Courtney pulled over and got out of the car. We switched cameras. Our participant stood on the narrow sidewalk and stared into the distance for a couple of minutes. Then he walked forward. The fog had started to pour in at that altitude. Rain had drifted in and out of the area all evening. Quietly, Courtney began to whisper one line on loop, just like all the others. I am your missing string. 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 Tommy appeared really worried at that
How do I
moment.
make this
He grabbed his
thing?
cell
How do I
phone and
make the
furiously
AS
thumbed a text to a number I
read
did not recognize. Then he reached over and paused my video, and instead pointed to an opposite monitor. Camera 4 showed the inside of the car. What the fuck is that? He asked. It was impossible to see any features, but one fact seemed clear. A black shape sat very still in the back seat, at about medium height. After a few moments, the door opened beside it and something exited in the opposite direction. We frantically adjusted the cameras to get a view, but there was no one else in sight. I resumed the video and checked on Courtney. He dangled carelessly off a support beam as I repeated my favorite slew of curses. The cold, hard ground several hundred feet below did not seem to be worrying to anybody but Tom and me. Where do all missing strings go? Courtney asked our audio feed. Then, he slipped off his shirt. He unattached the microphone. He finished one final sachet around the pole. Then, Subject 003 took a dramatic swan dive into the below. I still wonder about his question. I don't think anybody really knows. Michelle was a transgender female who never quite adjusted to the cameras in her home. That fact alone made her much smarter than the rest. It was an unmistakable and itchy feeling to be watched. Some people recognize it better than others. The sensation can creep through your guts like a virus. It makes all those little hairs on your neck stand on end. Survival instincts implore human beings to seek shelter in these situations. It is always best to avoid the eyes of the hunter, but if there is no way to be sure of safety, what if the lion has eyes in every corner of the jungle? Subject 004's survey indicated a hermit-like behavior. She had few family and friends. Her employer was an online blog that allowed employees to work from home. The topics of conversation for this site were nothing short of the usual dog shit you see in National Enquirer and similar publications. Popular headlines included, Woman marries alien, Bigfoot kept lumberjack as love slave, and more of the usual attention-seeking crap. The more absurd, the better. Michelle had been with the company for nearly 10 years. Her articles on conspiracy theories built a reputation that stretched across the country. Nevertheless, the layoff at corporate headquarters claimed her job in the second week of our study. As with past participants, our video caught all the gory details. Our subject cried in bed for days. She did not leave her apartment for a week. Doctor appointments stayed canceled, groceries were delivered to the house, and the few friends remaining offered nothing outside of a few half-hearted text messages. So it goes. Michelle pursued the employment market relentlessly. Personally, I thought this indicated a willingness to take life more seriously. The resume compiled online looked impressive to my untrained eyes. She called
This
and
is so
begged
fun
several
to
other
read.
companies that claimed to be hiring. She filled out 1 million applications online, but I suppose the job market is
But
tough
it's
for
cool.
the type of person who once wrote that a
Funny
landlord is a
descent.
wizard.
That's
Most
right.
newspapers insisted on more serious experience. A few fellow blog sites openly laughed during interviews on the phone. The windfalls of hope and repeated disappointment became tough to watch. All these factors added up left Michelle at home, all day, alone. She turned to alcohol somewhere around the third week. Tommy blamed the strange behavior that followed on her excessive drinking. I remained unconvinced. The warning signs that I had come to identify seemed to be repeating themselves in Subject 004. One hungover morning, Michelle moved a chair to a blind spot in the kitchen. She sat there for 4 hours. The entire apartment stayed quiet during this time. When Michelle emerged, she seemed suspicious of everything from the cat to her own shadow. She searched the apartment endlessly for something, and that made us worry. During setup, Tom etched one of our cameras into the wood of her nightstand. Sure enough, she found it, after tearing apart the whole room. She talked to us openly from that point on.
The
That
diva
revelation
cannot be red,
certainly
right?
affected our
I
test
feel
results,
the
but
diva
as
cannot be
always,
red.
our responsibility stayed the same.
Oh,
Interference and
I
correction did
think
not
I
present
know how
itself
to
as an option. We were only observers. The camera became a prop of Michelle's bout of self-destruction. She carried that and a bottle of Jack Daniels everywhere. She talked to both as if live streaming. Most of the messages were incoherent and similar to the nonsense she used to peddle for a living.
Reporting live from the kitchen, water has turned to a mysterious brown color. Back to you, Doc. Reporting from the bedroom, something is scratching underneath my floor. Can you guys hear that? Reporting from the den, someone is outside my door. Is that one of you?
Nothing I saw or heard on screen confirmed her theories. However, my concerns started to get more serious when Michelle refused to sleep. 2 days without rest turned to 3, and 4, and 5. Her behavior became manic. On several occasions, I caught her staring at the walls for hours at a time. Soon enough, Michelle found the remaining cameras. She took to hiding in blind spots that made it impossible for me to see her after that. The frequency and length of the live streams radically decreased. I hoped that wherever she went, Michelle finally found some sleep. The apartment was always very quiet during that time. There were no other voices inside. One morning, many days later, someone knocked at the apartment door. Michelle had not been outside in 2 weeks. Tom snored so loud in the lab that I had almost missed it. The knock started out quiet and unassuming. After a few unanswered raps, it grew more aggressive, until it soon became an absolute pounding that stirred my colleague from his sleep and caused Michelle to sprint into my line of sight in a panic.
Do you guys hear it now?
We did.
What do I do?
I had no idea. Tom pulled out his phone again. He had a block on the device that obscured my vision from the side. I asked him angrily about the text messages. He started to answer me just as Subject 004 walked over to the door.
Shit, she cannot answer that door,
he muttered instead. Michelle could not hear us. She looked through the peephole neurotically, and then she shrugged her shoulders and caught a quick, nervous breath and unlocked the chain.
Why don't we have visibility in the hallway?
I asked, fearing the answer. It came a second later. A gunfire erupted in our headphones. A bullet caught Subject 004 in the head. I knew immediately that our Michelle was dead. She did not even have time to scream. Tom pulled the plug from every computer, monitor, and power grid in the lab. Video and audio disappeared in kind. He fired off a few more rapid-fire text messages. In a few short moments, the God experiment fell completely offline. His next words removed any doubt in my mind.
We have to help the remaining subjects. We're running out of time.
God found me in the middle of a hurricane. We were absolutely flying down an ill-advised stretch of I-95. Storm warnings vibrated the phones in our pockets like a pair of dildos. That evening, the road stayed slick with white waves of spitting rain and bits of black ice that stuck to the asphalt like butter. I clung to the steering wheel and kept my eyes on the road, but still begged my friend to fill me the fuck in.
Who are you texting? What's going on? Where are we going? Say something!
Tom tore his eyes from the phone and finally turned to face me.
How do you think we have any money?
I stared blankly. I never really considered that fact. Studies always had donors. It could be anybody. Individuals, institutions, companies, or organizations, as long as they all followed the letter of the law, which we did not.
I'm poor as fuck,
My
man.
colleague flicked my forehead like an asshole.
But
I
have a
swatted his
job.
hand
How do I
away and
get
tried
rich?
to focus on the road.
Who do you think paid for all the computers in the back seat, or the lab we sit in every day? How about the extremely expensive video equipment we used to monitor 5 individuals the weeks they were murdered?
5?
Priyanka is...
Tom guffawed at my apparent stupidity. Take the next exit. I did as told. The dripping water through the window made me shiver involuntarily.
I did it myself this time,
he mumbled.
Better that way, for a dissident. Nothing like a little arsenic in her girlfriend's pepper chicken, What the fuck are you talking about?
I asked.
You have to talk to me, man. I'm the one driving.
Tom took a long look at me before he finally sighed and replied. There's a man behind the curtain, Justin. There always is. We need to get away from him. A massive oak tree fell from the side of the road. It landed about 20 feet ahead. That should have given me enough time to stop, but the brakes in my car screeched unevenly. I did my best to swerve, and so we didn't crash immediately. Tom had time to offer one final line in the chaos before wooden splinters ripped apart the paneling of my mid-sized SUV.
There's always a man behind the curtain.
The next few moments in my memory is a mixture of broken glass and hurling objects. I can remember the tumbles pretty clearly. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 suspensions of gravity in total. Seatbelts kept both of us stationed securely to the vehicle, but the same could not be said for the piles of electrical equipment. The good news was that the last turnover put the car right side up. The bad news was that it was in the middle of a New Jersey swamp, and Tom was losing a lot of blood. He faded in and out of consciousness, and my arm felt broken. Nonetheless, adrenaline allowed me to pull my colleague from the car and lay him down on the hill. My middle-class pipe dream sunk into 2 feet of mud with all of our equipment. We were stuck. The accumulating rain made it impossible to drag ourselves up. I tried to stop Tom's bleeding with my shirt. That was about as successful as trying to stop a spout with a pin. The worst wound the old man sustained struck his wrinkled old head. Red bits of skin and flesh poked through my white shirt. I don't think he had much time left. I do think the integrity of that moment made him reconsider a few things in life.
He would have tortured her. The words again made me feel cold inside. Why? Who is he? Why does he care? I don't understand. Tom, why would you kill one of our subjects? It was just like going to sleep. A pair of headlights arrived by the side of the road soon after. I could barely see the figure that gracefully slid down the embankment. He wore an impeccable black suit that fit his thin and
Is it
agile
a
form
podcast?
flawlessly.
It's a
I
creepy
waved and
pasta.
called out, "There's a man dying here!" But he did not reply. The rain started to erode the embankment we were lying upon. The shadow in the suit watched me struggle to hold up Tom's body with a broken arm and a
I
couple
don't
of
like
cracked
this.
ribs.
This
He
can't
snorted
do
audibly
can't
and
do
said,
much with this
"Good
S
evening
shape.
to
This
you
S
both,"
is not nice.
in an awkwardly confident tone. I tried to reply back. Help
Yeah,
had
this
arrived.
shape is
I
not
thought we were
nice.
saved, but before I could, the man Tom
I
had
think
once
we can
called
use
God
this S.
shot him 2 times in the stomach. Then there was only one subject
looks
remaining
good.
in the study. Me. I wished I wasn't alive. That's such a bullshit statement these days. What do the kids call it? Basic? The very same line could be applied to waiting in the doctor's office with a common cold, or sneezing in someone's face, or using the restroom in a public place. It just doesn't mean anything anymore, you know? Exaggeration and veneer have taken the guts out of every word meant to imply the severity of my situation. Truthfully, now, let's try that again. I wished I was not alive. If you thought the devil capable of immense torture, then God will almost certainly offer you a pleasant surprise. He brought me somewhere inside. The drugs that coursed through my vein in an IV were unlike anything I had ever experimented with in college. Pain became something to rest my hat on when breathing was no longer a required chore. The shapes inside my teeming space blended together like 3 white rabbits shuffling through a surgery room. I felt insanity grip the corners of my brain and hold it tight like a vice. I prayed to death through gritted teeth and begged him to visit that night. But he didn't. Tommy knew about this fate. His last words told me everything I needed to know. There was always a man behind the curtain. I would like to talk about the God experiment. Through all the chaos of pain and pounding vibrations in my body, I could hear the voice as clear as could be. It boomed and resonated through the hollow room as if an echo. I spoke back as a humble servant prepared to meet my maker. Subject 005 is a little lady named Priyanka. She is a 25-year-old bisexual female. A white rod of lightning intercepted my mind. Again? Subject 005
Does
was
this read
killed by
like
Subject
Divas
6,
Ascend?
Tommy. The pain grew worse. God did not like my answer. I asked him why. His response was a draw of a deep breath and a let out of an overwhelming sigh. The kid's too loopy. This is not working. We will have to try again later. I looked around the room and tried to take in my surroundings. The walls were stained with waves of brown water damage and growing mold. The floor felt concrete. My bare feet were tied up to the legs with a rickety wooden chair. I shook nervously.
Fuck!
God screamed in annoyance.
This is not the plan! This is not the fucking plan!
A female voice called out from somewhere in the background.
Life never fits the plan, Diego, but you are the handler on this one. Your fuck up.
The third deep tone murmured its support. Diego's reply seemed angry. I did not know why.
His memory is supposed to wipe. The feds tested it years ago. Hell, we have used these same drugs on Subject 6 for 6 years. Is it too soon?
The female's voice sounded downright cocky when she replied.
It's not too soon. It just doesn't always work the way you want.
Their voices converged in a cacophony of whispers too difficult to understand. Somewhere underneath all the horrible things churning inside of me, clarity approached.
You're not God?
I offered the words to the room in a daze.
Oh, now he gets it.
The male voice laughed again. Then he punched me in the mouth.
Haven't you heard? The state is God.
The G-man looked at the bruise on his fist while I spit a pool of blood in his direction. It all added up in that moment. The subjects were dissidents. They were destined to die because our government wanted them to die. Our purpose in the God experiment was only to ensure death came at the right time.
We have to kill him. The Attorney General...
The lady cut off her partner. The AG doesn't know anything. They both paused. Do you hear that? I took the momentum of the moment to throw my chair to the floor. The struggle that ensued did not favor my side. I broke the legs and managed to scurry free, but soon enough, the third giant crow wrapped his arms around my arms while the other two punched me. When Tom burst through the door to our unlocked room, I outright laughed at his sheer stupidity. The fat man was covered in blood. It dripped from his head and lab coat like an absurd C-rated horror movie. However, his next few actions were nothing short of heroic. Without them, I would not be alive to tell this story. Thank the Lord, Tom brought a big old gun with him. 2 bullets caught my attackers immediately. The third let go of me just before Tom shot him in the ankle. I stumbled out of the room and escaped the scene of the crime just in time. Tom caught 1 more bullet himself that night. He died alongside the same men that ruined his life. The government selected 7 subjects from radically different backgrounds. Their names were Mike, Caroline, Courtney, Michelle, Priyanka, Tommy, and me. The reason behind multiple genders and orientations seemed pretty simple. Our handlers wanted to prove a point during this run of the God experiment. Everyone is vulnerable at any time. Anyone can be taken care of outside of the public eye. The subjects we watched were targeted for execution by the same government that collected their taxes, and so on. There is no more apt description for our commanders-in-chief. The state is God. If you ask for more answers, I am afraid they are in short supply. For the past 6 months, I have been forced to hide. I do not know why feds allow me to be alive. I can feel their eyes every time I go to bed. Just before I submitted this final update, the camera on my laptop flickered red. The state is watching me. They're watching you too. I only wanted someone else to see.
Divas Asset.
The year was 1937. The setting? Beijing, then known as Peking. 19-year-old Pamela Werner was the adopted daughter of an established British diplomat and had spent the vast majority of her life in the Chinese capital. She was fluent in Mandarin, knew her way around the city well, and had many friends who she socialized with frequently. On a cold evening in January, Pamela went ice skating with her friends. She was due to leave for London in a few days to further her education, and wanted to spend some quality time with the people she cared about the most. At around 7 p.m, Pamela said goodbye to her friends. This would be the last time they'd ever see her alive. The next morning, Pamela's mutilated corpse was discovered by the last surviving section of Peking's Ming Dynasty wall, only a short walk from her home. Her ribs were broken, and many of her organs had been cut out. Her heart, kidneys, liver, and bladder were missing. Her throat had been slashed open so deeply that her head was almost severed. Her right arm was barely still connected to her torso. The frozen ground around her was stained red. The expensive watch on her wrist had stopped a few minutes after midnight. It remains unclear what happened to Pamela after she left the ice rink that night. There's no concrete evidence to tell us where she went, what she may or may not have got up to, or who she may or may not have bumped into. With all that said, 2 prominent theories do exist. Paul French and Graham Shepherd have both published books about the murder mystery of Miss Werner, but the authors paint 2 very different pictures. In fact, the only thing they both seem to agree on is that Pamela's life came to an end with a blow to the head. I'll start with French's version of events, which he presents in his book, Midnight in Peking. After researching the case extensively, French believes it's most likely that after skating with her friends, Pamela met up with another group of females to go to a party. The party was being hosted by an American dentist in the city, Wentworth Prentice. Prentice and his friends were known for not being the nicest of people, put it like that. Not the kind of guys you'd bring back home to mother. Pamela was a patient of the bad boy dentist, and so likely didn't feel intimidated by him or his mates. Their party eventually moved on to another place, a seedy club in a place known as the Badlands. You can imagine what kind of things went on in that neighborhood. French claims that it's here Pamela was separated from her friends. There she stood, in a room with only a bed in it, surrounded by a group of men. From there, a number of things could have happened. Maybe she resisted. Maybe she screamed. Maybe one of the men panicked and hit her over the head with something hard to shut her up. Either way, that was both the end of the party and the end of Pamela. The men then drained her body of all her blood to make her lighter and easier to move. They took her to where she was discovered the next morning, a place with no streetlights and few passers-by. Their plan was to chop up her body, make her unrecognizable, dispose of the pieces in predominantly Chinese areas, and pass the blame on to a non-existent local psychopath. The dentist and his friends were all hunting buddies, and all knew their way around a blade. They were likely interrupted when someone came by, and left Pamela where she was found. Graham Shepherd's hypothesis about what happened that night is much different. The writer himself was a former police detective, and he claims that French's version of events doesn't make sense from a policing perspective. No, his version is much more simple, and goes like this. Pamela was not the kind of girl who'd go along with a group of men to the infamous Badlands. That would have been completely out of character for her. Even if the party actually happened, it's likely that she never went to it. It's more likely that she met up with one of her old Chinese schoolmates, a man called Han Su Qing. This man would be the one to end her life after she broke his heart sometime before. He probably dumped her body in the street late that night, and then some random passers-by harvested her organs to sell for some superstitious Chinese medicine practices. A dark theory indeed. Both writers have problems with each other's version of events, but in all likelihood, we'll never know which one, if either, is correct. In 1943, the Japanese army took control of Peking, and the investigation into Pamela's demise came to an end. After the war, all interest in the case faded. Whatever evidence had been collected was already lost. We know as much now as 82 years ago. Although the circumstances of Pamela's untimely demise remain a mystery, and probably will forevermore, at least these two books have shone a light on her case, and ensure that she won't be forgotten to history. I'm a private investigator in a small town in central Ukraine. For the sake of my business, I can't reveal which town exactly. Heck, I probably shouldn't even be sharing this story to begin with. Yet here we are. Most of the cases I've worked over the years have been unremarkable to say the least. I specialize in infidelity, and spend most of my working days spying on cheating husbands and wives, then reporting back to my client, letting them know whether their partner is innocent or guilty of double dipping, so to speak. A few years back, though, I worked an unusual case, one that ended up being much darker than I anticipated. It all started when a husband and wife entered my office. They hadn't even booked an appointment. They didn't need to. Just from glancing up at them, I instantly knew who they were. The Roshchas, by far the richest people in our area. They had the biggest house, nicest car. Everybody knew they were hot stuff. I asked them to take a seat and tell me how I could help them. "Sir," they explained to me, "it's our daughter, Sophia. She's run away with her new boyfriend, and we have no idea where she is. They've only known each other for a couple of weeks. They left 2 days ago. Look, she left us a note." The father handed me a crumpled up piece of paper. It read as follows. "Dear Mother and Father, I've decided to elope with my boyfriend, Andre. He's won my heart, and I wish to start a new life with him across the border. I don't know when I'll be back, if ever. Don't cry for me, for he makes me happier than anyone deserves to be. Forever yours, Sophia Roshcha. They told me this was completely out of character. Not to mention, the handwriting didn't
This
look like hers
logo
at
is
all, and the
great.
words didn't sound like something she had put.
Okay,
It was all
the
too
D-bus ascent
formal.
is clear now, but the A is
They
not
tried
very
calling
good.
Sophia, but she never answered. The family immediately went to the police, begging them to help find their daughter. The authorities were strangely unhelpful. They said there was no reason to be suspicious, and that the girl had just left on her own terms. The family even offered to pay the cops, seeing how rich they were and all, but even still, they refused to look into the case. That's why they came to me. I was the only person who'd be willing to help them look for her. I asked if there was anything they could give me to help me get started. They gave me several pictures of Sophia and her new boyfriend, Andre, a very handsome young man in his late 20s. Apparently, they had to snap the pictures secretly. Andre really hated being on camera. So, that's not all, they told me. You see, the reason we came to you specifically. This morning, we received an anonymous letter in the mail. We have no idea who it came from. Here. I opened the precisely folded letter and read it. To the Roshcha family, your daughter Sophia is in grave danger. Andre is not who he claims to be. The police won't help you. It may already be too late. Go to this man for help. It's your best chance. Signed, a friend. The man he named in the letter was me. The plot thickened. I agreed to help the family, told them I'd make the case my priority. They told me to do whatever I had to do. Money wasn't a factor. Problem was, with 0 leads, it was hard to know where to start looking. Turns out, a lead came to me. An hour after Sophia's parents left my office, I received a call from a private number. An unknown male voice spoke.
Means, bro, you're
Andre
streaming?
will be at this
Yeah.
location at 8 p.m. He won't be
Dude,
alone.
how are you?
It could be dangerous. If you go, be
Then
careful. I
it's been
jotted
a
down
while.
the
Are you coming to
location the stranger
AFA?
told me. A restaurant in the nearest city, maybe a 45-minute drive away. I then asked him the obvious question. Who am I talking to?
Oh man, there's a bunch of American
Whatever you
artists
do,
coming here.
don't tell the
So
parents.
thanks for the raid. Shit,
How
I
do I
didn't
know I
know
can
you
trust
stream.
I've already said too much. Good luck. The line went cold.
I see.
No doubt it was the same guy who
Yeah,
sent
be
the
sure
letter
to
to
check
the
out Means
Roshchas.
Gov. Art text, come
I
on,
thought
show
about
us your
calling
art.
them, but decided to heed the
Show
stranger's
us
warning.
your art.
Instead, I grabbed my camera and hopped in my car outside, drove to the restaurant the guy mentioned.
Very rarely,
I
yeah.
made it there around 8:15.
Yeah, I never even knew you
I entered
exist.
and made my way to the bar, ordered a soft drink. I subtly scanned the room. There, on the corner table, was Andre, the supposed boyfriend. So much for running and eloping to another country.
Alright,
He sat
so
with a girl. It wasn't Sophia.
please.
What the hell was this guy up to? I kept an eye on them, biding my time. They paid their bill. I paid mine. They left together. I followed behind at a distance. They both got into a car outside. I got into mine. They had no idea I was tailing them as they drove off. After about 20 minutes of driving, I was startled when I saw them turn off into what looked like an abandoned factory complex. Not exactly a romantic spot. I pretended to continue on down the road, straight, then quietly pulled off to the side and switched off my headlights. I decided to get out of my car and walk into the factory grounds, not wanting Andre to know I was there too. I sneaked through the gate and into the complex. I watched as Andre switched off his engine outside the old factory. To my surprise, 2 other men emerged from the abandoned building. They were large and skin-headed, with a look of cruelty about them. That's when I heard muffled female screaming coming from inside Andre's vehicle, which only got louder
Let's
as the
see.
two men opened the passenger side door and dragged
Wow.
Andre's date out. She
So
was
hot
kicking and
lah.
struggling as they dragged her
Do you
into a
much
black
down
van
your
waiting
layers?
nearby.
I'm trying my best to
God damn
do
it.
this. Yeah, I
Human
think you are
traffickers.
drawing in one layer.
I couldn't sit there and do nothing.
I
But
tried,
what
but
could
it's
I
so
do?
hard, man.
I was unarmed.
I,
The only thing I
I
had to
did
hand was my
this.
camera.
I merged the
I
layers too
lifted up
early
the
and then
device and
it's getting
covertly
too
snapped
difficult to
several
paint.
images of the men and their license plates.
Yeah.
The engine of the black van roared and began to make its way towards the gate I was next to. Christ.
Is it because
if the
I merged
headlights
too
shine on
early?
me, I'm toast. I turned and sprinted towards my car down the road on the left, the sound of the van getting louder as it approached me. I made it inside my car. The van pulled out of the
It's
complex.
very difficult.
Please turn right.
Yeah, I'm
Please
trying
turn
to
right.
learn anime style.
Damn it, it turned left. As it came
I
to
can't go
pass me,
usually
the
eyes.
driver turned his head.
Is it because I'm doing
When I was
mecha and
nearly
then I'm
dead,
not
he saw
supposed to
me huddled
merge
down
down
on
the
my seat.
mecha?
He continued on a little further down the road before I saw the van's brake lights flare.
I just do it the hard way.
Next thing I knew,
Yeah, because
Andre's
I have
car
mecha.
pulled
I
up
think if
right
just a
beside me.
character,
And
I
this
think
was
it's
it.
fine, but
This was
wow,
the
the
end.
mecha part is killing me.
Andre looked me straight in the eyes, gave me the most sinister smile I've ever seen in my life, and raised up his hand with his fingers in the shape of a gun. He pretended to shoot me,
Yeah.
then gave me a wink and drove off behind the black
See
van.
your stuff.
I drove off in the opposite direction.
Wow. So,
I, of course, passed on all the information.
is this
and evidence
is
I'd
this fan
collected
art
to the
for your
police. They paid
conventions or just for
absolutely
fun?
no attention, and I immediately knew why. They were almost certainly in the pocket of whatever syndicate was behind the trafficking. You see, from what I know about this sort of thing, Andre was like
Oh, you're going to Comic Cat again.
organization,
Oh, insane.
hired because of his good looks, charisma, and total lack of conscience.
Sounds like fun for you.
His job was probably to travel around to different towns and cities. His boss would give him money to wine and dine the girls, buy them expensive gifts, etc. He was the stereotype of what women look for in a man, at least on the surface, so it was easy for him to win their hearts.
Also, I want to do
Once
a
his prey
nice
was head over heels for him,
logo,
he'd
but
lure them to their doom,
I don't know how
just
to
like
do
a human
logo.
Venus flytrap. He'd lead them to wherever their organization had set up their temporary base of operations. As soon as they got into the car with him, it was already too late for them.
The D must
They'd
be
be forced
bigger.
into trucks, carted off to some secret location, and then auctioned off to the highest bidder. Their friends and family would likely never see them again. Andre was just one small cog in the machine. Unfortunately, the capturing and selling of other humans is the most profitable crime there is, so even if the police were after Andre, it wouldn't change much. The world keeps on spinning, and for as long as it does, there's gonna be evil living on it. I never did find out who the so-called friend was who sent the letter to the Roshchas and called me with the tip-off. My guess would be one of the local cops who knew something was going on. He knew he couldn't intervene, but felt the need to help out with the case anyway. He was right though. It was already too late for Sophia. Sadly, the corruption just ran too deep. In the end, I never asked Sophia's parents for any money. Ultimately, I decided to tell them that Sophia really did run off with Andre. I wanted to save them from heartbreak, from knowing that their daughter suffered the worst fate imaginable. I still ask myself whether I should have told them or not. Keeps me up some nights.
T passes. Yeah. So what have you been doing lately, Miska?
For quite some time now,
Do you still
the
go
US and
to
Cuba have had
conventions?
let's call it a tumultuous relationship. Back in 2015, however, the United States government officially
much
reopened their embassy in
I
Havana
see.
and sent some of their finest agents and officials to work there. Even though there was still a lot of tension between the two nations, everything appeared to be hunky-dory over at the embassy. That is, until late 2016, when an American CIA operative started hearing a strange buzzing noise in his apartment.
Oh, what happened?
The buzzing caused
Oh,
an
you're taking
uncomfortable
breaks.
feeling of pressure in his head. At first he figured it was cicadas or crickets outside his window, but that turned out not to be the case. The mysterious insect-like buzzing wouldn't let up, and the agent began suffering from dizziness and chronic headaches. Things got so bad that he sought medical attention. A report was sent to Washington. since this was just a one-off case, nobody paid it much attention. No investigation was launched into the matter, and business continued as usual. In February 2017, though, two more agents reported hearing the same strange buzzing.
What do you mean?
This time, it caused more serious symptoms.
I still
They
have
not only
your
suffered from headaches and dizziness, but
book,
also
dude.
motor issues and tinnitus. Whatever this
I think
strange
your
sound
art is
was,
fine.
it only seemed to be affecting US personnel stationed at the
Wait, you're
Havana
still
embassy,
streaming
and it
actually.
was seriously doing a number on
You're
their
still
brains.
streaming. Do you turn off
The
your
symptoms
stream?
were the same as in patients with damaged inner ears. When confronted by the head of the US Embassy, the Cuban government denied any wrongdoing. The Americans launched an investigation into both the Cubans and the Russians, but didn't find any evidence to link them to the buzzing sound. By March, even more American personnel came forward with similar symptoms: motor issues, extreme migraines, vertigo, and tinnitus.
Dude,
Some of these
I
personnel didn't even
actually
report
also
hearing
just
the buzzing
came
sound
back
at all.
to
They had
streaming.
just fallen sick out of the blue.
Yeah.
They called it Havana Syndrome. As the months went by, more and more Americans stationed in the Cuban capital began to fall prey to it. By September
Yeah,
of that same
so
year,
yeah,
16
you are
CIA
not
agents
alone.
alone had been affected, along with many other
Yeah,
civil
I just
servants.
lost my job, so I came
A
back.
doctor was sent to treat them.
So yeah, just
He
take it
too
as a
fell
break
sick.
time for me.
Those affected by Havana Syndrome soon began developing other symptoms: insomnia,
Oh fuck,
nausea,
guys,
fainting,
my logo
vision
design
loss,
skill is a joke, man.
frequent
Don't
nosebleeds,
learn from me.
and most worryingly,
This
signs
is
of brain
I
damage.
cannot comprehend how to
They were
design.
struggling with severe
I
memory
know
loss
the
and
rules, but I
became
cannot
unable to
comprehend
concentrate
how
on
to
anything.
design.
These cognitive issues were making it difficult for them to complete
I
even
know you
simple
need to
tasks,
play with
and
positive,
lasted for
negative
months after being
space.
exposed to the mysterious buzzing sound.
I'm not sure. I
Due
like
to
the shape
secrecy
now,
of the
but I'm not
CIA's
sure if this
investigation,
is a
we don't know
crime.
exactly how many
You
staff
have a
members
sharp
were affected
edges
by the
here, and then
sound,
you have a round
but we
edges
do
here. I
know
don't know
that
if
at
this
least
is a
40
crime.
personnel fell sick. Their brains were examined using advanced imaging techniques.
I don't know if the
The
Diva's
results of
ascent
these
is
tests were
readable.
then
I think
compared
it's
with the control
readable
group.
because we have
In
this
July
Diva
of this year, the report was published.
in this black part, and
The
then we
40
have
staff
the
members affected by
ascent.
Havana Syndrome had
I'm not sure if the
significantly less
ascent
brain
can be
matter
read.
than the control group.
Can you guys
They
read the
also had
ascent, dude?
problems with functional
Or is the
connectivity
S
in
too
their
far
brains.
from the?
It then came to light
Yeah, well, maybe
that
this
Canadian
line is
officials
too
in
far.
Havana were being affected too, 14 of them in total. Both the US and Canadian governments were convinced that some sort of radio or electromagnetic weapon was being used to attack their
No,
workers,
I don't.
but couldn't pinpoint exactly who was responsible or what sort of device was being used. Both governments withdrew all their non-essential personnel from Havana. The 14 affected Canadians
You don't need
sued
to
their
take-
government for $28
I don't
million
think you need
for
to
failing
take
to address
classes
the Havana
for
Syndrome problem.
logo
Their
design.
lawsuit is still ongoing.
Because
As of right now, we still don't
the
know who or
underlying
what was
design
responsible for the
fundamental is
buzzing.
the same.
Some people think that the syndrome was the result of some environmental issue, and that it really was just the constant sound of crickets or cicadas that affected the workers'
Diva
brains.
sent. Oh my
That
god.
doesn't explain why
hell.
only US and Canadian government officials were affected, though.
I'll probably
The whole
ask my
thing is very
UI
suspicious,
artist
and
later how
theories
to do
range from
this.
Cuban, Russian, or Chinese sabotage to the whole thing simply being an unidentified virus that spread around the embassies. Since it's such a recent phenomenon, we might actually uncover the truth on this one. If the American and Canadian governments don't keep the whole thing secret, that is. It seems they're doing their utmost to keep
Whoa,
their
this is
investigations under
cool.
wraps.
What did I do? I
Understandably,
accidentally pulled this mask over.
For anyone
And
wondering
this
what
looks
this
sick.
mysterious buzzing sounded like, I'm about to play a short recording
Wow.
taken by one of the US agents. Don't worry, the clip isn't long enough to fry your brain.
And it looks like
If you don't
tech
want
as
to hear
well.
it, pause the video now and use the timestamp in the description to skip to the next entry. For the curious amongst you though,
It looks good, right? I'm kind of surprised that just playing with the shape alone is enough. I want to do a version where the black color is on the ascent, and then the Divas is not the black one.
I'm not sure how well known this one is, but it's one that's always tickled my fancy. The Bath game, sometimes known as Daruma-san, is a game that dates back a long way. The game itself carries with it huge risk, but also the potential for huge reward.
What's this?
According to legend,
Oh.
by conducting a simple ritual, you can summon an entity, known as Daruma-san, who will play a game of cat and mouse with you. The reward for winning is that you'll be blessed with amazing fortune. This one's not for the light-hearted amongst you.
What's this piece
There's a
for?
lot of
Oh,
bad
just
things
for
can happen
my,
to you if
just
you
for
decide
fun
to play the
actually.
game, including death.
Just for fun. I wanted
Here are the
to
rules.
make a own IP about
To play,
Mecha
you'll need a
Waifus
bathroom with a bathtub.
because
Only one person can play this
I
game
feel
at a
that
time.
I kind of
But
suck
don't
at
worry, you won't
Mecha,
really be
so
playing
I want to
alone.
do. I
Step.
want to learn
Wait
because
until
I like
nighttime,
Mecha,
just
and
before
then
bed.
I also want to draw waifus.
Step 2.
And
Fill
I
up your
thought that
bath with water
Mecha
and
Waifu
turn
was
off all the lights.
is a pretty cool team to start with.
Step 3. Take
Yeah,
off your clothes
so that's how I
and get into
started
the
this.
bath. Make sure your body
I had a lot of
stays
design I can show you. Here you go.
Step 4. Close your eyes and
So I
begin
draw
to
a lot,
wash your
but
hair.
the coloring is taking too long.
Step 5. As you wash your hair, repeat the phrase. Daruma-san.
Yeah, the coloring takes me like
Daruma-san.
I think
fell
3 to
down.
4 days. So
Make sure to keep repeating
It's too
this
long,
the
man.
whole time you wash.
I wish it was
Under no
shorter than that.
circumstances should you open your eyes. Step 6. If everything's gone according to plan, your head will be filled with the mental image of a woman standing in the bathtub.
What the?
In this mental image, she'll slip and fall face first onto the tap, gouging out her right eye. She'll die in the process. Step 7. If, after this mental image, you feel a presence in the water behind you, do not turn around or open your eyes. Instead, ask aloud, why
Need
did
to
you
level
fall?
up the coloring speed.
Step 8.
Yeah.
There'll be no answer to your
I
question.
just feel that my draftsmanship
Let
is
it
the
linger
one
in
that's
the air
holding
for
me
a
back.
Then, with your eyes still firmly shut, step out
I
of the
cannot
bath
draw
and dry
proper
yourself off.
line. I cannot lasso
This can be
properly as
dangerous,
well.
so be careful not to slip as you get out.
I don't know why.
Step 9. You can
I
now
feel that
open
it
your
just
eyes. Head to your bedroom.
maybe I'm using because I'm
Inside the
using
bed.
a small tablet. Maybe that's
Do
why.
not
I don't
turn
know.
on the
Maybe that's
bathroom
just an
lights.
excuse.
Do not drain the bath water until morning. Do not re-enter the bathroom after you leave, and make sure to close the door behind you. Step 10. Go to sleep. The ritual is now complete. As soon as you wake up in the morning, the game will begin. The ghostly figure of Daruma-san will follow you all day. You can tell
Yes,
who she
yes,
is
Lynch,
by her
go
stained
draw.
white
I might
clothes,
need to go soon. I
fur,
haven't eaten my
black
dinner
hair,
and it's already
and the
9.
fact
Or maybe
that
I
she's
will just
missing her
AFK
right eye.
to get my food.
Her left one is open and bloodshot. Throughout the day, you'll occasionally feel her presence creeping up behind you. When you do, quickly look over your right shoulder. When you turn to look, you probably won't see her. As the day goes on though, she'll get closer and closer. Do not let her touch you. If you sense that she's getting too close, shout, "Tomare," meaning stop. Shout this while swinging your arm in a chopping motion. Then, run. You've just stalled her and bought yourself some time. Put as much distance between you and her as possible. Use this Tomare command sparingly though. It'll become less effective with every use, so only say it when you really feel the need to. The game will only end when you manage to catch a glimpse of Daruma over your right shoulder. When you finally do see her, immediately shout, "Kita," meaning, "I cut you loose." Say this while swinging your arm like before. If you manage to do that before midnight, congratulations, you've won the bath game, and good fortune should be yours, for a time at least. Should you fail to spot her by midnight and cut her loose though, then I'm afraid you've lost the bath game. Daruma will never stop following you. You can run as much as you like, but she'll always be close behind, and eventually you'll need to sleep,
What is this?
giving her the opportunity to catch you,
Wait,
either in
what?
person or in your
Is
dreams.
this my masking? Oh, that's my
When she
masking.
catches you, well, that's the end. Don't try to play this game more than once. On the second playthrough, she'll start at the same distance you caught sight of her last time, and you won't have enough time in the morning.
Alright, we have a nice logo here. Do you guys like this? This one. Let me put them together. I feel that this one is
This was
slightly
back in
too
the 80s.
complicated.
I lived in Australia, and was driving from Brisbane to Sydney. I had a Jimi Hendrix bobblehead on the dashboard of my truck. We'd recently had a secret Santa at the new company I was working at,
Oh, this
and a
one.
coworker bought it for me as a gift. Why she'd picked that out for me was
I
anyone's
feel
guess.
that the D is not strong
I guess
in
I was a newbie, and she didn't really know me that well, so
this
maybe
one.
she thought it might be a funny present. I don't know. I wasn't actually a Hendrix fan. I was more into disco music myself, but obviously I didn't tell her that. She was cute though, and on the off chance that she might one day get inside my vehicle, I decided to put the bobblehead on my dashboard. On that drive to Sydney, I noticed a hitchhiker on the side of the road. Well, this was the 80s, when this sort of thing was more acceptable and viewed as less of a big deal. So I decided to help the guy out and give him a ride. He looked normal enough. The guy hops in and thanks me, says that he's heading in the same direction. As we made our way towards Sydney, the guy points out to the Hendrix bobblehead on my dash. Hey man, you're a fan of Jimi Hendrix, huh? He's the greatest guitarist of all time, am I right? The dude starts getting seriously passionate about Jimi Hendrix, and starts going off about him so much that I can't get a word in edgeways. He seemed like such a big fan of Jimi Hendrix, that when he asked me, "So you're really into his music too, huh?" I just replied with, "Yeah, I'm a big fan." Didn't want to ruin the guy's buzz, you know? Wow, that's awesome, man. Which songs? Oh, you know, all of them, man. Couldn't pick one in particular. In all honesty, I couldn't actually think of a single song title. The hitchhiker gives me a big smile. "Right on," he says. He spent the rest of the journey smiling and looking out of the window, as if he was contemplating something. We start to get close to Sydney.
This is weird.
That's when he says that we're near where he needs to be dropped off. He points me down some side road that took us off the beaten track. I pull up where he tells me. The place looks deserted. No buildings around, no people. Real Nowheresville. Why did he want to be dropped off here of all places? He hopped out of my vehicle. "Thanks for the ride, man," he says to me. "Yeah, don't mention it. It was good to have some company." "Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you," he said. He dipped his hand into his waistband and pulled out a pistol. "I was gonna end you, man. Right here, right now. Just take your money and run, you know. But I can't do that to a Hendrix fan, man. Not to a Hendrix fan." I had no idea if this was some kind of sick joke or what, but his weapon looked real enough to me. I knew I had to say something, but all I could muster was, "Oh, thanks for not going through with it, I guess." With that, he strolled off to who knows where. Didn't wait around to see, just floored it out of there. Not too long after that, the guy's face showed up in a newspaper I was reading. He was facing charges for slaying a middle-aged man that had picked him up while he was hitchhiking. Could have easily been me, had my co-worker not picked me as Secret Santa, and not bought me that stupid bobblehead.
I see.
And this isn't my story, but my friend's. His name is Morita, and though he's not the purest of people, I don't think he deserved what happened to him. Still, I won't sugarcoat things, and I'll let you guys judge for yourselves. This all happened 5 years ago. Morita and I both lived in Osaka, Kansai. We met at university, though at the time of this story, Morita had already been working at an accounting firm for the past 2 years. He'd done well for himself. I was stuck making okonomiyaki for tourists. Not an awful job per se, but I always thought I'd be working for a big firm like him. I envied him a little. Anyway, Morita had to go away for a week to audit some company in Hiroshima, a good 6-hour drive away from Osaka. As such, his company paid for him to stay in a hotel there for a week. When he came back, we met up for dinner. "Hey man," he told me, "I have a crazy story to share with you." "Oh yeah?" I said, urging him to spill the beans. "Yeah, I met a girl down in Hiroshima on my first night. Had myself a little holiday romance, if you know what I mean. Yumi, her name was. He proceeded to show me pictures of this Yumi woman on his phone. She's an accountant too, at the company I was auditing. Dude, I replied, you already have a girlfriend. I know, it's a pretty bad thing to do, but it's okay. My girlfriend will never find out. He could tell from my reaction that I was both surprised and disappointed in his behavior. Man, relax. This was only a 1-week fling. I made sure Yumi knew this was nothing serious, and I won't do anything like this again, believe me. In the end, I promised to keep his secret. A few weeks passed, and I'd arranged to meet up with Morita again for dinner in town. I arrived a little early. When Morita finally arrived, I was shocked by his appearance. He looked pale and disheveled. I knew instantly that something was the matter. Hey, everything okay, bud? I asked him. You'll never believe what's happened, he said, looking like he was about to be sick. He was right. After he told me, I genuinely couldn't believe my ears. It turns out that that very day, a new employee had started working at his company. It was the same girl he'd had a fling with in Hiroshima, the Yumi woman. She'd moved all the way to Osaka, transferred her job to his company, and completely uprooted her whole life just so she could be with him. She'd become obsessed. Totally obsessed. Yumi, what on earth are you doing here? He asked her. I came to be with you, silly. I know you said you weren't looking for anything serious, but I know in your heart you didn't mean that. When you stopped replying to my messages, I knew I had to prove to you how serious I was about this relationship.
Oh shit,
Relationship?
story.
Morita gasped. Yumi, I only saw you for a week. We only had a holiday romance. No big deal, you know? He did his best to try and convince her that he didn't have any true feelings for her, but she didn't seem to get the message. Yumi would follow Morita around the office, constantly talking to him and trying to get close to him. When it was time to go home, Morita would quickly run out of the office and out of her view. He knew he couldn't let her find out where he lived. If she'd followed him all the way to where he worked, she'd most certainly turn up at his apartment. She was, after all, a total yandere. Who knows what she might do? After days of trying to get her to leave him alone, he finally confessed to her. Yumi, I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. Oh, I see.
Oh
her eyes became extremely wide and flared with a sort of fiery intensity.
The
rest of her face
story
remained
is
neutral.
going to end.
I understand. With that, she turned her back to him and scurried away into her cubicle. Didn't speak to him for the rest of the day. Well, his actions up until now had been stone cold, but I guess there wasn't really any other way to deal with the situation. At least he'd come clean. Maybe this crazy girl would finally go back home now. And that was for the best, both for Morita and for her. When Morita arrived at work the next morning, Yumi was nowhere to be seen. Excellent, she'd gotten the message. Morita approached his desk and noticed something unusual. There was a chocolate cake next to his computer. Beside it was a post-it note. Keep up the good work, Morita. Signed, Mr. Ishiguro. Ishiguro was the head of the department. Wow, Morita felt pretty good about himself. He'd obviously impressed his boss and was seen as a major asset to the company. Strange, though, he thought. There was a single slice missing from the cake. Had his boss forgotten to eat breakfast and taken a slice of the cake? Who knew? Whatever the case, he was ecstatic. After lunch, Morita planned on eating a slice of the cake, but the tempura he had filled him up more than he expected. He decided to save the cake for after dinner instead. Before leaving work that day, he happened to bump into his boss. With a bow, he thanked Mr. Ishiguro for the cake. Cake? What on earth are you talking about, Morita? I've never bought cake for an employee in my life. If I was going to start now, I certainly wouldn't give you the first one. What? But if the cake wasn't from Ishiguro, then... Yeah, you already guessed it, right? Morita guessed it too. Yumi had come into the office earlier than anyone else that morning and planted the cake on Morita's desk. She had left the forged note from his boss. She she had cut out a piece of the cake for herself to enjoy at home.
She killed
Here's the crazy
herself?
part. The icing in the cake had been poisoned.
Did she
Roddy
kill
figured that
herself?
She must be tampered with the cake in some way. So
My
he disposed of
fucking
it quickly
god.
after he figured it out. But he didn't suspect that she'd have done something so extreme. He only
Insane.
found out what she had actually done with the cake after she didn't turn up to work for several days. People were sent to her apartment to check on her. They found Yumi, lifeless on her sofa. She had eaten her piece of the cake, and the icing had done its job. She had left a love note for Morita. It was several pages long. It closed with the lines, "So, if I can't have you in this life, I'll have you in the next. See you there soon, my love. Forever yours, Yumi."
My
If he had still
god.
been
This...
hungry after lunch that day, he really would have been hers forever. Our actions have consequences. Sometimes bigger consequences than we can foresee.
Insane story,
Obviously, the story
guys.
got relayed to Morita's girlfriend, and she dumped him then and there. I hope he'll think twice before doing something so rotten and selfish again. For the past 15 years, I've been delivering groceries in Nebraska. A lot of our customers have been using us for a long time, though this story has to do with one household in particular. For the sake of privacy, we'll call them the Wilson family. For almost the entire time I've worked this job, the Wilson family have been using our delivery service. Once, or sometimes twice a week, I'll drop by their place to deliver their groceries. The mama of the house is called Marie. Her husband was called Tex. I ain't sure if that was his real name or not, but that's what he went by, and the guy was a real modern-day cowboy. Wore the whole get-up, and always addressed me as Cowboy. "Morning, Cowboy," he'd say as he saw me coming up his driveway. "Catch you later, Cowboy," he'd say as I bid him farewell. He always said this while bringing two of his fingers to his head, like a real cowboy would if he was lifting his hat or something. I always returned the gesture. We bonded over the years, and would sometimes get lost in conversation with each other. Real nice guy, Tex was. Didn't have the healthiest of diets, though. I could tell by his shopping cart. Seemed like the guy was living off bacon, sausage, and steak. Sadly, the old man's diet caught up with him in the end, and Tex kicked the bucket 5 years after I started delivering to him. I shed a few tears for the guy the evening I heard the news, and had a drink to his memory. Marie kept on ordering from us after that. For 9 or so years, I kept dropping by her place as usual, this time with a smaller haul of groceries than when Tex was still with us. A lot can change over 9 years, let me tell you. I got to watch as their 2 young sons grew up into teenagers, and as their house changed with the times, as Marie sold Tex's beloved motor car, and as her life went on, and she got married to another guy called Phil. Their haul increased after that, as did the number of deliveries I had to make to their house every week. Recently, though, something strange happened when I made one of those deliveries. I came by their house as usual, only to see Tex's old car outside their home, looking just how it had years before, same paint job and everything. Marie must have tracked down the buyer and bought the car back off him. Maybe she was feeling sentimental and wanted to hold on to that piece of Tex after spending so many years without him. Who knows? I knocked on the door, and Marie answered. Strange, I thought. Her face seemed distinctly less wrinkled than I remembered. "Mrs. Wilson," I said, "you're positively glowing." She blushed a little and thanked me, then invited me inside to drop the groceries in the kitchen. "Got old Tex's car back, I see," I said to her. She let out a little laugh. "Did he tell you he sold it then? That ugly thing will be with us until he kicks the bucket." I was a tad confused by her reply, but brushed it off and put it down to the old woman's brain going a little gaga with years. Something else seemed a little weird, though. The decor of the house. It was like it had been years ago. Old photos were strung up on the wall of the kids when they were much younger. All of the furniture was like the stuff they used to have in the past. My mind started darting around. Had she dumped Phil? Gone a little doolally or something? Was she trying to relive the old days when she was with Tex? I daren't ask. Didn't want to cause any drama. I walked into the kitchen to put down the groceries. Sitting at the table, eating their breakfast, were Marie's two sons. But that's the thing. They weren't teenagers. They were just kids again, like how they looked in all the old photos on the wall. Impossible, I
What
thought.
is this
They
story?
must just be her nephews or something. She was just babysitting some relative's kids. But they looked so identical. They could have been clones of her children from the past. I put down the groceries and immediately made my way to the front door, not stopping to chat with Marie. Something felt off about the house. I didn't like it. I needed some air. Leaving so quickly? She said as I speed walked to the front door. Yes, I managed to spurt out. Sorry, I'm in a rush today. Have a good one, Mrs. Wilson. I reached the front door, which was still open, but something made me stop. I can't describe the feeling, but I knew I had to turn and look over my right shoulder, past it, into the living room behind me. I trusted
Do you
my
guys think I need
instinct
to make
and
the
turned
D,
my head.
the other D big?
Sat there in an old, familiar armchair was an old, familiar man. Catch you next time, cowboy, he said to me, raising two fingers to his head.
What is
A
this
strange
story?
feeling came over me. Not fear. Warmth. I'd recognize that face anywhere. I gave Tex a smile and raised my two fingers out of respect. I then walked out the front door and closed it behind me. I looked out onto their driveway. Tex's old car was nowhere to be seen. Nothing seemed out of place or old-fashioned. Everything was as it should be. Back to normal. Back like it was in my time. I continued on with the rest of my deliveries for the day. I've made many deliveries to Marie since then, and nothing else weird has ever happened to me at that house. I decided not to tell her about the incident, fearing that she'd think I was making fun of her or insulting Tex's memory in some way. I've told my wife and friends about it. They all called me crazy, so I'm sharing my story here. Does anyone have any ideas about what this could have been? I've been racking my head for months now, and still can't think of a rational explanation. Did I experience a time warp? A brain spasm? Some sort of glitch in the Matrix? I have no idea, but I was completely lucid. Didn't have anything weird in my system, and saw and heard everything, plain as day. I don't know what to make of all of this, but I will say, Tex, it was good to see you again, cowboy.
Stupid story. Fake. Fake story.
It was summer in small-town New Mexico. I was about 15 years old at the time, and since school was out, I was doing a few odd jobs around town to earn some money. Mowing lawns, walking dogs, anything that could make me a few bucks, you know. There was this one guy who lived in my town, an older gentleman in his early 70s, Mr. Lesnar. He used to be a teacher at my school, but I hadn't seen him for at least a year. He was bald, with a big white beard. Put a red suit on the guy and he could have passed as a mall Santa. I always remembered him as being a nice, friendly guy, so when I bumped into him in town, I asked if there was anything he needed help with. He said there was. He needed help reorganizing a few parts of his house. Said that he'd pay me $50 if I helped him. When you're 15 years old, having $50 in your pocket feels like being a millionaire. I took him up on it. The next day rolled around, and I went over to Mr. Lesnar's house and knocked on the door. He answered with a smile on his face and invited me inside. First thing that struck me was the stench. His house had that old person smell about it. I didn't know much about the guy, to be honest. I mean, yeah, he used to teach at my school, but all I really remembered about him was how he always wore socks with sandals, and how he always spent every school vacation down in Mexico. I started off by cleaning up in the kitchen. Once I'd finished, Mr. Lesnar told me that he wanted help boxing up some things in the basement. Said he had too much junk down there, and that he wanted to reorganize and get rid of a load of it. Told me to start boxing things up, and to come and tell him when I'd finished. There must have been a set of 12 stairs that led down into this strangely large, stale-smelling basement. Mr. Lesnar flicked the light switch. A lone, dusty light bulb illuminated the basement. I grabbed a few folded-up cardboard boxes and made my way down. So, there I was, just boxing all sorts of things up in this grungy basement. Must have spent about 45 minutes down there by myself. While I was working, I happened to lean against a particular spot on the wall. When I leant on it, I came across something odd. A loose panel in the
Sick
basement
logo,
wall.
thank you.
Not
Which
a
one do you
broken
like?
part of the wall, mind you. I mean, this panel was
Does this
intentionally
read like
loose.
Diva's Ascent
Well,
to you?
curiosity got the better of me, and I
Oh,
started
this
fumbling
part.
with it. It came right
Very,
off.
very difficult.
Behind the panel was a small compartment. Hidden inside that compartment was a box. It felt like finding a hidden treasure chest. I checked to see if Mr. Lesnar was
one is-
standing behind me at the top of the stairs. The coast was clear. I knew I
The
probably
one I
shouldn't,
like the A.
but I pulled
Yeah,
out
first
the
one
box.
feels very weak. The D
I
feels
lifted
very
off
weak.
the top, curious to see what the old man was hiding
Then
inside.
this is the improved version from this
At
one, but the
first, it
S
didn't look like there was much
has
in
a
it.
weird gap here.
A journal, a few knickknacks, and a small pile of
I
photographs.
wonder if I want to flip the
Maybe
D.
10 or 12 in total. I took out the photos. My heart immediately sank after looking at the top one. At first, I could hardly believe the image. It showed Mr. Lesnar with a pistol in his hand, kneeling down next to a dead woman lying in the dirt. Her lifeless eyes were staring into the camera lens. She was clearly Mexican and had obviously been shot. The second photo was almost identical, only this time it was a male who stared lifelessly at the camera. No, this can't be real, I thought. I flicked through all the pictures, every damn one, each one telling the same story. They all showed Lesnar, knelt down next to some bloody human game, sprawled out on the ground in front of him. All of the victims varied wildly in age. There was writing on the backs of all the photos.
Imagine
It
one
was all
day
in
making
Spanish,
the
and I
character
couldn't
as a
make it out.
figurine.
Still, I knew instantly what this was.
Dude,
A box
that's a lot
full
of money,
sick
man.
mementos
I think this
from Lesnar's
model
trip to
itself
Mexico,
will
hidden
cost
away
about
from the world in a small
10,
wall
10k
compartment.
already, USD.
In some photos, Lesnar looked younger. In others, he appeared to be in his mid-60s. In all of them, he was kneeling down next to his victims, with the
Do
same
you guys think that I
disturbing
should flip
grin
the
on his
D?
face, posing like a hunter with his trophies. I was overcome by this weird mixture of shock, disgust, anger,
Or is it not
most
important?
of all, fear. Fear that I was in the basement of the monster in these photos.
Yeah, I don't think we need to flip
Without thinking, I shoved the images back inside the box and slid the container back into the wall. I desperately fumbled with the wall panel, trying to put it back in the exact same way it was, not wanting the old man to realize that I'd discovered his horrible secret. I'd just about got the damn thing back in place when I heard a creaking at the top of the basement stairs behind me. I turned to see old man Lesnar standing by the basement door, looking down at me. I have never felt more like a rat in a cage. "Looks like you're doing a good job," he said. My heart skipped a beat. I just mumbled something and tried to act like nothing was wrong. "Oh,
What?
don't mind me. I'm just going upstairs for a nap. You keep on going down there." With that, he slowly turned and walked off through the hallway. There was maybe 20 seconds of silence before I heard his footsteps making their way up the stairs to his bedroom. My mind was racing. Had he seen me fiddling with the panel? Did he know that I'd found his photos? Oh God, was I in danger? I was only a scrawny kid. I decided not to stay down there wondering. I waited for a few moments before bolting up the basement staircase. I dashed towards the front door, grabbed the handle and twisted. No good. The damn thing had been locked from the inside. I figured the old man had just locked it before he went upstairs. I scanned the door to see if there was a way to quickly open it. No time. I could hear movements above me. the old man was walking back out of his bedroom and towards the stairs. I sprinted through the hallway and into the kitchen. I knew from the cleaning earlier there was a back door there. I grabbed the handle and prayed. With a twist, it flung open. It felt like winning the lottery. I flew out of that house, ran around the property,
Alright,
and back onto the main
I'm
street.
going with this logo
I
first.
looked back only once.
I'm going
When I
with
did,
this
I
logo
saw
for
the old
now.
man's face in one of the downstairs windows.
I feel that it needs
He
to have
looked to
more
be holding
text
something.
stuff.
I was too far away to make out what it was exactly,
I don't know.
but I bet you can guess what I thought it was.
Triangle,
From there, I
circle.
kept on running
I
until
don't
I got
know.
home, thankful that the old man lived in a cul-de-sac and not in the middle of nowhere. If he did, I'm certain he'd have taken a shot at me. It goes without saying that I told my parents what I'd found. We notified the authorities about it, and I told them about the secret panel and the sick mementos in the box. When they checked the place out, they did indeed find the secret compartment. Predictably, it was totally empty. There was no box hidden inside, no evidence of any wrongdoing whatsoever. They figured I was just messing with the old guy or something, and decided not to look into him any further. I don't know what Lesnar did with the pictures, whether he destroyed them or hid them elsewhere, but he got away with it all regardless. Old man Lesnar lived another 8 years after that. In that time, I graduated high school, went off to college, and moved out of town. My parents always lived in that same place, however. For all the time I lived there after that incident, and whenever I'd go back to visit my parents, I'd always be looking over my shoulder. I knew that Mr. Lesnar wanted to take his secret to the grave, and I always worried that he'd try and silence me to do so. It's hard to believe there are people like this, who, to the outside world, are leading seemingly ordinary lives. I'm glad I didn't become his last trophy. Lenny Derrickson was your typical 39-year-old family man living in Oklahoma. One Saturday morning in 1998, he was eating breakfast with his son. Suddenly, an unknown man pulled up outside their farm in a white pickup truck. Lenny went out to greet the man. His son, Jared, remained inside and watched as his father chatted with the stranger. According to Jared, the unknown man was about 40 years old, stood over 6 feet tall, was white with a full red beard, and was wearing a t-shirt with the slogan, "No Fear," printed on it. He couldn't
No
hear what the two of
fear.
them were talking about, but their conversation appeared to be friendly, and it didn't set off any alarm bells. When Lenny came back into the house, he told his son that the man wanted to buy one of his family's stud horses that he'd advertised in the paper. Lenny told his son that he was going to go and show the man the horse, which he kept on a separate property, and that Jared should stay behind and feed the cows. Said that he'd be back in the afternoon. Well, afternoon rolled around, and Lenny still hadn't returned home. He never would. Lenny was reported missing the next day. Investigators found that Lenny had left an uncashed paycheck at home. They also learned that Lenny had never placed an ad for his horse in the paper after all. He had lied to his son. But why? They searched the property where Lenny kept his stud horses. He had never arrived there on the day he went missing. There was no evidence of foul play, no body, nothing else to go on. So, what happened to Lenny? Well, there are two possibilities. Either the mysterious stranger was responsible for his disappearance in some way, or he ran off on his own accord. His family are adamant that Lenny would have never abandoned them. Lenny was extremely close with his son, Jared, and they spent almost all of their time together. There's no way that he just upped and left him behind. With that being said, Lenny was struggling financially at the
So
time.
I
he
want
went
to... Right now, Ascend is
Decided to
easily
start a
read,
new life
but
somewhere
Diva
else.
is not easily read.
He did.
So what I
What did
want
the
to do
mysterious
is
stranger have to do with it all?
make sure that
There have been
Divas
two reported
is also
sightings of
easily
Lenny
read.
since he disappeared.
So
At
what we
9
can do
a.m.
is we
on the
can put
morning he
more
went missing,
weight on
a
the
waitress
S.
at a local coffee shop saw Lenny talking with an unknown man.
Yes.
According to her, Lenny sat there drinking coffee while he
So
just
I wanted
listened to the man
move
talk.
this thing here.
All efforts to track down this unknown man have failed. The second supposed sighting happened 6 months later in a bar in Amarillo, Texas.
Here.
An anonymous caller phoned the cops and told them that Lenny was at the bar with him. By the time the authorities arrived to investigate, both Lenny and the unknown caller were gone. So, did Lenny run away to start a new life elsewhere? Had he been living a double life the entire time? Did he get involved with some sort of criminal network as a way to dig himself out of his financial debt? Did he disappear to protect his family? Does he want to be found or not? Did something more sinister happen to him after all? All questions that remain unanswered. The speed painting visuals used in this episode were created by Victoria Skeller. Links to her YouTube channel and Instagram can be found in the description. I'm from Asheville, North Carolina, born and raised, and I have my own story to share here. One that's equal parts bizarre and disturbing. Around 4 years ago, I was walking through one of the local parks early in the morning, well before anyone else was up and awake. I'd just broken up with my long-term girlfriend and was having difficulty sleeping. As I strolled through the empty park, I heard something that caught my attention. A soft whimpering. Sheltered under a tree on my left was a dog. A black Labrador to be precise. The poor thing must have gotten lost, I thought. I leant down to pet the little guy, and his tail immediately started wagging like crazy. He licked my hand and made it clear that, like me, he was in need of a friend. No collar, nor anything else to suggest he had an owner. What was he doing out here all by himself? Had somebody kicked him out? Was he a stray? I stood up and walked a few steps to look around for his owner, but the dog wouldn't leave me alone. He was like my shadow. Wherever I walked, he followed. Together, we walked the length and breadth of that park. Occasionally, I called out, "Hello? Hello? I have your dog here." But there was nobody around at all. No one was looking for the poor fella. I looked down at him and stared into his big brown eyes. A pair that said, "Please, take me with you." It seemed like the universe had thrown the two of us together. This dog was the answer to my newfound loneliness, and I was the answer to his. I took him home with me. For a long time, I did my best to track down his owner. I reported the dog as missing and put up flyers around town, but nobody ever got in contact with me. It looked like I'd found myself a new canine housemaid. I named him Scooby. Creative, I know. Every morning, I'd take Scooby for a long walk. The first week I had him, we walked the exact same route around town. Thing is, every time we came to pass this one particular house, Scooby would stop and start crying. I'd try
Can
and pull
dog
him away,
cry?
try to get him to keep going.
Can dog
He'd
actually
just stare
cry?
at the house and whine like crazy.
Fuck.
Each time we came to pass that house, it'd take me a good 10 minutes to get him to continue on with me, tugging on his leash the entire time. After the 6th or 7th time we passed that house, it became clear to me that he was going to do this every time. So, in the end, I just decided to switch up our walking route. I had no idea what got into him, or why that house seemed to bother him so much. It wasn't like he was crying to go inside. He never tugged on his leash to get closer. It was more like he was afraid of something in there, but couldn't bring himself to leave. Like a human who can't look away from a deadly accident. He had some sort of strange, doggy fascination with the place. Anyway, for the next 6 months I owned Scooby, I took him on several different walking routes, making sure that we never passed that damn house that freaked him out so much. One day, though, I had an early morning errand to run, which took me past that house. I decided to take Scooby along with me, get his daily walk out of the way, completely forgetting about how he acted 6 months earlier. Well, Scooby hadn't forgotten about that house. Not by a long shot. As we came to pass it, he once again froze in place and refused to move. He whimpered loudly, refusing to take his eyes off the place. "Come on, Scoob, there's a good boy," I said to him, trying to calm him down and coax him along a bit. It didn't work. He seemed more unsettled by that house than he ever had been before. "Hey, what's gotten into you, boy?" I asked him rhetorically. He must have stayed like that for a good 15 minutes this time, just staring and crying, refusing to budge. Then, without warning, he bolted towards the house, pulling his leash right out of my hands. "Scooby!" I shouted. "Get back here!" It was no use. Whatever fear had consumed him before, he had conquered it. He rushed to that house, ran around the corner and into the backyard. God damn it, Scooby, I thought. The owners must have a cat or something. That's why he always acts crazy around here. I chased Scooby into the house's backyard, completely embarrassed, praying that I could get him out of there before the owners woke up and started cussing me out. I got back there and found Scooby frantically digging a hole in the grass. I'd never seen him acting like this before. He never dug holes in my backyard. I tried to pull him away, but he just shook me off and kept digging, his little paws throwing up earth left, right, and center. I was furious with him. But, you see, Scooby knew something I didn't. Knew a secret that nobody else knew. He knew what was buried in that yard. His former owner. Scooby's digging unearthed the largely decomposed corpse of a 32-year-old man, shallowly buried in the garden of your average suburban house in North Carolina. The man had been down there for as long as I'd had Scooby. The authorities were alerted, and an investigation began. Turns out, the house was a rental. The dead man had been living there with his girlfriend and their dog. All their neighbors and their friends in the area knew them as Jim and Charlotte. These turned out to be fake identities. Everything people thought they knew about their lives and their pasts were a lie. The inside of their house remained untouched. Nothing appeared to have been taken. As of right now, the police still haven't been able to track down the so-called Charlotte. She
Insane
remains the
story.
prime suspect for his killing, though nobody's really sure if she was behind it all and went on the run, or if she herself was a victim too, buried somewhere else by somebody else. If she was responsible, then she left in a damn hurry, as pretty much all her personal possessions were still inside the house. Her wallet, her fake ID, everything but her cell phone. Whatever the case, no one has ever come forward to reveal either Jim or Charlotte's real identities. No friends, no family, no one. As such, Jim was reburied here in Nashville and given an unnamed headstone. The strangest part in my eyes is that the house's rent was still being paid when the body was found, despite the fact it had been empty for 6 months. The landlord had always been paid in cash, which arrived in an envelope through the mail. It was always addressed from Jim, even after his demise. So, the question is, who was still paying the rent? Charlotte, the girlfriend? Someone else who didn't want the new tenants to be digging around in the garden? That all remains unclear. I'm sure there are details the cops haven't revealed to the public, but still, it's a little weird. Scooby is still around to this day. He still cries whenever we go past that house, but he doesn't stop and stare anymore. In his own way, I like to think he found a little closure. I don't know how his last owner treated him or what he was like, but Scooby didn't want to leave him down there in the ground. He's a good boy. I'll update you all if they ever find the woman.
Sad story.
At the time of this story, I was a 23-year-old woman living in Charleston, South Carolina.
Do you
I know
guys
the way
think
I
the
phrase that
V
makes it
is
sound like I'm not a
missing?
woman anymore. I am, but anyway, this is my story. I worked as a paralegal at one of the small law firms in town, and 5 days a week during my lunch hour, I'd head off to the same Starbucks near my workplace to grab a coffee. My job was actually pretty repetitive, and so was my lunchtime routine. Most people's are.
Guys, pick
That's
logo
why
for
I'd always
me.
see the same
These
places
two
in the
logo.
coffee shop, day in and day out. It was like a little microcosm. The same baristas were always there too. There was this one guy who worked there every weekday. According to his tag, his name was Randall. He was about 6 foot tall, average build, had very short, ginger hair, a crew cut I guess you'd call it. No Prince Charming, but not entirely unattractive either. Just a guy who kind of blended in. You know how at Starbucks they ask for your name to write on the cups?
4. How do I start?
The first
How
few
do I
times
start
Randall took my order, he
let
asked
me
me for
look.
mine. Stephanie,
How do I start
I'd
a
say.
poll?
He saw me so frequently that I guess he just committed my name to memory after that.
Do I go to
Every
Stream
day I'd
Element to
approach the
start a
counter,
poll?
and every day Randall would take my order. No name required. He'd just jot it down on the cup without asking. After a couple of weeks of this, however, Randall started flirting with
Any
me, I
mods here
suppose.
to help me start a poll?
Not verbally, but through his writing on the cup. He started drawing little hearts over the I in my name, and sometimes even drew some after my name as well.
Third
Bear in
one.
mind, I'd never actually spoken to this guy.
Yeah, I also
Well,
think third
other
one.
than giving him my order. No
But that
further chit-chat
the
about it.
divas is hard to
I
beat.
mean, I was flattered and all, but I wasn't
Actually, it's
interested.
okay.
The strange part is every time I went in there, he'd never tried to talk to me more than just taking my order, and never addressed the fact that he was adding these
Alright,
touches
third one.
to his writing.
Third one it is.
In fact, he never showed any kind of emotion on
Screw
his
it,
face
go.
whatsoever. No smiles, no eyebrow movement, kind of a robotic guy. You'd have thought this was his build-up to asking me out or something, but nope. He just acted professional at the counter, and never said anything apart from, "What would you like?" and "That'll be X dollars 50." Despite that, he kept on adding the little hearts every time he wrote my name down, and over time, he even started adding little kisses after my name. It made things a little uncomfortable for me, but maybe he was just a little odd in the head, and did this to regular customers too. I just accepted it and ignored it. That is, until the day he added his phone number to the cup, along with a little winky face drawn next to it, with a speech bubble saying, "Call me." I immediately went back to Randall at the counter, and quietly and politely turned him down, letting him know that I was flattered, but that now wasn't really a good time for me. Just a little white lie. Like always, his face remained neutral, no emotional response at all. He simply said, "Okay," and averted his eyes. It was very awkward. I usually take my coffee to go, but that particular day, I really speed-walked out of there. From then on, I considered going somewhere else for my coffee, but to be honest, I really liked what I got from Starbucks, and the only other one nearby was an extra 10-minute walk away. I figured we were both adults, and the situation didn't need to be awkward, so I kept going back there. Randall remained stony-faced as always. Luckily, the love hearts on the coffee cup stopped after that, and things went back to being normal.
Divas
Time passed,
and
and one
what do I
weekend,
do
I
next,
agreed to
man?
go on a lunch date with another guy I met. We both had super busy schedules, but worked near each
Do
other,
I do
and had the same
the-
time slots for lunch, so it made sense for us
What's
to have
her
a mini
name?
1-hour coffee
Valkyrie?
and conversation. We agreed that the Starbucks would be a nice, casual spot. I forgot to consider the whole Randall situation entirely. I got there, and the guy I'm meeting's already found a table. I go over and give him a hug. He asks me what I'd like to drink, and like a gentleman, goes up to the counter to order. I sit, waiting at the table. When he comes back with the coffees, my date says to me, "Damn, the guy who took my order has a real attitude problem." I turn to see who he's talking about. Standing by the register, glaring at the both of us, was Randall. He had a look of intense anger on his face, like a person who's just been betrayed. And this was the only time I'd ever seen any kind of emotion from the guy at all. Yeah, he didn't even ask me what I wanted, just stared at me angrily and snatched the money right out of my hand. Some people, huh? Annoyingly, we couldn't take our coffees to go, as they came in mugs and not takeout cups. And we just sat there, trying to have a normal date. All the while, Randall continued to glare at us from the counter, only looking away briefly when someone came up to order. After the most awkward date of my life thanks to Randall, the two of us got up, said that we'd be in contact, and went back to our respective workplaces. I'd like to say that Randall was just an awkward and harmless guy. I'd like to say that this is where the story ends. But, on both counts, I'd be lying. That same night, I was sat alone in my apartment watching TV, thinking about work, my awkward date, the bills I had to pay, and life in general. All of a sudden, there's a frantic knocking on my front door. I got up and peered through the peephole. On the other side was Randall.
Alright guys, my
You know
earpiece is out of bed and I need to
What the
go
hell?
eat.
What was he doing here? Better question.
I will
How
go
did he
read
know where I lived?
someone.
I know you're in there. I know he's there too. Well, answer
Go
me.
read someone, guys.
I was terrified and confused. Randall, what on earth are you talking about? Go away! The door handle rattled as he tested it from the other side. Luckily, I'd locked the thing when I got home. Then, slam. He threw the full weight of his body against my door. The damn psycho was trying to break in. Another slam, and then another. My door bounced with every thud against it. From there, autopilot took over me. I grabbed a knife from my kitchen area and ran into the bathroom at the other end of my apartment. I locked myself in there and called the
Yeah, I
cops.
actually want to finish this, but
From all the noise he was making,
Too
I'm
bad,
sure a few
guys.
of my neighbors did too.
Too bad.
None of them came out to stop him though, and I can't say I blame them. Randall was slamming on my front door for a good 10 minutes before it gave way. Luckily, it was quite sturdy, and he was no superstar athlete. I could hear him in my apartment though, and I tried to muffle my fear as I hid in my locked bathroom.
Let's wait for
Thankfully,
ya, guys.
the
Let's
police
go, let's
arrived
go.
shortly after he broke in.
My voice.
I could hear them telling him to freeze. But when my heart really sank, when it really hit the floor, was when I heard one of the officers shout something I didn't expect to hear. Drop the weapon. As it turns out, Randall had come with a gun in his hand. Before coming to my place, he'd broken into another
This
house
channel
in a different
has
part of Charleston,
for
namely
our
the house of
subscriber
my date
chat
from
only.
earlier.
I see.
He'd smashed a window, crawled inside, and trashed the place.
Oh, sure.
Didn't take anything, but he didn't go there to steal. Luckily, my date wasn't home that night. He was out with his buddies. Randall then came to my place.
Alright, bye guys.
thinking that was where my
See you
date
guys
was.
maybe tomorrow.
He figured we were an item.
Bye bye.
Turns out Randall had been stalking me for months.